You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You keep me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear,
Welcome to an evening of old-time radio.
Hello, I'm Greg, and welcome to an evening of old-time radio and our OTR comedy Nirvana stream. Comedy has always been my favorite old-time radio genre, since I was a kid. The first OTR show I ever heard was the Aldrich Family, and whenever I hear Mrs. Aldrich do that famous Henry Aldrich line, it sort of takes me back to my childhood, even though I was born decades after the show went off the air. Comedy shows were extremely popular in the golden age of radio, with shows like the Jack Benny program and the Fred Allen Show, the Bob Hope Show, being good examples. Variety sketch shows and sitcoms were the two main comedy flavors. But there were comedy theater shows like Old Gold Comedy Theater, that anthology shows that tried to recreate popular comedy movies at the time as well. In today's video, we're mostly focusing on sitcoms, but we've thrown a couple of the others in there as well. First off is my favorite show, The Aldrich Family, and the episode Valentine's Day Party from February 11th, 1943. It stars Norman Tokar as Henry Aldrich, as at the time Ezra Stone was off fighting in World War II. House Jameson and Catherine Rott as Mr. and Mrs. Aldrich, and Homer Brown is played by Jackie Kelk, Homer's best friend. Next up after that, we have the Harold Peary Show, starring, obviously, Harold Peary, as honest Harold Hemp, who had a radio show, The Happy Homemaker. The show was Peary's first show on CBS after he left NBC and the great Gildersleeve, and the show borrowed pretty heavily from the former, including characters and plot devices that were almost identical, including many of the same actors. Today's episode is Harold helps Raymond and Gloria go to the dance. Next up is the Mel Blanc Show, starring Mel Blanc as himself, playing the owner of a fix-it shop. He also plays the character Zookie, his stuttering helper, who was basically the basis for the Porky Pig character that came later for Mel Blanc. This episode, The Cake Contest, from September 17th, 1946, also stars Mary Jane Croft as his girlfriend Betty, and Joseph Kearns as Mr. Colby, Betty's father. After that, we have The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, and the episode Boys' Night Out, from November 14th, 1948. Real-life husband and wife Ozzie, Nelson, and Harriet Hilliard played themselves in a fictional family, suburban American family, although their actual two sons, Ricky and David, didn't start acting in the show until 1949 because they were too young. In this episode, Tommy Bernard plays David and Henry Blair plays Ricky. Okay, I'm going to let you enjoy these shows, and then I'll be back in a while to add my 2 cents.
Henry Aldrich. Coming, Mother.
The Aldrich Family, written by Clifford Goldsmith. Entertainment for all the family, brought to you by Postum, a tempting, wholesome drink for all the family. Postum. Well, friends, here it is another Thursday night, and opportunity is knocking loudly at your door, and knocking twice. First, it's your opportunity to put away your worries and cares for a half hour and relax and laugh with those grand people, the Aldrich family. And second, it's your opportunity to find out something about that equally grand mealtime drink, Postum. Why, even in looks, friends, Postum is a winner. The kind of drink you don't waste a second tilting to your lips. It has the kind of flavor you refer to in italics. It has the kind of hearty, robust goodness that warms the cockles of your heart. Now, just don't expect when you try it that Postum is going to taste like coffee any more than you'd expect coffee to taste like tea. Remember that Postum's distinctive flavor is in a class apart. It has an extra special goodness of its own that leaves you no words for description but ah, and ah again. And then, don't be surprised if you enjoy your meals far more than you did before the day you start enjoying Postum. Boys like Penrod Schofield, Tom Sawyer, and Huck Finn live in our memories because they typify the teenage youngsters all of us know. And Henry Aldrich is another of these real American boys. He lives in your block, perhaps in your own home. The scene opens in the Aldrich living room.
But, Mary, what have I done?
You know very well what you've done, Henry Aldrich. You know very well what you've done.
When?
Didn't you and Homer ask a whole crowd here to our house for a Valentine party Saturday night?
Sure, we even sent out written invitations.
But, Henry, that's the night I'm having my party.
Mary, how could you have a party?
Oh, my goodness, Henry, I've been planning on it for 6 weeks.
On a party?
Yes, for my sorority.
Oh, all right, Mary. Can't you meet at some other house?
Henry, Mother says it's my party and I can have it here at our house and I'm not to budge an inch.
I know, but Mary.
Henry, you're wanted on the telephone.
Yes, Mother, I'll be there just as soon as I get something straightened out. Mary, how about our invitations? What are Homer and I going to do?
I'm sure I don't know. You can have your party at Homer's house.
But Mary! Hello?
Hello, Henry. This is Agnes.
Who?
Agnes, is Homer there?
No, I was just going to call and see whether he's over at your house. There's something I have to see him about right away.
Well, Henry, we're all looking forward to your party Saturday night.
You are?
And I was just wondering whether you'd mind calling Lillian Spencer and asking her to come.
Lillian Spencer?
She'd have an awfully good time, Henry.
But Agnes, I wouldn't.
What do you mean by that?
Well, besides one reason I'd rather not even mention, I'm not speaking to Lillian.
That's all right. I'd be glad to call her.
But Agnes, that'll make 13.
Henry?
Yes, Mary. Just a second, Agnes.
Homer's here.
Well, tell him to come here quick. Agnes. Oh, gee whiz.
Hey, Henry, I was just over to the bakery and ordered 4 dozen donuts.
Homer, why couldn't we throw the party at your house?
Why?
Well, your house is a lot nearer the center of town, Homer, and your heating system's a lot better than ours.
Now, listen, Henry, don't you remember the last party we threw at my house?
Well, Homer, that was just due to an unfortunate series of circumstances.
Even so, my father hasn't gotten over it yet.
But, Homer, let me tell you. We're giving a party Saturday night, and it isn't going to be at your house, and it isn't going to be at mine. But, Mother, why not look at it this way?
I'm sorry, dear.
Alice, have you seen that piece of paper I had?
What was it, Sam?
It was a list of the members of the Rotary Club.
Father, do you have any ideas as to how we could manage it?
Henry, I haven't time to talk about anything now. I've got to go find that list.
But, Mr. Aldrich...
Henry, I'm sorry, but you may not have your party here. Please go answer the telephone.
Yes, Mother.
Henry, what are we going to do?
I don't know, Homer. Why do you keep asking me?
Because I ordered the donuts in my name.
Hello?
Hello, Henry. This is Kathleen.
Oh, hello.
I just wanted to tell you the good news.
What?
Well, I don't suppose I should tell you, but I got a new evening dress for your party.
You did? An evening... but, Kathleen, it's going to be informal.
Oh, no. Agnes phoned all of us and said it had been changed. We're to wear long dresses.
Agnes did?
Yes, Henry, and I just wanted to tell you I'm looking forward to coming. Goodbye.
But Kathleen!
What's the matter, Henry?
Agnes is having them all dress up. Who gave her any authority like that?
You know, Henry, what we've got to do?
What?
Something about the number 13. Either we've got to get rid of one of our guests, or you or I have got to drop out.
Now, listen, Homer, you're not going to leave me flat.
Well, I was just making a generous offer, Henry. I know. Why not call Agnes and see whether she'd have any suggestions?
In what way?
Well, as long as she's showing so much interest, she might be very glad to have our party at her house.
Now, listen, Homer, we're not going to get Agnes any more mixed up in this than she is.
Henry, didn't you ever taste the lemon meringue pie her mother makes?
Yes.
And there you are. Let me call her.
But, Homer...
Hello?
Number, please.
L9717.
L9717.
Homer, how do you know her mother will make any pie?
Henry, why worry about that detail when you don't even have a roof over your party?
Hello?
Hello, is this Agnes?
Yes, Homer, and I'm glad you called.
You are?
Yes, I want you to go right over to Andy Morton's and get all of his records.
What for?
For the party Saturday night at Henry's.
At Henry's?
Yes, aren't you taking me?
Well, as a matter of fact, Agnes, that's what I really called you up about. Supposing it's raining real hard that night.
What about it?
Well, you wouldn't want to go out in it, would you? I mean, if it was practically the worst storm we've had all season.
What made you think of that?
You can't tell, Agnes. Suppose it even turned to sleet and froze right on you.
Oh, my, I wouldn't go out if it did that.
Well, I'm glad you'd be sensible, because I've got a wonderful solution. We're all coming over to your house.
What's that?
Ask her about the pie, Homer.
Homer, the invitation said the party was to be at the Aldriches.
But, Agnes, why not look at it this way?
Now listen, Homer Brown.
I wonder why she doesn't come to the door.
You know, Homer, something tells me we're going to be sorry we're having the party at Agnes's house.
Henry will have a wonderful time, and it was very nice of Agnes.
But But why do we have to come over a day early?
Because she said we had to come and make the plans.
Sure, that's what I mean. Homer, we know what the inside of our house looks like.
Hello.
Hi, Agnes.
Hello.
Come on in. My goodness, I'm so excited.
Yeah?
First of all, I've got a lot of ideas about things for us to eat.
Oh, Agnes, so far as the refreshments are concerned, Homer and I have taken care of everything but the lemon meringue pie.
But, Henry, what are you having?
Ginger ale and donuts.
Donuts?
Sure. We just ordered 4 dozen.
4 dozen?
Sure.
But, my goodness, 4 dozen?
Well, Agnes, that isn't so many. As a matter of fact, I was just thinking we ought to double the order.
Sure.
But, boys, I don't like donuts.
But I do.
All right, my goodness, why worry over a little thing like donuts? Naturally, we can decide a thing like that later on. Now, here's the living room.
Oh, yes.
The first thing you want to do is move the piano down to the other end of the room.
Move it?
Move it?
Yes, and you might as well do it now, while I tell my mother to bake a couple of cakes, in case we don't have donuts.
What's that? In addition to the lemon meringue?
Of course.
Oh, gee whiz, Agnes. Naturally, I'd move your piano any place you wanted.
And so will I.
And Agnes, are we glad you can come to our party here?
Well, thanks, fellas. It was certainly very nice of you to ask me. And would you do me a favor?
Sure.
Sure. What is it?
Would you mind if I asked Gertie Parker to come Saturday night? She doesn't get invited to many parties.
Gertie Parker?
Gertie Parker? Oh, boy.
I'm glad you mentioned her. I'll call her right now.
Listen, Homer, who mentioned her?
But, Henry, why should you object to Gertie Parker when you're getting a wonderful room like this thrown in with her? Come on, let's move the piano.
Okay, but my heart isn't in it.
Push.
Push yourself.
Keep her going.
Push.
Now, wait a second, Henry.
That's what I say. Homer, after we get this taken care of, how about our moving that picture that's on the wall?
Well, what's the matter with it? That's Agnes's father.
It is?
Sure. Come on and push.
Push yourself. Gee whiz.
Boys, may I ask just what you think you're doing?
Wait. Hello, Mrs. Lawson.
Henry Aldrich, I'd like to ask you again what you're doing.
Wait, we're just
getting ready for the party.
What party?
Ours. Here. Hadn't you heard?
And we want you to know, Mrs. Lawson, we're very grateful.
Boys, will you both please leave this house?
Yes, ma'am. Without... Oh, gee whiz.
And I have a good notion to call both your parents.
Oh, you don't have to bother about anything like that. We're going right away, Mrs. Lawson.
Kathleen, tell me once more. When you called Henry, just what did he say?
Agnes, he said he had no desire whatever to discuss the matter.
And he said that I tried to boss their whole party?
Yes, Agnes, that's exactly what he said.
But I don't see why he should blame me, Kathleen, for something my mother did.
And I stuck up for you. I told him you didn't mean to be bossy.
My goodness, I was never so embarrassed in my life. I'll never be able to face Homer again.
I know, but I don't know why Henry should be so mad at me.
At least, Kathleen, I did one thing. The minute I realized my mother wouldn't bake anything for them, I called the bakery and doubled their order for donuts.
Really?
And Kathleen, as a matter of fact, I have an idea.
What is it?
First, where's your telephone? My goodness, when I get through, Henry and Homer will come around on bended knees and apologize.
Hello?
Doesn't she answer?
I'm ringing your number.
Homer, when you went back to get your hat, what did Mrs. Lawson say?
She didn't say anything. She wouldn't even let me in.
Well, I can tell you one thing. I'm never going to darken the Lawson door again.
And I hope you don't think I'm going to.
I'm ringing your number.
Thank you.
Henry, when you see your mother, tell her I found the list.
The what, Father?
The list of members of the Rotary Club I was looking for.
Hello?
Oh, well, gee whiz. Hello, Aunt Harriet. This is Henry.
Hello, Henry. What is it you want? I've got to get back to the kitchen.
Aunt Harriet, how would you like to... Have you got a full day Saturday?
No, not especially. Did your mother want me to come over for dinner?
Well, if I could arrange it, could you?
Well, what did you call me for?
Why, I wanted to know whether I could borrow something.
What?
Your house.
What's that?
Well, Aunt Harriet, I have to give a party that evening, see? And gee, if I could arrange it so you wouldn't have to be there, Aunt Harriet, would you be interested?
Why, I might.
You might?
Oh, boy.
I'll let you have the party at my house, Henry, provided you don't invite that awful Homer Brown.
Oh, Aunt Harriet!
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Is this Mrs. Tompkins?
Yes.
Well, this is Agnes Lawson. Do the ladies in your church serve suppers sometimes?
Oh, my, yes. We have beautiful equipment downstairs, right off the Sunday school room.
Well, could you serve a little Valentine supper tomorrow night?
Why, I guess we could.
Agnes, Henry, and Homer haven't any money.
Kathleen, just a minute, Mrs. Tompkins.
Kathleen, the food they serve wherever they have it is going to cost something, isn't it?
Yes.
Then why not let it go toward the church and make it worthwhile?
Oh, all right.
Hello, Mrs. Tompkins.
Hello.
Do you suppose you could serve something that wouldn't cost hardly anything?
Oh, I guess we could. Something as simple as a bowl of soup and maybe sandwiches and a rice pudding.
Yes.
Well, we're awfully anxious to raise some money for the new organ, and I'm sure the ladies will be more than glad to.
Hello?
Hello. Is this Miss Harriet Breyer?
Yes.
Harriet, this is Mrs. Tompkins.
Oh, yes, hello.
Say, I've got some good news about the organ.
The organ?
Yes, the one we're raising money for at the church.
Oh.
A young lady just phoned and wanted to know whether we could have a little dinner for her, a little party tomorrow night.
Good. How many are you going to serve?
Well, I told her it wouldn't be worth our while unless we had at least 40.
Good.
And she said she'd see to it there were at least that many, and she might be able to round up 50.
Well, I'm awfully glad to hear that. That organ we have now bothers me every Sunday.
And, Harriet, do you suppose you could be one of the ladies that help serve?
Tomorrow night?
Yes.
Oh, I would. I'd be glad to, only I just this minute got through inviting some people over here for a party tomorrow night.
Oh?
Yes, I'm going to give a little surprise party for my nephew, Henry. I know he wants one.
Oh.
And I'm asking in quite a few. Mrs. Tarble said she could come if it wasn't too slippery for her bad leg.
Really?
And another person I'm going to ask is old Mr. Perkins.
Oh.
Henry'll like him. He's a lot of fun at a party.
Good.
And Miss Fredericks, she hasn't been out all winter.
Good.
I'm just sorry that you can't be there yourself.
Well, I'm afraid Aunt Harriet and Henry have rather different ideas about who's welcome at a teenage boy's party. But something they probably would agree about is what makes the most welcome hot drink at mealtimes. The answer is Postum, of course. Millions of Americans will tell you that. In fact, it's because Postum is so popular, it's because every day more and more people are insisting on Postum that there's a temporary shortage. We just can't keep pace with the fast-growing demand, even though we're making more Postum today than ever before in our history. So if you can't always immediately get Postum when you ask for it at your grocer's, don't be discouraged. Don't think your grocer isn't going to get any more Postum. He will. And as soon as he does get Postum, you'll get it too. So be sure to ask for it again. Now, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Henry and Homer are trying to find a place to hold their party Saturday night. Meanwhile, unknown to them, Agnes Lawson has arranged for them to hold it at the Methodist Church. And Aunt Harriet, also unknown to them, has decided to let them hold it at her house. The scene opens in the Aldrich living room.
Henry, will you please answer that phone?
Why?
Yes, please.
Homer, would you mind answering it and just tell whoever it is I'm not here?
Henry, I'm not going to be your personal goat.
But Homer, suppose it's Agnes trying to get us again.
Just tell her again we're not speaking to her.
Well, okay. And if it's somebody wanting to know where we're going to have the party, I'll tell them it's slightly up in the air. Hello?
Hello, is Mr. Aldrich there?
Mr. Aldrich? Why, no, he isn't.
Oh, well, when he comes in, could you please tell him that the Mansion House phone...
The Mansion House? The Mansion House Hotel?
Yes, I wanted to submit an estimate for his party Saturday night.
A party?
Yes, I received word that he's planning a party for Saturday night, and I wanted to give him the figures for a private dining room.
Oh, gee whiz, I'm planning a party, but...
Oh, are you Mr. Aldrich?
Yes, sir, only...
Oh, you're the gentleman.
Yes, sir.
Well, I figured out an estimate for you.
I know, but we can't afford anything that's going to cost as much as... Well, we just couldn't afford it, that's all.
Oh, this isn't going to cost so much.
It isn't?
No, not at all.
How much is it?
Well, first I'll have to know a little more. Would you want a fruit cup or tomato juice to begin with?
What's that?
I said, do you want a fruit cup or tomato juice?
Why, Homer, which do you want, a fruit cup or tomato juice?
Now?
Hurry up, we're going to get a party. At the Mansion House Hotel.
Oh, could we have grape juice?
Hello, could we have grape juice?
Yes, you can have anything you want.
We can? Homer, have anything you want.
Gee whiz.
Hurry up and decide, what do you want?
Oh, take fruit cup.
Hello? Hello, we'll take fruit cup.
No, now, wait a minute, Henry, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Make it... Okay, fruit cup.
Hello? Fruit cup's okay.
Yes, Mr. Aldrich. Now, would you want chicken patties with peas or lamb chops with limas?
Well, that sounds all right.
Which will it be?
What?
Chicken patties with peas or lamb chops with limas?
Homer, how would you like some lamb chops?
All right, with lots of mashed potatoes.
Hello? Could we have lamb chops with mashed potatoes?
Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Aldrich. Lamb chops with mashed potatoes.
Lots of them.
And how about limas?
No, who wants limas? Gee whiz.
Well, now about the dessert. What would you like?
Well, what have you got?
Well, we can give you almost any kind of pie, ice cream, French pastry, stewed fruit.
Stewed fruit?
Listen, Henry, I'm not going to eat any stewed fruit at my own party.
Hold the line a second. Homer, we can have any dessert we want.
Anything?
Sure. I've got an idea. Hello?
Yes?
Could we have pumpkin pie a la mode?
That's the old fight, Henry.
Well, I guess you could. You'd like it served in separate dishes?
No, just dump the whole works together.
Ask him about chocolate sauce.
Oh, yes. Would there be an extra charge?
For what?
Chocolate sauce.
Chocolate sauce?
Yes.
Are you sure you should have chocolate sauce?
Oh, sure.
Well, there might be a small charge.
Oh, how much will the whole thing, including it all, come to?
Well, just exactly how many are you having?
Why, 14 with Gertie Parker.
What's that? Well, I understood it was 200.
200?
I don't know where I got the idea, but that was the message that was left here for me.
200?
200 what, Henry?
Mr. Aldrich, I'm afraid that for 14, we'd have to charge you at least $1.50 apiece.
How much?
Now what's happened?
Well, the only thing is, well, gee whiz.
You can't afford it?
Oh, it isn't that we can't afford it. It's just that even without lima beans.
Well, naturally, I thought you wanted something rather nice.
Oh, we do it, and I appreciate your offer. Only, suppose I think it over.
And you'll call me back?
Yes, I may, but if you don't hear from me, don't worry.
Well, thank you, Mr. Aldrich. Goodbye.
And thank you.
But, Mother, we can't have a lot of fly-by-night young people who don't take anything seriously dancing around us while our sorority's having a meeting here. My goodness, we have a deficit in the treasury as it is.
But, dear, I'm sure they wouldn't pay any attention to your deficit.
But that isn't the point. Our president gets nervous with even just us there.
Mary, I was simply wondering whether there isn't some way we can help your brother.
Albert!
Yes, Sam, are you home?
Yes, hello. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Father.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing.
Her sorority has a deficit.
Yeah? Any phone calls for me?
Not that I know of, dear.
No? Didn't the mansion house phone?
No, Sam.
No.
Now, Sam, you don't have to start putting in phone calls the minute you get home.
But, Alice, I left word for them to let me know whether they could take care of our Rotary Club banquet Saturday night. And we're expecting 200 guests. Hello?
Number, please.
I want, Elm 224.
Elm 224.
If you please.
Sam, do you have any ideas as to where Henry could give his party?
Why not right here?
Father. Now, Sam.
Hello?
Hello, is this the mansion house?
Yes?
Well, this is Mr. Aldrich.
Oh, yes, Mr. Aldrich. I was wondering whether you'd call me.
Did I say I'd call you?
Well, I understood you would.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was the other way around.
Have you finally decided to go ahead with your party?
Oh, yes, definitely. The question is, can you take care of us?
I don't know why not. There's nothing complicated about it.
Good. Then I don't have anything to worry about.
No, not a thing. You just leave it to us. And on second thought, Mr. Aldrich, there won't be any extra charge for the chocolate sauce.
For the what?
For the chocolate sauce.
Oh, there won't? Well, that's fine.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Alice!
Yes, Sam.
I've got everything all fixed. And what do you think? They're throwing in the chocolate sauce.
For what?
I don't know, but it's very nice of them to give it to us.
Well, isn't that fine?
Yes, sir. I've been hoping we'd be able to have our banquet at the mansion house. And you know, Alice, I didn't tell you before, but this year it's going to be a bit more important than usual.
In what way?
Well, I've heard a rumor that they're going to nominate me for president.
Really? Well, dear, you deserve it.
Yeah?
No wonder you want everything to be especially nice.
Everything especially nice about what, Mother?
Henry, I'm glad you came into the room. Kathleen and Agnes stopped me on the street and said they'd been trying to get you for 2 days.
They did?
They did, Mr. Aldrich? Did they seem apologetic?
They said there wasn't anything for you to worry about, and they'd be seeing you at the Methodist Church tomorrow night.
At the Methodist Church? What for?
I wonder what's going on over there.
Boy, I don't know anything more about it than what I've just told you.
Well, the nerve of them.
That's what I say.
You know what they're trying to do, Homer? Come to us on bended knees.
In the Methodist Church?
We'll show them. We're going to give the best party tonight that this town ever saw.
Where?
Mother, that's the least of our worries. Something will open up. It always does. And, Homer, do you know what I'm going to the phone and do?
What?
Double our order of donuts. Homer, how does my necktie look?
Wait until we get up here under this lamppost, Henry, and I'll take a look at it.
Oh, let's turn here, though. My Aunt Harriet lives up the street.
Okay. Your tie looks fine.
You know, it was very nice of my Aunt Harriet to call me up and say we could have the party at her house.
That's what I was thinking.
And did I tell you what else she said?
What?
She said she had sort of a surprise for us.
She did?
Sure. You know what that means. She's probably going out and let us have the whole house to ourselves.
She is? Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
That's what I was thinking.
Say, I wonder what's going on across the street at the Methodist church.
I'm not interested.
As a matter of fact, I'm not either. Hey, Henry, look up the street.
Where? Well, gee whiz, what's that all about?
Well, there's something going on over at the Mansion House Hotel.
Boy, they're all dressed up. There must be a lot of parties going on tonight.
But, Henry, there are a couple of hundred people out there on the sidewalk. They're all trying to get in.
Maybe they're all getting put out.
Oh, look, there's my father.
Oh, yeah? And there's mine.
Where?
Don't you see him with all those men talking to him with his back against the wall?
Oh, sure.
Oh, there you are, Homer Brown.
Gee whiz, Agnes, where did you come
We
from?
just came from the Methodist church. That's where we came from.
Hello, Kathleen.
Henry Aldrich, do you realize everybody's waiting for you?
Where?
At the church,
We're not interested.
You're not interested in your own party?
In what party?
Now, listen, Agnes, have you been arranging more things?
And just what, Homer Brown, do you mean by that insinuation?
Now, wait a minute, Agnes. Wait a minute.
And before I sit down, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend the thanks and gratitude of the Rotary Club to several groups and, shall I say, individuals. First, I think we should thank Sam Aldrich for the very clever and original way in which he arranged this evening for us. I needn't tell you that for a few minutes when we first went over to the Mansion House, it looked as though Sam had slipped up and arranged a table seating 16 to take care of 200 guests. But it was done, of course, simply to teach us a lesson that we mustn't expect sumptuous banquets in these days of war. In fact, this very delicious dinner consisting of pea soup and peanut butter sandwiches and, shall I say, rice pudding, and let's not forget the donuts, was just what we needed to bring us back to earth. While the 15 soldiers who were to be our guests are eating at the Mansion House and will join us later. Oh, incidentally, I understand Sam arranged their dinner to end up with a triple-headed dessert. And besides that, Sam Aldrich has asked me to say that we're going to put all the money that we've saved on tonight's dinner into war bonds. What's more, the treasurer of this church has just handed me a report to the effect that their organ has gone over the top. And I would like to extend our thanks to the good ladies of this church who dropped everything in order to make our banquet the success that it's been. I understand one lady in particular who had planned a Valentine party at her house for her nephew or someone, at the last minute commandeered all her adult guests and brought them down here to help serve, leaving the youngsters to shift for themselves as best they can. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce our genial chairman and next president, Sam Aldrich.
Ladies and gentlemen, frankly, I don't know what to say.
Well, all those parties seemed to straighten out nicely for everyone, didn't they? But if you think Mr. Aldrich's troubles are over, just you stay tuned in to find out what happened the next morning. And now let me remind you that Postum, for years the favorite mealtime drink in millions of American homes, is made for your convenience in two forms. Instant Postum, which you make instantly in the cup, and Postum cereal, which you make in pot, percolator, or drip maker. Both forms make the same delicious, distinctive drink. So no matter which form of Postum you choose, you'll enjoy a mealtime cup that's a real treat.
Good breakfast, Alice.
Thank you, Sam.
Father, will you have another donut?
No, thank you.
Go ahead, have one.
Henry, I have already had 3.
Oh. You know, Mother, I think that was a very good idea you had about lunch.
What idea was that?
To make a little custard to pour over the donuts.
Incidentally, Alice, I won't be here for dinner.
Listen again next week to the Aldrich family, same time, same station, for another sparkling half hour with your favorite youngster, his family, and his pals. The Aldrich family, starring Ezra Stone, is written by Clifford Goldsmith. Original music is composed and conducted by Jack Miller. This is Harry Von Zell saying, you will enjoy fragrant, flavorful Postum. And remember, Postum contains no stimulants. It cannot make you nervous. Good night.
The Harold Peary Show. And now, Harold Peary as Honest Harold, the homemaker. Well, here we are back in Melrose Springs, home of that popular radio entertainer, Honest Harold the Homemaker. There's a new topic of conversation in his little household, for Harold's young cousin Raymond has fallen head over heels in love. The object of Raymond's affection is Gloria O'Day, switchboard operator at the local radio station. Right now, we find Harold and his mother at the breakfast table discussing love's young dream over their oatmeal.
Well, Mother, so little cousin Raymond is in love.
He certainly is, Harold. He and Gloria are so cute together.
Yeah. I thought reclining Raymond was too lazy to fall in love.
Well, I guess the love bug bit him.
Yeah. Must have bit him while he was lying down.
Harold.
Only kidding, Mother.
Well, being in love has changed Raymond. It's made him very ambitious. Why, he practices on his saxophone all day long.
Yes, I've heard him.
Oh, isn't it wonderful? His new orchestra is playing at the Elks Dance tonight.
Yeah, I know, Mother. I'm taking Theodora.
Oh, how nice.
Yeah. What's Raymond calling his orchestra?
Oh, he thought of a wonderful name. Cuz Raymond and his Gas House 5. -1.
Oh, my goodness.
And their slogan is, the sweetest music this side of Charlieville.
It's a pretty long slogan to paint on a drum, Mother.
Oh, isn't it wonderful, Harold? Raymond's in love with Gloria, and you're in love with Theodora.
Well...
I wonder when the love bug is going to bite me.
Mother!
Oh, only kidding, Harold.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, there's Raymond. That's his theme song for Gloria.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Raymond, come to breakfast.
Okay, Harold. The object of my affections can change
Good morning, Raymond.
Good morning, Gloria.
Gloria? Raymond, remember me? I'm your cousin Harold.
Oh, hello, Cousin Harold.
Good morning, Raymond.
Good morning, Gloria.
Wake up, Raymond, and sit down.
Sit down? All right.
Raymond, get off of my lap. Your chair's over there.
Oh, excuse me.
Well, I'll go scramble your eggs, Raymond.
You better poach him, Mother. He's scrambled enough now.
Oh, gee. Isn't love wonderful, Cousin Harold?
Well, yes.
I see Gloria everywhere. Right now, I see her face before me.
That's your oatmeal. Eat, Raymond.
All right.
Well, my boy, I know how you feel. Young, in love.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you're pretty excited, Raymond, about your orchestra playing at the dance tonight.
Yeah, and she'll be there. When I'm up there holding my saxophone, I'll really be holding Gloria.
Oh? Sounds like you'll have your hands full, my boy.
You know, Harold, I stayed awake all last night writing a poem to Gloria. You want to hear it?
A poem? Well, all right.
Gloria, Gloria, I adore you.
Oop.
I want to see you more and more, yeah. I'd even follow you to Peoria.
I think I'm going out the door, yeah. See you later, Raymond. Well, little old cuz is really in love. Gloria, I adore ya. Brother, is that corny? Kids are wonderful.
Station KHJP. Mr. Peabody, I'll connect you.
Oh, there's Gloria. I wonder if she's in a daze like Raymond. Good morning, Gloria.
Good morning, Raymond.
Yeah, she is. Gloria, I'm Harold Hemp, remember?
Who?
Harold Hemp.
Oh, he isn't in right now. Would you like to leave a message?
What? Oh, brother.
Oh, hello, Harold.
Oh, thank you. You and Raymond really got it bad, haven't you, Gloria?
Uh-huh.
Well, I think it's kind of cute, though. After all, it's love that makes the world go round.
Uh-huh.
Made her a little dizzy.
You know, Raymond just called.
He did?
And you know what he said? He thinks I'm beautiful.
I guess love is blind.
Well,
And I told him I could listen to him play the saxophone all day.
love must be deaf, too.
Harold, I wrote a poem to Raymond last night.
You too?
Do you want to hear it?
Oh, sure. Why not?
You can neck with Gregory Peck.
What?
I'll take Raymond.
Yep.
And you can be gay with Turham Bay. I'll take Raymond. And you can spark with Dick Widmark.
Gloria.
I'll take Raymond. And you can be pally with Rudy Valley. I'll
take Raymond, yeah.
Oh, do you know it too?
Yeah. Indubitably, yes. I get the idea.
Well, there are 12 more verses.
Yeah, no, some other time. I gotta go in now and do my radio program.
Oh.
Love poetry. That's real kid stuff.
Oh, Harold, I forgot. There's a letter here for you. Marked personal.
Letter for me? Oh, thank you. I wonder who it's from. From Theodora. Let's see. Dear Harold, I was just thinking of you, and I wrote you this little poem. Oop. Tonight will be my night of romance. I'll be waltzing with you at the Elks dance. I won't know anybody else is there, because I'll be with my fuzzy-wuzzy teddy bear.
Fuzzy-wuzzy teddy bear? Oh!
Gloria, cut that out. Oh, well, what the heck. That love bug sure gets around. Yeah. Good morning, listeners. This is Honest Harold, the homemaker. Thank you, fellas. Once again, bringing you 30 minutes of rhyme, rhythm, and recipes. Well, I'm home, everybody. Oh, hello, Raymond. How are you, my boy?
Hello, Cousin Harold.
Why, Raymond, what's the matter?
Gloria can't go to the dance with me.
What? Gloria isn't going to the dance?
Nope, her mother won't let her.
Her mother won't let her? Why not?
I don't know. Gloria wouldn't tell me. She just called up and said she couldn't go, that's all.
That's too bad, my boy. Yeah, I know tonight meant a lot to you, too, Cuz.
Yeah,
your first night with your new orchestra and everything? I know little Gloria was looking forward to it, too.
Yeah, now she won't be there.
Oh, I'm sorry, my boy.
I'll be up there playing my saxophone, but my heart won't be in it.
Oh, that's too bad. I just can't understand why Gloria's mother changed her mind, my boy. In a minute like this, there must be some misunderstanding.
I guess so. I can't figure it out.
Say, suppose I went over and talked to her. Maybe I could straighten this thing out.
Gee, would you, Cousin Harold?
Yeah. You just leave everything to me.
Oh, thanks. Oh, you're a swell guy. Gosh, I feel better already. Now I can put my heart in my saxophone again.
Well... I think I better go over there right now. Hope Gloria's mother is home. I know what she's got against Raymond. Maybe she heard him play the saxophone. Could be.
Good morning.
Mrs. O'Day?
Yes?
I'm Harold Hemp. I work at the radio station with Gloria. You probably heard my program, Honest Harold, the homemaker.
Oh, of course. I just love your singing.
Oh, thank you. Charming woman.
You're the only radio singer I can hear over my vacuum cleaner.
Yeah, thank you. Mrs. O'Day, I wonder if I could talk to you for just a minute.
Oh, of course. Come in.
Thank you. Mrs. O'Day, you closed the door.
Oh, so sorry.
Yeah.
Sit down, Mr. Hare.
Yeah, thank you. Mrs. O'Day.
I knew you were coming to see me today.
Oh, did Raymond call?
No, the stars told me.
Huh?
My horoscope said I would receive a visit from a stranger.
Horoscope?
Yes. I'm a Gemini, you know.
Oh? Well, I belong to the Moose myself.
Oh, no. Gemini is a sign in the zodiac.
A sign in the... Oh, that's very interesting. Mrs. O'Day, the reason I came over...
Mr. Hemp, when were you born?
July 25th.
I knew it. You're a Leo.
I am.
Leo the lion.
Oh?
Oop. Oh, you are just the type.
Oh?
Why, you even look like a lion.
Oh. Well, I'm wearing my hair a little long now. Wintertime, you know. Mrs. O'Day.
Yes?
I was just wondering why Gloria can't go to the dance tonight with Raymond.
Oh, well, you see, Gloria is a Capricorn.
She has? I mean, she is?
Yes. And this is a bad night for Capricorn.
Oh, yeah.
According to the astrological chart, tonight the new moon falls into the second house opposite Saturn, right across from Uranus.
Oh, sure. That's right down there by the hardware store. And, oh, Uranus.
Now, that means that Jupiter is dropping down and making an unfavorable contact with Mars, which dominates the sun and closes the orb 2 degrees.
Oh, brother.
That puts us in the lunar phase.
You said it. But Mrs. O'Day, don't you think that maybe...
Mr. Hemp?
Huh?
I have just been struck by an idea.
Oh?
Gloria can go to that dance with Raymond tonight.
She can? Oh, that's wonderful. That'll make those kids awfully happy.
The only thing we have to worry about is Jupiter.
Jupiter?
Oh, I know how we can outwit that naughty planet.
Oh?
We'll surround Gloria with harmonious influences.
Oh, great idea. What harmonious influences?
Leo and Gemini. That's you and I.
What?
Yes, if we go to the dance together, Gloria will be perfectly safe.
Oh, well, that's... But you see, I'm supposed to go...
Oh, won't Gloria and Raymond be happy? See you tonight, Leo.
Oh, brother, what am I going to tell Theodora?
Jupiter will be so angry, he'll sail right up to the moon.
I think I'll sail with him. Certainly hate to break my date with Theodora, but I'll just have to do it. I promised to help those kids. I can't let them down. Hope Theodora will understand.
Who is it?
It's Haroldy Waroldy, Theodora. Be firm, honest Harold.
Oh, hello, Harold. I was just thinking about you.
You were?
Yes. And about the wonderful time we'll have at the dance tonight.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a lovely night. The moon will be out.
So will Jupiter.
What?
Oh, nothing. Theodora.
Yes.
Theodora, there's something I've got to tell you. You see...
Oh, and have I got something to tell you?
Oh, what's that?
I had the funniest dream last night.
You did?
Yes. I dreamt you weren't going to take me to the dance tonight.
Oh, brother.
Well, wasn't that a silly dream?
Theodora.
And then I found out you were taking another woman.
Another woman?
And when I saw you with her, do you know what I did?
What?
I shot you.
See?
Now, what did you want to tell me, Harold?
I'll pick you up at 8 o'clock sharp.
In just a little while from now, Hop-Along Cassidy's riding in to pay one of his famous visits to Sag-Along Crosby, otherwise known as Bing. Lovely Peggy Lee will be joining the boys, too, on the Bing Crosby Show. Be sure to listen for Harold Peary's important announcement at the close of our show. And now, back to Honest Harold, the homemaker. Well, Honest Harold doesn't need a horoscope to tell him this is one of his unfavorable days. He has a date with 2 women for one dance, and that foreshadows nothing but trouble. It's late afternoon now, and we find Honest Harold, or Leo the Lion, nervously pacing up and down his office.
What am I going to do? If I take Gloria's mother to the dance, I'll disappoint Theodora. If I take Theodora, I'll be letting Raymond and Gloria down. Who am I going to disappoint? Theodora? Or Raymond and Gloria? Be nice taking Theodora. She's so beautiful. After the dance, I'd take her home in the moonlight. And we'd stand on the front porch, real close. I'd put my arms around her, and she'd say,
Kiss me, Harold.
Zeef. That settles it. I'm going to take Theodora. I'll call Mrs. O'Day right now and tell her that I can't possibly...
Hi there, Cousin Harold.
Oh, Harold.
Well, Gloria and Raymond, how are you two kids?
Oh, Harold, we just came in to tell you we think you're a wonderful guy.
We don't know how to thank you. You gave up your date with Theodora just for us. Well, you see...
And my mother says you're the nicest Leo she ever met.
But, kid, I'm really lucky to have a cousin like you.
And I'm lucky to have you for a friend.
Children, listen.
We know you wanted to take Theodora, but did you think of yourself? Well... No.
And when you had to make a choice, did you hesitate?
Well...
No. Here's what we think of you. Come on, Raymond. For he's a jolly good Leo. He's a jolly good Leo.
Kid.
He's a jolly good Leo. And Mother's a Gemini.
Oh, what's the use? Guess I'll have to take Gloria's mother to the dance, all right. Just my luck, I'm a jolly good Leo. Say, just thought of something. Suppose I get her a date with another jolly Leo. That would solve everything. Sure. Let me see. Who do I know that might be a Leo? I think I'll drop in here and see Pete the Marshal. He doesn't look much like a lion, but you can never tell what's inside. Well, hello, Pete.
Oh, hello, Harold.
Pete, when were you born?
How's that, boy?
Yeah. What's the date? What's the date of your birth?
Well, now, let me see. Oh, sure, I can't remember, Harold.
You mean to say you don't remember when you were born?
Well, I was pretty young at the time, you know.
Look, Pete, what I'm trying to find out is what sign were you born under?
Oh, I remember the sign I was born under.
Good. What was it?
Quiet. Hospital zone.
All right, Pete. That's enough of your so-called humor. All I want to know is what month you were born in.
Oh, you want to know my birthday?
Yeah.
Oh, sure, Harold, you don't have to buy me a birthday present.
What?
No, just come in and sing Happy Birthday, Pete. It's the thought that counts, you know.
Will you listen for a minute? I want you to help me out. Pete, I'm trying to find somebody to take a very attractive lady to the Elks dance tonight.
Oh?
But he's got to be a Leo.
How's that?
Are you a Leo?
Well, no, I'm a Pete.
You're a fathead.
No, I'm a Pete.
Yeah.
Say, I know a Leo, though.
You do? Who is he?
My cousin, Leo Hospital.
Leo. I don't care about his name. When was he born?
Oh, Harold, you don't have to get him a birthday present either.
What?
Oh, you hardly know him, boy.
Pete, will you listen?
Just sing Happy Birthday, Leo Hospital.
Oh, happy birthday yourself.
Why, thanks, Harold. And the same to you. And I'll tell Cousin Leo you were asking about it.
Oh, goodbye. That Pete. Well, maybe I'll have better luck with Doc Yancey. Wonder what sign the old horse doctor was born under. Probably Taurus the bull.
Come in.
Hello, Doc.
Oh, hello, Harold. I'll be right with you. I'm just clipping this sheep, Eloise.
Oh?
Say hello to Harold, Eloise.
Wonder how she meant that. Doc.
Just a minute, Harold. I'm going around a curve.
Oh?
There. Now, here, I'll hold the mirror for you, Eloise. How's it looking back? Thank you, Eloise.
Oh, brother. Look, Doc, I've become sort of interested in astrology. I'm trying to find out what month my friends were born in.
Oh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm a great believer in horoscopes myself.
Oh, you are? Well, Doc, what month...
Yes, sir. You know, Harold, the zodiac applies to animals as well as people.
Animals?
Sure. Now, you take my mule, Elmer. He's a typical Sagittarius. He's stubborn, balky, and doesn't say much.
No kidding.
Or take my Airedale, Torrance. You
Torrance.
can take one look at Torrance and say, now, that dog is a Libra.
Libra.
He's the intellectual type, fond of good literature.
Yeah.
Spends his evenings reading the labels on Red Heart cans.
Okay, Doc, I'll get him the Rover Boys for Christmas. Doc, when were you born?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, July 27th. I'm a Leo.
You are? Say, that's wonderful.
Well, I guess it's the best sign in the zodiac.
Yeah.
We Leo men are handsome, charming, brilliant.
Yes, I know, Doc. I'm a Leo, too.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
I never would have thought it.
Yep. Now, look, Doc, old friend, you can really help me out. You can take a very charming lady friend of mine to the dance tonight. You see, I'm sort of tied up myself.
I'd love to, Harold, but I can't. I promised to see Marie tonight.
Marie? Who's she?
A Cocker Spaniel.
Yeah.
She has a cold, and I'm going to sit up with her.
Oh, friend.
Now, she's an Aquarius, loves water sports.
Oh, you're a fine friend, Doc. Goodbye. Bear yourself. Guess I'm sunk. Might as well go over and tell Theodore I can't take her. She'll probably never speak to me again. What's that? Must be one of those new automobile horns. Oh, my goodness, it's Gloria's mother.
Hello, Mr. Leo.
Hello, Mrs. Gemini. Mrs. O'Day.
Mr. Hemp.
Yeah?
Something awful just happened.
What's that?
Well, you know, I was worried about Jupiter tonight.
Yeah?
Well, I just reread the horoscope, and I found I made a mistake.
You did?
Yes. Jupiter won't be out at all.
Oh?
He's going to spend the night in the house of Pluto.
Yeah, Pluto? Well, I guess he's in the doghouse, too.
But something worse has happened for Gemini.
Oh?
Orion will be running wild tonight.
He will? I never heard of Orion. Stranger in town?
Orion is a constellation.
Oh?
When Orion is out, I have to stay in.
Oh, well, that's logical.
So, you and Gloria and Raymond will have to go without me. I do hope you won't mind.
Mind? No, I wouldn't want to get you into trouble with Orion.
Oh, thank you. Well, I'd better hurry home now.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Mr. Hare.
Goodbye. Boo. Faith and I thank you, Orion. Be jabbers, it looks like I'll see Venus tonight. Say, they got this Elks Hall fixed up real nice, haven't they, Theodora?
Yes, it looks beautiful.
So do you.
Why, thank you, sir.
That's wonderful perfume you're wearing.
I'm glad you like it. It's called Night in the Jungle.
Oh, well, here comes Leo the lion.
Harold. Hello, Theodora.
Hello, Gloria.
Oh, I'm so happy. Look at Raymond on the bandstand.
Yeah.
Doesn't he look handsome in his tuxedo?
Yeah, used to be mine.
Hello, Raymond.
Hi, Gloria.
Oh, Harold, Mother said she's sorry she couldn't come just because that old Orion showed up tonight.
Orion?
Her brother-in-law flew in on the Constellation.
What?
Yeah, from Ireland. See you later, Gloria. Wow. Oh, Raymond's going to make an announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, our first number will be a waltz dedicated to Harold and Theodora.
Well, little cuz. Our favorite. Wonderful one.
That sounds nice. So romantic.
Yeah, what a wonderful evening this is going to be. A night in the jungle.
Yes.
Just think, I'll have every dance with you. Well,
Hello, Harold, Theodora.
Doc.
Howdy, boy.
Oh, my goodness. Pete, too.
Hello, boy.
Yes, your two old friends decided to come down and help you out, Harold.
But, fellas, I don't need any help.
Is this the charming lady you wanted us to dance with?
Hey, Harold, she's a doozy.
Fellas, listen.
May I have this waltz, Miss Theodora?
Well, if Harold doesn't mind.
But, and Pete, you can have the next one.
But, Doc, what about me?
You just have to wait your turn, Harold. Remember, I'm a Leo. Wow. Come on, Miss Theodora. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2.
Harold.
Yes, Pete?
Want to dance this one with me, boy?
What? Oh, what the heck. Okay, Pete, but I'll lead.
And now, a special message from the star of our show, Harold Peary.
Thank you, Bob. Remember, folks, last week I asked you to send in Christmas gifts for the wounded GIs from Korea who were hospitalized at Travis Air Base near San Francisco, California? I want to thank all of you wonderful people for your overwhelming response. The gifts have been rolling in, but there are a lot of boys up there, so keep them rolling. Send your gifts to me, Harold Peary, Post Office Box 150, Los Angeles 53, California. Post Office Box 150, Los Angeles 53, California. I'll deliver your presents personally when I fly up to Travis Air Base December the 23rd to play Santa Claus for the boys. I'm taking along a company of entertainers from Hollywood, and I've just been informed that the San Francisco Examiner has arranged for some additional entertainers to augment our show. Please, folks, if you haven't already done so, go right out now and send your gift. Enclose a card with your name and address so the fellows will be able to say thank you. Now, here's the address once more. Mail your gift to Harold Peary, Post Office Box 150, Los Angeles 53. And remember, this is your chance to give a Merry Christmas to those boys who have given so much for us. Thank you, and good night.
You have just heard the Harold Peary Show, Honest Harold. The supporting players tonight included Jane Morgan, Eddie Firestone, Isabel Randolph, Maury Alden, and Parley Bayer, and featured Gloria Holliday as Gloria and Joseph Kearns as Old Doc Yak Yak. Norman McDonald directed, and the music was composed and conducted by Jack Meakin. Honest Harold, created by Harold Peary, was written by Gene Stone and Jack Robinson.
They did a pretty good job tonight.
Fine job.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle presents the Mel Blanc Show. Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Earl Ross, Dee Benaderet, Leora Thatcher, Zookie, and Victor Miller and his orchestra. You've heard Mel Blanc as the happy postman.
Hello, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
You've heard him as the famous train caller.
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
You've heard him as the lovable character Zookie.
Well, in the fix-it shop, I'm the president. I'm the vice president. I'm the treasurer. I sweep out the place.
You've heard him as the famous Warner Brothers cartoon character Bugs Bunny.
What's up, guys?
Now hear him as the star in his own show.
Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it.
Say, folks, does your vacuum cleaner Vic when it should vac? Does your clock tock when it should tick? Well, why not bring them to Mel Blanc, who can make anything work, except his Uncle Rupert. We find Mel on the phone.
Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it. Recharge your storage battery? Oh, the battery in your hothouse for the plants. Oh, I won't forget. I'm making a note of it right now. Put amps in plants. Goodbye.
Say, nephew, I hope you haven't forgotten we're all going to the county fair tomorrow.
Gosh, no, Uncle Rupert.
Why, Zookie here is starting to dress up for it already.
Zookie, where did you get that high, stiff collar? It's 8 inches high if it's an inch.
Yes, my lad. It can't possibly be comfortable.
Oh, it's comfortable, all right. You see, it doesn't bother me a bit. But every time I hiccup, my head disappears.
Oh, for the love of heaven.
Look, Uncle, here comes Betty. Take Zookie in the back of the shop and get that thing off his neck,
Yes,
huh?
come on, Zookie, come on.
Hello, Betty.
Oh, Mel, I'm so excited about the county fair tomorrow, aren't you?
Yeah. Gee, I hope we have as much fun as we did last year. Hey, remember the Tunnel of Love?
Uh-huh.
Betty, this time let's get seats together.
Silly. But, Mel, tomorrow I think I may have a surprise for you.
Surprise?
Yes, what would you say if I won the cake baking contest at the fair?
Well, honey, I'd say, gosh.
Oh, I'm sure I can win. I'm using Mother's prize-winning recipe. I want to show you what a good cook I am. You know, I think sometimes girls pay too much attention to their looks. After all, men prefer girls who can cook, too.
Oh, I don't know. I've heard fellas say, boy, has she got a shape. But I never heard them say, boy, has she got recipes.
Well, just the same, Mr. Blanc. You will be getting a good cook when we're married. If we're ever married.
Oh, gosh, honey, I want us to get married soon. Go ahead, you just name the day.
Now, we have named the day 4 times already.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Now if we could only decide on the year.
Oh, honestly, darling, you should become more serious about your business. Now, remember, now be businesslike.
All right. Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it. Who? Oh, the Y. Oh, it's the Y, honey. Hello? Yeah? Do I know how to get to the Y? Sure. I was there last week with a friend, and we had a swim and a rub-down together. Hey, wait. Look. Hey, please, I only meant...
What's the matter, darling?
It's the YWCA.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll be right over. Thank you. Goodbye.
What a businessman. What they want?
Oh, they want me to fix an oven. I'll go over and land all their fix-it business. Just for you.
That's the way I like to hear you talk.
I'll go down there and really sell myself. They won't be able to say no to me about anything.
Remember, darling, it's the YWCA.
Huh? Oh, well, almost anything.
Now, ladies of the cooking class, that will be all for now. You've baked some lovely cakes today. And remember, the one I think is best is going to represent the YWCA at the county fair tomorrow. Well, come back later, girls, and I'll announce the winner.
I beg your pardon, ma'am.
Goodness, a man!
Thank you. I'm Mel Blanc.
What can I do for you, young man? I'm Stanhope, the cooking teacher.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Stanhope?
Miss Stanhope.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're sorry.
Well, if you'll show me the oven, I'll get right to work. I told the secretary I'd start right in.
This is odd. Very odd.
Oh, I do a lot of odd jobs.
I must take this up with the membership committee. Well, there's your stove right there.
Thanks.
And you'll find all the ingredients for baking a cake.
Me? Bake a cake?
Please, you were late to start with, so get to your pots and pans. But, young man, the secretary sent you here, didn't she?
Yeah, but...
Well, very well, then, start baking. I'll be back later to see how it turns out. Extremely odd. Unheard of.
Hey, just a minute, Gosh, what does she want me to do? Bake a cake to prove I can fix an oven? What a silly way to run a place. Boy, am I glad I joined the YMCA. What do I know about cooking? Well, here goes. For you, Betty. Gosh, I'm following the recipe on this box, but I'm not getting anywhere. It says break 6 eggs, beat till stiff. That's silly. Some people get stiff quicker than others. Now add a level teaspoon of vanilla. Whoever heard of a level teaspoon? The stuff would roll off. Now, before putting in cake, stand near open window and cool off. Cool off? I don't even feel warm. Oh, this is silly. This batter won't even stick together. Hey, wait a minute. Nobody's going to eat this cake. I know what'll make it stand up. Yes, sir, I'll mix in a little putty.
Ladies, come here to Mr. Blank's stove. This marble cake is a work of art. Why, it looks just as though it was modeled out of clay. However did you do it?
Oh, I just stuck a few things together. Now do I get the job?
You certainly do.
Swell.
Even though it's a bitter blow to all of us girls, a man is going to represent the YWCA at the county fair. You and your beautiful cake.
Oh, thanks. Betty'll be... What?
Yes, that's right.
Oh, but you can't. You don't know what I put into it.
Now, your recipe is your own precious secret.
Oh, this is silly. I don't know how to cook.
No false modesty, Mr. Blanc.
But I tell you...
Not a word now. I'll see you at the fair.
Oh, gosh. I hate to think what'll happen if Betty hears about this. I started out to be a serious, dignified businessman. And now I'm a male Prudence penny. A penny that feels just like 2 cents.
Well, when it comes to getting into trouble, Mel takes the cake. In this case, the beautiful cake he made with the aid of a little putty. We find Uncle Rupert trying to understand just what happened to Mel.
Let me get this straight, Melvin. Your cake is going to represent the YWCA at the fair?
But I tell you, Uncle Rupert, I was an innocent dupe.
Dupe? That's a strange pronunciation.
Oh, I tried to explain to Miss Stanhope, but she wouldn't listen.
You should have made her listen, my lad. You could have done it. You've got something on the ball.
Yeah, I've got something on the ball. A great big number 8.
Ah, look. Here comes Mrs. Longnecker down the street. My beloved Clara.
So what?
So everything, my lad. Don't you know she's the honorary judge at the cake contest tomorrow?
She is?
I'll just explain this culinary comedy of errors, and she'll make sure your name isn't even mentioned. You know, I can mold Clara like putty in my hand.
What's the matter? What's the matter? Putty, don't ever mention that word.
Ah, Clara, my dear, it's good to see you. You're as radiant as...
Rupert, you're getting fat.
Huh? I think I carry my weight rather well, my dear.
You don't carry it, you drag it.
How are you feeling today, Mrs. Longnecker?
Oh, I'm so weary, Melvin. I spent the whole day trying to find a suitable safe deposit box for my money. And would you believe it, in this whole town, there was only one that would do.
Well, that's good.
But I can't use it.
Why not?
There's a family living in it now.
Oh.
Oh, money, money, money. My millions cause me nothing but misery.
I'd be glad to share your misery, my dear.
Please, Rupert, none of your nincompoopity.
Nincompoopity.
Well, excuse me, Mrs. Longnecker. I've got something to do. Oh, Uncle, don't forget to ask, you-know-what.
What? What, Rupert?
Well, my dear, tomorrow at the fair, when you're judging the cakes, if you happen to come across one with Melvin's name on it...
Melvin baked a cake?
Well, it's a long story, but would you...
Would I? Oh, you want me to see that Melvin's cake wins. You want me to open my big, generous heart and say yes.
On the contrary, my dear, I want you to open your big, generous mouth and say no. What I meant was...
You're positively insulting. Good day.
Hey, how'd you make out, Uncle Rupert? Is she going to do anything about my cake?
I'm afraid not, nephew.
Oh, but you
Well, for all you know, Betty might be glad to know that you're a good cook.
Oh, I'm a good cook, all right. A wonderful cook. I'm the only one in the world who can bake a cake and cook his own goose at the same time. Betty, what would happen, well, just suppose, for instance, a man won the cake contest today.
A man? Oh, don't be ridiculous, darling. No man would enter a cake contest at the fair.
Oh, he wouldn't, huh?
What's the matter with you, darling? You seem so nervous.
Look, honey, I know I make a lot of mistakes, but I keep trying to improve myself because I love you.
I know.
Oh, Melvin, may I see you a moment?
Oh, pardon me, Betty. I'll see what Uncle Rupert wants.
Nephew, your worries are over. Your old uncle is going to take care of that confounded cake.
Oh, look, it's almost time for the contest. Do anything.
Have you seen Zookie around?
No, but there's Dr. Crab, the dog doctor. Maybe he has. I'll see you later.
Dr. Crab, that dried-up dog doctor. Oh, well. Oh, Christopher, have you seen Zookie?
Zookie? No, Rupert, I haven't.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing's the matter with me. Just got a catch in my throat. Could I have a pan of water?
Christopher, you're even getting to sound like a dog.
Oh, thank you, Rupert. No, I don't feel so good today. Would you see if my nose is cold?
Oh, you're okay. Surprising that you managed to tear yourself away from those dogs.
Yeah, I love my dogs. Man's best friend. You know, sometimes it takes me hours just to give them dinner.
What do? Feed them one by one?
Yep. To each his bone. Well, sometimes...
Look, Christopher, I'm in a hurry. I've got to find Zookie.
You know, they're judging the livestock here today. My cow could have been the best cow in the show, but there was a blot on her record.
Your cow had a blot on her record?
Yeah. Those milk people once fired her for being discontented.
Please, go away.
All right, Rupert. But remember, a cow has the kind of shape that gives us many laughs. Her thighs are bad, her ankles worse. But she sure has pretty calves. Bye.
Zookie, I thought I'd never find you.
Yeah, I'm sure glad you did. I was lost.
Now listen carefully. Nell is in trouble. One of us has to sneak into that tent where the cakes are.
Yeah.
One of us has to eat up Nell's cake, every last crumb of it.
Yeah.
One of us has to take the chance of being caught and thrown out.
No.
But Zookie, it's for Mel.
Oh. Why didn't you say so? There's some marble cake. Very tasty. I think I just swallowed one of the marbles. This just hits the spot. I wish it didn't hit so hard.
Vicky!
Huh? Oh, Mrs. Longnecker.
What are you doing? Don't tell me you're eating Melvin's cake.
Okay. I won't tell you.
Put that cake down.
I am as fast as I can.
Oh, do you know what you've done? That was the YWCA entry in the contest. I'm going to take you to the fair officials at once. I'm going to take you there if I have to carry you.
Well, I'm all through. Gosh. I'll have to be carried.
It'll just be a minute now, dear, before Mrs. Longnecker announces the winner.
Yeah.
Oh, darling, I've got a hunch I'm going to win. Mel, aren't you glad I'm a good cook? After we're married, you'll be well fed.
Yeah. My dad used to say, just get married, son, and you'll soon get fed up.
What?
Oh, I didn't mean... Oh, there's Mrs. Longnecker now.
Ladies and gentlemen, there were 2 cakes tied for first place in the contest. One made by Betty Colby.
Darling, my cake.
The other representing the YWCA.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately, the YWCA cake was destroyed completely.
Hooray!
Mr. Blanc, please. But just because that cake was destroyed, it made up my mind. A young man passing by could not resist it. He ate every last crumb of it. Yes, that's what this boy Zuki did.
Zuki, oh.
Obviously, a lovable American boy is a better judge of cake than I am, and so I award the Domestic Science Cup to Mel Blanc.
Mel! Mel, what does this mean?
I've got to go.
Where are you going, Mel?
I think I smell my fudge burning.
Mel Blanc, come out from under that counter.
Oh, I was just looking for Zuki.
Well, you won't find him there.
Oh, but you don't understand. I'm worried about him. Anything might have happened to him, Betty.
Why don't you worry about what happened to me? I was never so embarrassed.
Oh, I know, honey. Gosh, I'm sorry.
That catty Muriel Graves wanted to know if I still loved you, even with your dishpan hands.
Oh.
Mr. Thurston, president of your lodge, stopped me and...
Yeah, I know. He's going to transfer me to the ladies' auxiliary.
Well, here's the cup you won, with your own little hand. Well, go on, read the inscription.
Well, okay. Oh, no.
Go on, read it. Go on.
To the kitchen queen, who's sure to make some man an ideal wife.
And I have to be engaged to Miss Kitchen Queen of 1946.
Oh, gee.
And you were going down to the YWCA to get their business.
I got the business. Well, won't you let me explain? I went to the YWCA to fix an oven, but Miss Stanhope made me bake a cake. The only reason my cake looked like anything at all is because I put putty in it to make it stand up.
You... Oh, now, putty. Oh, darling.
Well, it's no laughing matter. Zuki ate it. For all I know, the poor kid may be in the hospital right now.
Oh, no wonder you were so worried about Zuki.
Hey, did somebody call me?
Oh, Zuki, are you all right?
Hey, maybe we ought to call a doctor, huh?
Oh, yeah, Zuki, how do you feel?
Oh, I feel fine. I feel great. I was singing all the way home.
Singing?
Yeah, it's the cement mixer, putty putty.
We'll be back in a minute for a Zukiism. What's a Zukiism? Well, wait and see.
Well, Zuki, we had quite a mix-up at the fair today. I'd like to feel you profited by it.
Yes, my lad. It should have taught you what people should do to stay out of trouble. What should they do?
Well, to stay out of trouble, huh? Yeah. Well, people should look before they people should mind their P's and Q's. People should let them eat cake.
This is Bob Easton reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at the same time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo if you want naturally bright and beautiful hair. For Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Halo lets hair sparkle with natural brilliance. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather to quickly carry away loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
The Mel Blanc Show was written by David Victor and Herb Little Jr. It was produced and directed by Joe Ryan.
Breakfast is ready, Pop.
Oh, thanks, Ricky. I bet I know what we're going to have, too. Orange juice, boiled eggs, toast, and coffee.
We forgot something very important.
For breakfast?
Well, we're not going to eat it, but it's on the table and we can't eat without it.
Oh, you're so right. Not only that, the solid silver with beauty that lives forever is International Sterling.
The solid silver with beauty that lives forever is International Sterling. From Hollywood, International Silver Company, creators of International Sterling, presents The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, starring America's favorite young couple, Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard. As we look in at the Nelson household at 1847 Rogers Road, it's just a little past breakfast time. David and Ricky are outside somewhere, and Ozzie and Harriet are just finishing their coffee.
More coffee, dear?
No, thanks.
You didn't finish your eggs, did you?
No, I had plenty, thanks. How come you fried them this morning?
Oh, I don't know, dear. It's just that you've had boiled eggs every morning for so long, I thought I'd give you a little change and fry them. You didn't like them, did you?
Oh, I ate them, most of them.
Yes, but you didn't like them, I could tell. You didn't smile.
Well, I never smile when I'm eating eggs. That is, unless it's a wide egg sandwich.
I'm sorry. I thought you might like them a little different for a change.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with them. It's just that you sort of get used to a certain breakfast. I just figure why change something just for the sake of changing.
Suppose that's a masculine attitude. Personally, I kind of like to do things differently once in a while. Get a fresh outlook. Maybe I'm just in a reckless mood today. I've even been thinking of having my hair cut. How do you think I'd look with one of the new short haircuts?
Well, I wouldn't want you to get a crew cut.
Don't be silly, dear. You know I never get a crew cut in the winter. It's much too cold. I'm surprised you haven't noticed, though. No, practically all the girls are wearing shorter hairdos lately.
Women are sure hard to figure out. Men like women with long hair and short skirts, and look what happens.
It's reverse psychology, dear. Women do the opposite to get the things they want. Look at the attention women have had in the past 2 years.
I suppose so.
And you don't want me to get my hair cut.
Well, I don't care. After all, it's your head.
Funny thing, I noticed that when I was brushing my teeth this morning.
You asked me for my opinion. I told you. I like your hair the way it is. If you want to get it cut, for goodness sakes, go ahead. It's your head. Oh, I said that.
You know, it's funny how men get set in their ways. Seems to be a masculine trait to resist any sort of a change. You're used to boiled eggs, fried won't do. You're used to seeing my hair long, so you don't want me to get it cut.
Well, it isn't a question of men being set in their ways. At least I'm not. I like my eggs boiled. I've liked them boiled for years. Just because I like the same things year after year doesn't mean I'm set in my ways.
What does it mean?
Oh, it means I'm in a rut. I just like certain things. Fact of the matter is, I don't care how you fix my eggs, and I don't care how you wear your hair. Have it cut short, fry it, boil it, poach it.
It's nothing to get excited about.
I'm getting excited. You said I was set in my ways because I like boiled eggs, and it isn't true. To show you, tomorrow you can fix my eggs any way you want to. Fry them, scramble them, or poach them. It won't make a bit of difference because I won't eat them.
Hi, Oz.
Oh, hiya, Thorny.
Oh, careful, Oz. Don't lean on the wet paint.
Huh? Oh, I painted your fence. I thought you just painted it last spring.
It's Catherine's idea. It was green before to match the lawn. Now she wants it white. Expects to have a lot of snow this winter.
Women get some great ideas, don't they?
Yeah, you never know what they're going to think of next.
So changeable. One day it's one thing, the next day it's something else. They're never satisfied to leave things as they are.
That's feminine nature, I suppose.
Let me ask you one thing, Thorny. How do you like your eggs cooked?
Sunny side up. Are we going to eat here in the yard?
Now, I happen to be a guy who likes boiled eggs in the morning. All of a sudden, out of a clear sky, I get fried eggs this morning.
Well, I hope you didn't take a thing like that sitting down on it. If I were you, I'd object plenty. Run an ad in the paper. I will not be responsible for any eggs fried by my wife.
Not only the eggs, it's a whole big silly thing. What would you say, Thorny, if your wife walked up right now and said she wanted to have her hair cut? Would you object?
Well, I certainly would. I'd put my foot down. I'd tell her positively not.
That's right, Thorny, because you like her hair the way it is, nice and long.
Well, not necessarily long, Oz. I just wanted to have hair. She had it cut yesterday.
Just because I like Harriet's hair the way it is and my eggs boiled, right away I'm set in my ways. You've known me for years, Thorny. Am I set in my ways? Am I a stick in the mud, a fuddy-duddy, narrow-minded? The answer is no.
Oz, if you ask me a question, let me answer.
You feel that you're set in your ways, Thorny?
Not necessarily.
Of course not, but women don't see it that way. Just because a guy enjoys boiled eggs in the morning, they want to change him, switch to fried eggs. Does that make any sense? No.
There you go answering it.
This is Wednesday. We go bowling tonight. We bowl every Wednesday night. Does that mean that we're...
No.
That we're set in our ways?
Beat you that time.
I'm on my way down to the drugstore to get some ice cream, vanilla and chocolate. I always get vanilla and chocolate simply because I like vanilla and chocolate. Doesn't mean I'm set in my ways.
I'll walk you down, Oz. I think the new Esquire magazine is in.
Oh, thanks. See, there you are. You always walk me down on Wednesday. It just happens that Esquire magazine usually comes in on a Wednesday. Doesn't mean that you're set in your ways. As a matter of fact, you don't even have to buy Esquire. You could buy the Ladies' Home Journal if you wanted to.
Well, sure, if I was a lady.
I mean, if you really wanted to, you could buy the Ladies' Home Journal instead of Esquire. You could do it because you aren't set in your ways.
But I like Esquire, huh?
Yeah, but you could buy the Ladies' Home Journal, though, Thorny. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Oz, I don't think I'll walk you down to the drugstore today.
Why not?
I have a feeling I'd come home with the Ladies' Home Journal.
Hello? Hello, Harriet. It's Mother.
Oh, hello, Mother. How's your cold?
Oh, I'm nearly back to normal, dear. The doctor gave me a shot of a wonderful serum yesterday. Fixed me up overnight.
Oh, that's fine.
Of course, I still cough a little and sneeze a little, squeeze a little.
I thought you were all fixed up.
Well, the hives are gone.
Hives?
The hives from the first shot.
Oh. You had 2 shots?
Yes. One was for my cold, but my system had a negative reaction and I broke out in hives. So he gave me the second shot for the hives.
What did he do for your cold?
Well, I'm going over to see him in a few minutes. Of course, he's working under a handicap. He's sick of the cold himself. How are Ozzie and the boys?
Oh, fine, thanks.
Oh, I almost forgot, Harriet. Now, listen to this. On the way downtown this morning, I saw the most beautiful beige rug in the Emporium window. Just perfect for your living room.
I'm way ahead of you, Mother.
You've seen it?
Mm-hmm, yesterday. In fact, I'm having it delivered tonight while Ozzie's at the bowling alley.
You're going to surprise him?
In a way, yes. You know how men resist any changes around the house. I figure if he walks in and there it is in familiar surroundings, he's much more apt to like it.
Oh, just like your father. I remember I wanted new kitchen linoleum once, so I had the man put it down. Had it all waxed before your father came home.
Did he like it?
I think he would have if he hadn't broken his arm when he walked in. But I think you're doing a smart thing, dear.
I hope so. I figure it's worth trying anyway.
Let me know how it works out.
Okay, Mother. Goodbye.
Oh, hello, Emmy Lou.
I have to stop you, Mr. Nelson. Be sure and go down to the Bijou this week. They have a picture there that's simply terrific.
Oh, really?
Oh, it's so good. It's a return engagement of a re-release of a remake by special request of the manager.
What's the name of it?
Tyrone Power.
That's a good name for a picture.
Oh, it's such a wonderful movie, Mr. Nelson. Somebody ought to make a book out of it. It's about a man who's completely irresponsible. Oh, I just adore irresponsible men. And the woman in the picture, she was irresponsible, too.
An irresponsible woman?
What carefree lovers they were. They
Well, that's very interesting, Emmy, but I've got to get down to the drugstore.
Oh, he was so romantic, so unpredictable. Toward the end of the picture, he held the girl in his arms, and everyone in the theater thought they'd get married. But they didn't. He didn't even kiss her.
Maybe he ran out of matches.
You should have seen him. He wouldn't work. He was undependable. He was fickle. He had bad habits. He beat her. He was irresponsible. He didn't earn a living. He borrowed money from her. He told lies. He cheated. He gambled. Gee, he was cute.
You mean to say that women really think that kind of a man is more attractive?
Of course they do. What fun is a man who does exactly the same thing every day? What fun is it when you know exactly when your husband is coming home?
Oh, say, that reminds me. I'm late now.
It takes all the joy out of life to have a dull, stodgy, conservative husband. Women like thrills, excitement. They like a man who's impetuous, gay, devil-may-care.
Watch your language, Emmy Lou.
They like a wild life with an exciting man. A man who does fantastically imaginative, unpredictable things. I imagine you were that way when you were young, weren't you, Mr. Nelson?
What do you mean when I was young, Emmy Lou? I'm not so dependable. I'm not set in my ways. Nobody knows what I'm going to do next. Let me show you something. Yeah, wait till I pull up my trouser legs. Look at those garters. One green, one rubber band.
How exciting! Well, I don't want to keep you. Where'd you say you were going?
Down to the drugstore and get the ice cream for dinner.
Oh, yes, a pint of chocolate and a pint of vanilla.
No. There's where you're wrong. I'm getting a quart of Tutti Frutti.
Oh, Mr. Nelson, you're so unpredictable.
Could it be possible that from now on there'll be a new Ozzie? A fascinating, unpredictable Ozzie who will always go for the new and different? Well, that I want to see. Yep, that I want to see. Almost as much as I want you people to see International Sterling's beautiful Joan of Arc pattern. Joan of Arc was discontinued during the war, but now it's back again, back at your request. A sort of command performance. And what a stunning thing it is. Just look how beautifully the shell ornament is carved. See how graceful are the lines from tip to bowl. Every detail of Joan of Arc is finished to perfection, back as well as front. It's the solid silver you dreamed of. A perfect example of why, when it comes to a choice of sterling patterns, so many women select International Sterling. If you haven't yet chosen your family silver, visit your International Sterling dealer tomorrow. See Joan of Arc and find out about the easy payment terms. You'll never be so proud of your table as the day you set it with International Sterling's magnificent and widely acclaimed pattern, Joan of Arc. Something very mysterious has happened to that solid, dependable citizen, Ozzie Nelson. For 8 years now, on Wednesday night, Ozzie would walk into Miller's drugstore, go over to the soda fountain, and buy 2 pints of ice cream, 1 chocolate and 1 vanilla. But tonight, the routine has been broken. Ozzie's set pattern of living has come unstitched. Instead of 2 pints, 1 chocolate, and 1 vanilla, he stepped up to the counter and said, "Give me a quart of Tutti Frutti." What frivolity! What irresponsibility! But if you think that was unpredictable, listen to what he did as he was leaving the store. Instead of walking to the door, looking over his left shoulder and saying, "Goodbye, George," as he's done for the past 8 years, Ozzie walked to the door, looked over his right shoulder, and said, "So long, Charlie."
Mom, how come Pop hasn't come home yet?
I don't know, David. He should have gotten back from the drugstore at 5:30. It's almost 5:45.
Maybe he had an accident. Oh, Pop wouldn't have an accident on his bowling night.
That's right. He only has accidents when spring cleaning comes around.
Have you told Pop about the rug yet, Mom?
No, and don't you either. I want to surprise him. A man's coming tonight to put the rug down while your father's bowling. So let's not say anything about it and spoil a surprise, huh?
Okay, you better tell Ricky, though. He's such a blabber, Mom.
Oh, yeah?
Hey, I think that's Pop now. I hear a car out front.
Oh, no, it couldn't be, Daddy. He didn't take the car today.
Maybe he bought a new one.
Hi there, everybody.
Hello, dear.
Hi, Pop.
What was the car out in front? Thorny bring you home?
No. You know how irresponsible I am, Harriet. On an impulse of the moment, I took a cab home.
Clear from downtown?
No, from the drugstore down at the corner.
You called a cab just to drive up the hill?
Yeah, wasn't that a silly thing to do? I don't know why I do those things. I'm just so unpredictable.
Better give me that ice cream. I predict it'll be dripping on the floor.
Ice cream? Oh, yes, the package here. Here, take this, David. I'm so irresponsible lately.
Hey, Pop, what kind of ice cream is this?
Oh, that's Tutti Frutti, David.
What's Tutti Frutti?
It's ice cream with little pieces of fruity and chunks of tutti all mixed.
How come you didn't get chocolate and vanilla, Pop?
I thought Tutti Frutti would be nice for a change.
Gee, I don't know if I'm going to like Tutti Frutti.
Well, you'd better like it, Ricky. If you don't eat your Tutti Frutti ice cream, you won't get any dessert. No, that doesn't sound right. Harriet, if the boys don't eat their dessert, what don't they get?
They don't get any carrots.
Don't get your carrots. Put the ice cream in the refrigerator, will you, Dave? I think I'll sit down on the floor and read the paper.
The floor? What's wrong with a chair?
Oh, I always sit in a chair to read. I'll try the floor for a change. You want the back section of the paper, dear?
Well, Ozzie, that isn't the Evening Bugle.
No, I didn't get the Bugle.
But you always get the Evening Bugle.
Well, I didn't this time. I got the Morning Trombone.
I think it's called Tribune, dear.
Tribune, trombone, what's the difference? Both musical instruments. Let's see what's in the paper.
Are you comfortable, dear?
Of course I'm comfortable. Why shouldn't I be comfortable?
Well, aren't you going to take off your overcoat?
Well, why? Is there any law that says a man has to take off his overcoat? I just feel like wearing my overcoat.
What happened? Did you forget to put on your pants?
I just feel like wearing my overcoat.
Ozzie, what's the matter with you?
Nothing, dear. Can I help it if I'm irresponsible, unpredictable?
Who said you were?
Well, I really am. Nobody knows what I'll do next.
Well, I do. You'll wash your hands for dinner. It'll be ready in a few minutes.
What time are we having dinner tonight?
Same time we have it every night, 6 o'clock.
Let's have it at 9 instead.
Well, if you think you can hold off until 9 o'clock.
No, not 9 o'clock. 9 minutes after 6. You want to start living on a precise schedule, doing the same things day in and day out? Let's be a little different.
It's all right with me, dear.
In fact, when I wash my hands, you know what I'm going to do?
I can't imagine.
I'm going to dry them on hers.
Hey, Mom, when is the man coming over the rug? Shh, not so loud, Ricky. Do you want to spoil the surprise?
Well, Daddy always leaves for the bowling alley promptly at 8 o'clock, so I told the man to get here a little after 8.
Harriet!
In here!
Harriet, have you seen my banjo anyplace?
Banjo? I didn't know you had one.
Oh, yes. I thought I'd get it out and play a few tunes. You know, something a little different.
Well, you don't have time. Have you forgotten tonight is your bowling night? Oh, my goodness, it's 8 o'clock. You'd better hurry, dear. I put your shoes and the bowling ball right by the front door. You don't even have to go upstairs.
You don't understand, Harriet. I'm not going bowling tonight.
But you have to. The man is... that is...
What man?
That man that lives next door. Yes, that's it, Thorny. You wouldn't want to disappoint Thorny, your old pal.
Yeah, that would be a dirty trick, wouldn't it? Well, if you insist... Harriet, stop pushing me.
I wasn't pushing you, dear. I was just patting you on the back because it's so good of you not to disappoint a friend.
It's the first time I've ever been patted on the back with 2 hands and a knee. It's like you're awful anxious to get me out of the house.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. David, get your father's hat.
Here it is, Mama. I got it right here. Here, Papa, I'll help you on with your coat.
I don't think I'll wear a coat. I know it's cold out, but I'm so unpredictable.
Well, you better carry it on your arm. Now, hurry, dear. You don't want to keep the other man waiting.
Good night, Pop.
Good night, dear.
Whole family is getting unpredictable.
What happened, Oz? You didn't stop by for me.
Oh, I was just on my way over, Thorny. So we're a few minutes late. Who cares? You know, it's the funny thing. Harriet... Something the matter?
That man over there, I think he's looking for an address or something.
Pardon me, gentlemen. Could you tell me... Say, aren't you Thornberry?
Well, yes, but
Don't you remember me? Mulligan. I was the other end man at the Elks Minstrel Show.
Oh, of course. How are you? Glad to see you. This is Mr. Nelson.
Oh, glad to know you.
Well, I remember you, Mulligan. Didn't you do the ringmaster in the big circus number, too?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, sure, you were the head of the show.
Oh, go away now. 'Twarn't nothing at all.
Say, what are you doing over in this neck of the woods?
Well, I came over here to deliver a rug. Some woman had to have it put down tonight. Her husband's a bonehead that don't like to have things changed around.
What's the address on it?
1847 Rogers Road. Name's Nelson. You know them, Mr. Nelson?
yes, that's my house.
Oh, you're the... Oh, now, no offense at what I said, Mrs. Nelson. I didn't know you were the bonehead.
No wonder Harriet was so anxious to get me out of the house.
She pulled a fast one, huh?
That's what she thinks, Thorny. But I just thought of a terrific gag we could pull. Mr. Mulligan, would you care to join us?
Thanks, I'd be glad to. Better make mine a short one, though, during working hours.
No. No, I mean in the gag. Now listen here, you've all heard the expression, snug as a bug in a rug. Well, you and Mulligan carry the rug.
Put the lamp in the dining room, David. I want the floor in here as clear as possible.
What do I do with this footstool, Mom?
You better put that in the dining room, too.
Gee, the dining room's starting to look like the living room. Or the attic. Come on, Slowpoke. I'm not going to do all the work.
Now cut it out, you guys. I'll send you both to bed. Just a minute.
Mrs. Nelson?
Oh, yes, good evening. Would you just bring the rug in here, please? Well, Thorny, what are you doing?
Oh, I met Mulligan outside, and I just thought I'd give him a hand. You know, these rugs are pretty heavy.
I'm sorry about making you deliver it tonight, Mr. Mulligan.
Oh, that's all right. I wasn't doing anything in particular. Just eating dinner. Careful with that end, Mr. Thornberry.
What makes the rug so lumpy?
Oh, that. Well, you take... when they put... What does make the rug so lumpy, Mr. Thornberry?
Well, it is probably just the underpad. They sometimes get bunched up when the rug is rolled.
Yeah, sure. That happens all the time. Now, if you'll just step to one side, Mrs. Nelson, we'll unroll the rug for you.
No, don't unroll it. Just stand it there in the corner.
Stand in the corner? But I don't remember which end of the head. I mean, the up end.
If Ozzie doesn't like it, Mr. Mulligan will just have to come back tomorrow and roll it up again. Just throw it in the corner until I find out how Ozzie likes it.
Believe me, Harriet, he's going to like it a lot better unrolled.
Oh, but Thorny, he's such an unpredictable person. He might not even want a new rug.
Oh, let him unroll it, Mom. Please, Mom, we want to see it.
Well, okay, unroll it.
Hurry up, Mulligan. Let's go.
Wait a minute. I got to make me speech. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the wonder of the age. You are about to witness the only time in history a man, old sober, mind you, has been rolled in his own living room. He-ho!
Surprise, everybody.
Where's Ozzie?
Water.
Ozzie was rolled up in the rug.
Oh, clear water.
Oh, how clever.
Surprise.
Oh, Ozzie, how unpredictable. Woo! Ozzie. Are you mad at me for buying the rug?
No, dear. Go to sleep.
How do you like it?
Like what?
The new rug.
Well, it's a little tight through the shoulders. Kind of warm and scratchy, but it's a nice rug to be rolled up in.
Do you like the color?
Oh, black is all right.
Beige.
Looked black where I was.
Tell me truthfully, dear, do you like the rug?
Yes, I really do. I've never been smothered by a nicer one.
I was a little worried after the way you talked at breakfast. Men always seem to resist changes of any kind around the house.
I guess that's the way nature works it out. Women are fundamentally insecure, so they want to change everything. Men like things comfortable, familiar. Sometimes I even make believe I don't notice new things, but I do.
Oh, darling, I'm so glad you said that. I was afraid you hadn't noticed my hair.
Your hair?
Yes, I was afraid you might not like it cut short. What are you doing?
Just going to turn the light on for a minute.
I pulled out the plug. Now tell me, do you think I should get my hair cut?
Harriet, don't be silly. You think I didn't notice that you got your hair cut short?
Do you like it, dear?
Very much. Harriet.
Yes, dear?
Did you really get it cut?
No, I didn't, dear, but now that I know how much you like it, I'll have it cut first thing in the morning.
folks, if you want to see a picture of real bewilderment, just take a look at Ozzie Nelson.
I bet he looks about the same way my husband did last night when I met him at the door in my best dinner dress.
Well, didn't he know you were going to a party?
We weren't. That's why he was so bewildered. He couldn't imagine why I'd get so dressed up when nobody was coming. But I think you'll understand, Mr. Smith. Because yesterday was the day I received my set of International Sterling's wonderful Joan of Arc pattern. I couldn't treat that just like any old silverware.
Oh, indeed you couldn't. Joan of Arc is the kind of silver pattern that deserves a celebration. It's one of the most enchanting designs International Sterling has ever created. Why, you should have seen the letters that came in during the war when Joan of Arc wasn't available. You'd think women just couldn't bear to entertain without Joan of Arc.
I know. I wrote one of them.
And weren't you surprised to find out how easy it was to buy?
Amazed would be more like it. Why, chest and all, my service cost under $169. And I didn't have to pay for it all at once, either. My International Sterling dealer and I worked out a wonderfully convenient payment plan.
Yes, I hope anybody who thinks this beautiful Joan of Arc pattern is out of her reach will drop in at her International Sterling dealers. She'll soon see how easy it is to own, and how thrilling, too. Because this is the solid silver with beauty that lives forever. It's International Sterling.
I guess I'm just an old stick in the mud or a creature of habit or something. This is the kind of a breakfast I like.
Oh, that's good, dear.
No surprises or changes. My 2 medium-boiled eggs. Not too hard, not too soft. Always the same. My coffee, exactly the same flavor and consistency. Oh, you're wonderful, dear. Even the toast. Never varies. Always the same. Will you pass me the toast, David, please? Thank you.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
I loved all 4 of those sitcom episodes. Henry and Homer are a great couple of friends. The chemistry that they have is, I think, one of the best chemistries between 2 characters on any old-time radio show. Even though Norman Tokar isn't my favorite Henry Aldrich actor. Ezra Stone was the definitive Henry Aldrich. But anyway, the show really makes you think that you're back in 1943 in a typical suburban American household. I know the Harold Peary show got knocked back in the day for copying the great Gildersleeve, and it didn't last beyond 1 season because of that. But I really like it, and this episode is one of the better ones in my opinion. Next up, we have the Penny Singleton show, and the episode Old Tar from 1950. Now, this was her first radio show after the 12 years that she spent playing the title role in the Blondie radio show and films. And it also stars Gail Gordon and Jim Backus as 2 suitors of Singleton's character, Penny Williamson. She plays a widow, a war widow, trying to raise her young tomboy daughter, Sue, and her teen daughter, D.G. After that, we have the great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Peary, and the famous episode of Gildy Goes on a Diet. If you haven't heard that, you're going to love this episode. This is probably one of the very best great Gildersleeve episodes ever, from 1942. This is a good opportunity to compare it with the earlier Harold Peary show and see if you can spot the similarities or even the outright rip-offs. Gildersleeve is one of the first radio spin-off shows, the character originating on Fibber McGee and Molly. The housekeeper Bertie is played by Lillian Randolph, Lorene Tuttle as Marjorie, Walter Tetley as Leroy, Earl Ross as Judge Hooker, and Richard LeGrand as Peavy. Next, we have the lesser-known sitcom The Sad Sack, starring Herb Vigran in the title role and Jim Backus as his roommate Chester. Based on the comic strip, Sad Sack returns home in the radio show, and he tries to adjust to civilian life. This episode is the Liberty Bell Party, where Sad Sack is convinced to run for mayor for the Liberty Bell Party, political party. After that is Meet Mr. McNutley, starring Ray Milland as English teacher Ray McNutley at the Lynn Haven College for Women. In the beginning of the show, for the first couple episodes, his character was written as kind of an absent-minded professor. But after that, they discarded that idea, and he was written as a really good guy who has a big heart for his students and his coworkers. The show ran concurrently with the TV show of the same name and starred the same actors, including Gordon Jones and Phyllis Avery. This episode is the anniversary present from April 8th, 1954. So sit back and enjoy these episodes, and I will be back in a little bit to discuss.
The Penny Singleton Show. On stage tonight from Hollywood, The Penny Singleton Show.
Hello, Kathy, you're listening.
Penny in our story is Mrs. Penny Williamson, Navy widow and mother of two daughters, 13-year-old D.G. and 8-year-old Sue. In addition to running a home and raising a family, Penny sells real estate. It's morning at the Williamson house, and Penny is already at the breakfast table as D.G. enters.
Morning, Mother. Morning, Gigi. Isn't Sue dressed? Margaret has breakfast almost ready. Well, Sue came downstairs before I did. Maybe she went out to feed her rabbits. Mother, isn't there anything we can do about getting all of our animals outdoors? Last night her turtle climbed out of the bowl again and got lost somewhere in our room. Haven't you found it? No, and I'm afraid to put on a shoe without looking into it. Gee, I wish we were rich enough to have a big house with a bedroom all to myself. Sharing a room with Sue's like sharing a room with Frank Buck. Oh, she'll get over the fish and animal stage someday. Mother, have you ever considered looking beyond Judge Grundle or Mr. Wiggins and maybe marrying a millionaire? There aren't many millionaires floating around these days. Well, every once in a while I read about somebody making a Cinderella marriage. I don't think I'm the glass slipper type. And another thing, Dee, I wish you wouldn't pick up the town's attitude toward me, the judge, and my business partner. Well, they're always in there pitching to become our fathers. I know, but I can't help it if they take advantage of my friendship. See, Sylvie. Where's Sue? I think she's outside. Dee, would you
I'll call her. Oh, I see her through the window. She's talking to somebody. Here's the youngest.
I give up, Margaret. You can let go of my ear now.
Now, I'll get the egg.
Morning, Mother. Good morning, Sue. And hello again, Drought. Mother, don't let her call me that. Well, I don't even know what a drought is. Combination droop and drip. Mother. Eat your Wheaties, Sue. And don't call your sister what was that word? Drought. Mother. Anyway, don't call her that again. Now I wish we could have two houses. One for me and one for her. Gigi, darling, beloved sister, pass the milk, please. Mother, I'm being sweet. Do I have to kiss you to get the milk? Now stop it, you two. How much salary does a judge get, Mother? Oh, Gigi, stop trying to marry me off. I've enough on my hands with you and your sister. Gigi Grundle. Gigi's the stepdaughter of Judge Grundle, you know. Hey, that doesn't sound so bad. Look, when you're old enough, you can get married and change your name to anything you want. Allow me the same consideration. Sue Wiggins. Sue Wiggins of the Cabbage Patch. And I'm not marrying Horace Wiggins either.
Here's the egg.
Thank you, Margaret. Now eat your eggs, girls, and let's stop all this talk about marriage.
Oh, last night I dreamt I got married.
Oh, you did, Margaret? Who'd you marry?
Richard Widmark.
Richard Widmark, but he's so mean.
Oh, he can push me down a flight of stairs anytime he wants to. I'll see who it is.
Sue, you go upstairs right after breakfast and look for your turtle. Gigi told me he was lost again. All right. And when I think of him crawling around someplace up there, maybe when I'm looking for him, I'll find my lizard. He's lost in our bedroom, too. A lizard, too? Mother, now you know why I'm aging so fast. Well, I'm going to be an absolute hag at 15.
Telegram for you, Mrs. Williamson.
Thank you, Margaret.
Well, maybe the messenger boy wants it back.
Who's it from, Mother? Just a second here. It's odd.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Duncan.
If it's private news, Mother, watch it. Here comes Mrs. D. Well? Oh, good morning, Penny dear. How do you do, D.G.? Hello, Mrs. Duncan. Oh, Penny, I just saw the messenger boy leave. Uh-oh. Well, bad news? The telegram. You know, your telegram. Is it from your sister? What happened to her? Sciatica? Oh, hold it, Ida. It's not from my sister. Oh, well, of course, it's none of my business. And I certainly don't mean to pry. Seems curious or snoopy or...
Aren't you going to tell me? Your dearest friend?
I can't figure out who it's from. It's signed the Old Tar.
Who? The Old Tar? Well, what does it say? Maybe that'll give us a clue.
No, Ida. It just says, see you soon.
Oh!
Oh, now, really, Ida.
Well, it's all right. It's all right. If it's something you want to keep from me, well, keep it from me. That's the way things are. Is it?
That's not the way things are. But if you choose to think so, there's nothing I can say.
Well, it's all right. I'll be running along.
Goodbye, Ida.
You weren't keeping anything from us?
No, darling. Look at the telegram yourself. See you soon, signed the Old Tar. The Old Tar. I've heard someone called that. Like a nickname, but I just don't remember.
Miss Williamson, was that telegram something important or serious?
No, Margaret. Why?
Well, Mrs. Duncan ran around to the kitchen and asked me if I knew what it was about.
Well, Ida's still trying. Matter of fact, so am I. The Old Tar. Good morning, Mr. Wiggins.
Oh, good morning, Penny.
Mr. Wiggins, have you ever heard of the Old Tar?
Yes, it's something I feel like kicking out of Judge Grundle when he gets that moon-eyed look over you.
You're no help at all. All morning I've been trying to think.
Oh, so have I. I've been trying to think about you and me. Pretty you and plain old me.
Mr. Wiggins, this morning at breakfast, D.G. entertained me with Cinderella. Maybe at lunch I won't mind Beauty and the Beast.
Let's leave Grundle out of it. Does my being a little older than you make it hard for you to see me as a husband and a father for D.G. and Sue?
Age has nothing to do with it. I enjoy the company of mature men, as long as they behave like mature men.
Well, let's not get too keen about mature men. After all, Judge Grundle is older than I am.
He's a year older.
Yes, well, I'm cuter.
Wiggins. Thank heavens, anything to change the subject. Williamson and...
Oh, Mrs. Williamson.
Margaret.
Have you ever seen a dream walking?
Well...
I did. He just walked in here to see you.
What are you talking about?
Something wrong at home, Penny?
You know your telegram this morning?
I know the telegram. Nothing's wrong, Mr. Wiggins, I don't think.
It's Admiral Paul Foster, the children's godfather.
The Old Tar.
What? Who? Huh?
Margaret, I'll be right home. This is wonderful. I'll be right there.
Oh, Penny, what's wonderful? Hey, where are you going?
Home. Oh, where's my hat?
Hey, you're as excited as a kid at Christmas. What happened?
Here's my hat. Call you later.
Telegram. Did Margaret tell her? Better call Ida Duncan about this.
Hello. Ida Duncan speaking.
Ida, this is Horace Wiggins. Ida, did anything happen that...
It certainly did. The most terrible thing happened.
What was it?
I left the water running in the kitchen sink and it flooded all over the floor.
Oh, what's so terrible about that?
Well, you'll see. This morning, Penny got a telegram from the Old Tar, and she pretended she didn't even know who sent it.
Go on.
Well, it worried me all morning. About 15 minutes ago, I was washing the dishes when I saw a car pull up in front of Penny's, and I ran to the window. I left the water running in the sink.
Ida, get out of the sink and get back in the car.
Well, the most distinguished man got out and went into Penny's house. Oh, Horace, he was utterly divine looking. Oh, he was a mature-looking man, but... Oh, my. And I think he's something in the Navy. He had lots of gold braid on the uniform. He looked like Acio Pinza.
Acio Pinza? In uniform? This is terrible.
Oh, no, the terrible part was when I got back to my kitchen.
Oh, it's bad enough as it is. Now, don't exaggerate, Ida.
I'm not exaggerating. The water had run over the top of the sink. It was all over the floor, and I think I'm going to have to try a new linoleum. And that's terrible.
Oh, no.
What'd you say, Harry? I didn't hear you. What'd you say? Maybe the line went dead.
No, Ida. I did.
The Old Tar. Why, Paul Foster. To think I'd forgotten calling my husband Skipper that one night. And I turned around, and there you were.
Oh, I really can't blame you for forgetting. That was 8 or 9 years ago.
And now you're an admiral. My goodness. When did that happen?
During my tour of duty in the Mediterranean. Penny, darling, you haven't changed a bit.
Thank you. And, Paul, I think those extra gold stripes on your sleeve and that silver in your hair make you handsomer than ever.
Careful, Penny. All this goes to my head.
Anyway, Paul, welcome to Middleton.
Oh, thank you, darling. I wanted to see you and the children, and I also want to draw up a new will and, well, add some things that I've already planned to leave my godchildren.
Oh, Paul, you've done so much already.
Why not? I haven't a chigger child of my own and make me very happy to do it for them. Now, where are my godchildren?
Well, one of them's digging worms, and the other's at her girlfriend's. Margaret's gone to get them.
What are you doing home, Mother? I was right in the middle of digging worms when... Oh!
Sue, this is Admiral Foster. He's your godfather.
Well, well, the last time I saw you, Sue, you were just a baby. And the cutest baby I ever saw.
That's no way to greet Admiral Foster.
Do I salute him or kiss him?
Both might be nice.
Mother, what's the matter? Lois and I were giving each other compliments, and Margaret came and... Oh, death! My hair is half in curlers.
D.G., do you remember him?
Hi, D.G.
Golly, Captain Foster.
And now Admiral.
Well, you're my godfather. I just barely remember.
You're doing well. You were only 5 then.
And at 5, I certainly didn't appreciate him.
By the way, D.G., I brought something for you and Sue.
Oh, boy.
Let's see. Which is which? Oh, yeah. This is yours, Sue. I hope you like it.
Oh, thanks.
And, D.G., this is for you. Do you like music?
Do I like music? Tell him, Mother.
A book about animals. Oh, Admiral, anchors away.
You're welcome, Sue.
Oh, I'm so excited. Mother, look. Look, Sue. South Pacific Records, a whole album, piano.
How nice.
Oh, gee, thanks, Admiral.
You're quite welcome, D.G.
Mother, may I play one, please? Just one, please.
Of course. You did very well, Paul.
Come on,
Two fine, well-mannered girls, Penny.
Well, they're probably putting it on for your benefit, Paul. If you were around here a while.
Well, I wish I could be, but I'm driving through to San Diego to take over a new job in the Pacific.
Not even time out for a day or two, will
No, Penny, I'm sorry. And that reminds me, driving into Middleton, I was stopped by a motorcycle officer, and we both discovered my driver's license had expired. Do you think we could take care of that as well as the will at the city hall or the courthouse?
Excuse me, Mrs. Williamson.
Yes, Margaret.
About lunch. H-O-T or C-O-L-D?
Let me take you and the girls to lunch, Penny.
That would be nice.
I'll get it.
Now, Paul, about Dee and Sue.
I really want to do it, Penny, and there's no better time than now.
Then I'll phone Judge Grundle. He can help you, I know.
All right. Oh, Mr. Wiggins.
Margaret, I don't want to interrupt Mrs. Williamson, but if she's coming back to the office, I can...
No. She's going out to lunch with Admiral Foster.
Admiral?
Uh-huh.
What's that music? Oh, no. Margaret, does he look like Ezio Pinza?
Yes, he is kind of pingy.
What an enchanted day this has turned out to be.
Are you coming in?
No, I'm not. I'm going down and see Judge Grundle. Maybe between the two of us we can wash that man right out of her hair.
And now for Act 2 of the Penny Singleton Show. It's a little later, and we find Penny upstairs in her room getting dressed for her luncheon with Admiral Foster. D.G. is just coming in.
Mother?
Yes, dear, all dressed?
Yes, but look at my hair. One half has a wave and the other side just hangs there.
Wear a hat. After lunch, we're going down to the courthouse. I tried to get Judge Grundle, but he was in court. His secretary said she'd handle things.
I'm all ready, Mother.
Fine, dear.
Well, while I'm waiting, I'm going to play another one of those South Pacific records. Mother?
Yes, dear. White gloves. Now, where are my white gloves?
Would you mind if I join the Navy when I'm a few years older?
Oh, you like the Admiral, don't you?
Aw, cut it out, Mother.
Well, I can't think of a nicer man for you to have a crush on.
Mrs. Williamson.
Yes, Margaret. Sue, go on downstairs and tell your godfather I'll be right down.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Margaret. What?
Well, with the fleet in, it slipped my mind. He didn't want to stay. He just turned and left.
Sue.
Mr. Wiggins.
Mr. Wiggins? What did he want?
I don't know. but he looked more uncomfortable than a Marine at a tea party.
The court will recess until 1:30.
Hey, Judge Grundle.
Wiggins.
Hurry.
Huh? What's the matter? Oh, I thought you'd never get finished. Well, Wiggins, what's on your mind, if any?
Judge, I realize that we aren't exactly friends, true. And when it comes to Penny Williamson, we're considerably less than friends. So true. You've heard of Ezio Pinza, haven't you?
Of course I have. Nearest thing to Ezio Pinza in this town happens to be, in all modesty, me.
You think I'm kidding about this, don't you? You don't believe it? Well, just go ahead. Call Penny. Find out for yourself.
Oh, I think this is silly, but I'll call.
I'll tell you something serious is going on.
Oh, Wiggins, this is Middleton, not the island of Bali High. Now, relax. Hello? This is... Ooh.
What is it, Judge?
Hello?
Well, what's the matter? You look awful.
Bali High is calling. Oh, I'm sorry, I have the wrong number, Mary. I mean, Miss Martin.
Is that you, Judge Grundle?
No, you've got the wrong number.
No, I haven't. You have. Is that you, Judge? Hello?
Never mind.
What happened?
Well, I heard music. Now, wait a minute. Did you see this Admiral Pinza?
No, but Ida Duncan did.
Ida Duncan? What in the name of Blackstone am I getting riled up about? Everything I know is based on something she says. She's notoriously unreliable. Oh, this is ridiculous.
Well, I just...
You come in here all wild-eyed, make up my time, and I've got a dozen things to do during recess. If you'll excuse me, I've got to check these messages on my desk.
Well, my time's valuable, too, but you'll see. Go on, sucker.
Wait. Come back.
All right. What's wrong now?
You were right, Horace. I call you Horace because, well, it looks like there's nothing to stop us from being friends now, buddy.
What?
This message from Miss Hodge, my secretary. Mrs. Williamson called about the Admiral. I'm getting the license for him.
License?
Says here, Mrs. Williamson wants you to handle the legal part of their affair. Admiral Foster and Mrs. Williamson will be in before court resumes this afternoon. Miss Hodge.
Marriage license.
Obviously, she wants me to marry them.
Well, I guess we will be friends. Bessemer.
Gosh, I like eating in a restaurant, Admiral.
I'm glad.
And all the extra plates and things they put on the table. Just like they didn't care who had to wash the dishes.
I still wish I could figure out what was the matter with Mr. Regan.
He's your real estate partner?
Yes, and Judge Grundle is also a good friend of ours. I know that was the judge on the phone, and something was wrong with him, too.
They're in love with Mother.
Oh, Fiji.
Judge Grundle gave me a hard toad last week. I named him Ronald Reagan. That was before I met you, of course, Admiral.
Oh, you named him after me.
Don't worry, Paul. You'll get it. There's bound to be an Admiral Paul Foster around the house soon, even though you're away.
Oh, Penny, it's good to see you and the children so well and happy. And it's nice you can depend on your two friends, like the judge and your partner, Wiggins.
I'm glad it shows. Now, hurry, girls, with your dessert, and let's get to the courthouse before Judge Grundle's afternoon session starts.
Who can show just cause why these parties should not be legally joined in home?
Oh, no, cut it out, Betsy.
If it gets you, what do you think it does to me? I'll be marrying her to someone else. Let's see if I remember the rest of it.
Oh, no.
Let him speak now or hereafter hold his speech.
Oh, Penny, no!
That's right, you can't, Penny. Oh, Horace, I'm trying to rehearse. Do you, Admiral, take this woman? I can't do it. I feel like Walter Pigeon marrying Greer Garson after Humphrey Bogart. So, come in.
Hello, Judge. Mr. Wiggins.
Annie.
Hi, Miss
Oh, hello, Sue. Hello, D.G.
Now, I'd like you both to meet Admiral Paul Foster. Paul, these are my very good friends, Judge Grundle and Mr. Wiggins.
Glad to know you.
Judge, Mr. Wiggins.
Please, let's get this over with. You have the license, I presume?
No, and I'm in rather a hurry for that. I appreciate your kindness, Judge.
Judge, that license. I talked to your secretary. And
Oh,
she
then
knows.
she's attended to it, so we may as well proceed. Is little Sue the flower girl?
No, I'm an animal girl.
Wait a minute, everybody.
Must we stretch this moment of misery any further?
Huh?
Take her hand, Admiral.
I'm glad to, but I don't know what this is.
Custom.
I can't walk.
You'd better come back here. I think you're the best man. I can't go through this without a rehearsal anyway. Let's start again. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here.
I think I've seen this in a movie someplace.
Seen it, I've been through it.
We are gathered here this day to unite this man and this woman.
Judge, I'm a bachelor, and when I get through making out my will, am I still going to be a bachelor?
Please. We are gathered here this day to make out a will.
At last.
Judge, hold everything.
I think we almost had a father there.
A will? What will?
Admiral Foster is Daisy and Sue's godfather. He wants to name them in his will. We thought you'd help us draw up the papers, Judge Grundle.
Yeah, but, what about that license?
Driver's license. Did you two really think we were getting married?
Oh, well, we were confused about something. Yeah. I'm glad to know you, Admiral Foster.
Explain that dearly beloved speech.
Well, Penny, it was a joke. Yes, it was a joke, that was. Well, we weren't really upset, were we, Wiggins? No.
This time, Admiral, when I was talking to Margaret, said you look like ACO Pinsa. Imagine you looking like ACO.
Why, Paul, there is a strong resemblance. You do.
Yeah, I would imagine that.
Yeah, well, wait a minute, Judge. Huh? Penny thinks he does, too.
Come to think of it, Paul, I don't know how you stayed a bachelor.
Judge, bachelor. Still a bachelor. Yeah.
Wait a minute, are you two starting to build this up again?
Oh, no. Believe me, it's farthest thing from my mind. None of this would have happened if Wiggins hadn't interrupted me in court during the State versus H.C.O. Pinsa. I mean...
No, wait, don't blame it. Don't blame it all on me. You're a great judge. You don't even know the difference between a marriage license and a driver's license.
Gentlemen, I thought you were Penny's closest friend.
We are. Penny, you know I've always been devoted to you.
Really?
Now, Penny, what has H.L. Pinsa got that I haven't got?
Mary Martin. Come on, Paul, Daisy, and Sue. We'll go over to the mayor's office. We'll get everything done there.
Penny!
Mother, we better hurry before Mrs. Duncan shows up here with the rice.
Penny Singleton Show featured Gail Gordon, Jim Backus, Steve Benaderet, Silas Selby, Mary Lee Robb, and Sheila James. Admiral Paul Foster was played by John Miljan. The music was composed and conducted by Von Dexter. The Penny Singleton Show, written and produced by Robert Soderbergh and directed by Max Hutto, stars Penny Singleton.
Good night. Keep well.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Each week at this time from Hollywood, California, Kraft presents Harold Peary as the Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, times like these call for real thrift. Yes, we must save money to buy defense bonds, to help in any way we can. But we must be careful to economize wisely, especially when we economize on food, because the health and well-being that comes from nourishing food are vitally important, too. That's why delicious Parky margarine, the modern margarine made by Kraft, is a good thing to know about these days. First, Parky is so good tasting your family will want to spread it thick on toast, hot rolls, and bread. And Parky margarine is an economical source of food values important to a balanced diet. Parky is a wholesome, nourishing food, one of the best sources of food energy there is. What's more, serving your family Parky margarine is a dependable way to give them vitamin A, because every pound of Parky contains 9,000 units of this important vitamin. So why not start serving Parky margarine tomorrow? It's perfectly delicious for table use and for baking and pan frying, too. Yes, you can economize wisely without sacrificing nourishment or flavor if you use Parky, spelled P-A-R-K-A-Y. And now let's visit our friend, the great Gildersleeve.
Here you are, Mr. Gildersleeve. I cut you an extra large portion of roast on account of you must be extra hungry.
Well, why should I be extra hungry, Bertie?
Because you didn't touch your soup or your salad. I know you. You saving up your appetite for the serious victuals, the meat and the potatoes.
Yes, serious, the meat and potatoes. Well, to tell the truth, Bertie, I don't think I'll have any.
You didn't fill up on hot dogs while you was out now, did you?
Why, what a question. As if I would.
Oh, you didn't, did you, Uncle Mort?
Marjorie, do I look like a man who stuffed himself with a lot of sandwiches and soft drinks between meals?
Well, Uncle Mort...
Leroy, I was asking your sister Marjorie.
Well... I can tell soon enough. If you eat your dinner properly, then the suspicions I is positive of now will prove to be completely erroneous, to my total surprise and everlasting amazement.
Now, Bertie, you're a wonderful cook. You've got a right to be proud of your work, but did it ever occur to you that there might be some other reason why I'm not eating my dinner?
Such as, for instance, what?
Well, it's like this. Yes, I've got it. Funny how I almost forgot.
Funny how you just remembered. What is it, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, I suppose I should have told you about this before, but I've gone on a diet.
A diet?
A diet, for heaven's sake.
It was kind of sudden, wasn't it, Unc?
Yes. No. It was one of my New Year resolutions.
But this is the first you've mentioned it, Uncle Mort. New Year's was on Thursday.
Oh, was it? Oh, yes, of course it was. It always comes on Thursday, doesn't it? Oh, no, that's Thanksgiving. Well, I've been thinking it over ever since I made this resolution, and I think I'll try it out for, say, a day or so.
Oh, you should try it out longer than that, Uncle Throckmorton. But suppose he gets hungry? Well, of course he'll get hungry. That's the purpose of a diet. Not this one. You see, the real reason...
Leroy, remember the old Chinese saying, small boy who talk big seldom get invited to basketball games second time.
Excuse me for standing here with this here plate of food in my hand, but is you on this diet or is you isn't?
I is, Bertie. I mean, I am. I'm sorry. It's a delicious-looking dinner, but...
Well, you better take it away, Bertie. We must do all we can to help Uncle Mort keep his resolution.
Yes, but I wish I knew more about this diet business ahead of time. It wouldn't have been necessary to practically ruin a perfectly lovely cow.
Oh, I think it's just grand of you to go on this diet, Uncle. And I'm going to do everything I can to help you stay on it.
Oh, well, isn't that nice of you?
Now, if you can't eat, at least you can smoke.
Smoke? By George, you're right.
You haven't even started that box of cigars I got you for Christmas.
Oh, yes, them. Where are you going, Marjorie?
Bring you those cigars.
Oh, my goodness, Leroy. I received some horrible Christmas cigars in my day, but these are a new low. It's the first time I've seen cigars made out of cigar coupons.
Oh, gee, if you don't smoke them, she'll feel bad.
If I do, I'll feel a lot worse. I'm telling you, Leroy, a single whiff from one of those punk perfectos, and back already, my dear.
Here they are, Uncle Mort. Oh, I just can't wait to see your eyes light up when you light up one of these cigars. It looks like you got a glow, Unc.
Well, to tell the truth, Margie, my dear, I also made a New Year's resolution to curtail my smoking.
Oh, well, in that case, you can cut these in two.
What?
That way they'll last twice as long.
Oh, I better save them, Marjorie. I think I'll give up smoking altogether for the time being.
That was a smart move, Uncle Mort.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, I'll just hide the box so you won't be tempted to take any.
Oh, you needn't do that, my dear. I feel sure that they're strong enough to keep me at a safe distance. I'm strong enough to keep them at a safe distance. Saved by the bell.
Oh, Bertie's busy in the kitchen. I'll get it.
Yeah.
Gee, Uncle, aren't you getting pretty deep with those New Year's resolutions?
Well, Leroy, you talk as if I were insincere.
Oh, are you?
Young man, that's neither here nor there.
Well, look who's here. Judge Hooker.
That old buffalo.
See, I hope I haven't come butting into the middle of your dinner, Gildersleeve.
Oh, no. In fact, Uncle Mort isn't having any dinner.
You aren't, Gildy? What's the matter? Sick?
No, I'm not sick.
He's going on a diet, Judge. Isn't that wonderful?
I'd say it is. Why, do you realize that with Gildersleeve here on a diet, this country won't have to worry about a food shortage?
Yeah. Very funny. I'll bet you put on ladies' hats at parties, too.
And not only that, Unc's given up smoking.
Yeah.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Don't you know, old man, that if you don't smoke, you're bound to eat more, and if you go on a diet, you'll naturally smoke a lot? You just can't do both of them at once.
Hey, I hadn't thought of that.
Oh, the ordinary person might not be able to, but Uncle Mort is really a man of iron.
Who, me?
Yes, you're just a little rusty, that's all.
Oh, go on. Gildy couldn't keep a resolution like that any longer than Hitler can keep a promise.
Is that so? Don't judge everybody by the way you judge yourself, Judge. Why, if I wanted to, I could stay on a vegetable diet and keep away from tobacco for a whole week. Yes, and lose 10 pounds, too.
Gildy, it's a good thing for you I'm on the Superior Court bench. Otherwise, I'd make some money betting you couldn't.
Oh, hiding behind your legal gown, eh? Well, it's lucky for you you're not betting.
Why, how much would you put up?
Any amount of money.
$50?
$100. Too bad you're afraid to bet, Judge.
Who's afraid? I'll take you up.
Yeah, but you can't do that. How would it look if anyone found out that a Superior Court judge was gambling?
But this isn't gambling, Gildy.
It's not?
No, this is a sure thing.
That's what you think, Judge. But here's what I'm going to take you to the cleaners.
And it's a bet, huh?
Yes, sir.
No meats, no sweets and cigars, and 10 pounds off in a week. Is that right?
Right. Shake.
Shake.
Well, this is going to be the easiest $100 I've ever picked up. Don't you think so, Leroy? Don't you think so, Marjorie? Oh, my goodness, I should have gotten odds on this bet. Good morning, Leroy. Good morning, Marjorie. Good morning, Bertie Lee Coggins. Better fix a great big breakfast for me.
What'd you just say, Mr. Gildersleeve?
A lovely day, isn't it? I've got an enormous appetite this morning. You better bring me 3 or 4 scrambled eggs and some bacon. Oh, no. I'm in more of a ham mood this morning.
Whoa there, Mr. Gildersleeve. Haven't you forgotten something?
Oh, yes, of course, some waffles.
No, Uncle Mort. You've forgotten all about your diet.
What? Oh, yes. Well, I've changed my mind about that.
But you can't, Unc. You bet Judge Hooker $100 you'd lose 10 pounds inside a week.
Oh, yes, so I did.
Well, I fixed a real non-fattening breakfast for you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Non-fattening you have? What is it?
A nice big glass of hot water and lemon juice.
Ew. What a sour way to start the day. How did I ever get into this?
Well, don't you remember, Uncle?
Quiet, Leroy. Never mind breakfast, Bertie. I'm going to drive downtown and get to work.
But I intend using the car this morning, Uncle Mort.
You? What am I supposed to do, walk?
Well, of course. The exercise is going to help you lose that 10 pounds.
It's exercise, but I can't walk all the way downtown, especially on an empty stomach.
Oh, yes, you can, Mr. Gildersleeve. You just keep your coat buttoned and nobody'll notice it. That walk down here sure made me hungry. Miss? Miss?
Good morning. Do you wish for some breakfast?
Yes, I want a lot of breakfast. I want half a grapefruit, a baked apple, a breakfast steak, not too small, and some potatoes.
What kind? Hash brown, French fried, or mashed?
Yes.
Yes, which?
Yes, all 3. I want some cooked cereal, hot cakes, a pair of eggs, sunny side up, toast and coffee. You got it?
Yes, sir. On the number 2 breakfast?
Yes, on the number 2 breakfast.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but all that doesn't come down on the number 2 breakfast.
Yeah.
You could have it on the number 6 breakfast, except it comes cheap a la carte.
A la carte. Well, all right, let me have it any way I can get it, just so it's quick. And, miss.
Yes?
Bring me a glass of hot water and lemon juice. Put it down right here in front of me so I can sneer at it.
Yes, sir. Some people.
Well, I hope she hurries. My stomach feels like an Arizona rain barrel in July.
I'm telling you, for the last time, Irwin, not another dollar until... Hello. What are you doing here, Gildersleeve?
What? Hello, Judge Hooker. Well, I never expected to see you here.
I'll bet you didn't. What are you doing here?
Well, I just dropped in for, let me see. Oh, yes, for a glass of hot water and lemon juice.
Well, Gildersleeve, I want you to meet my brother-in-law, Irwin Pidge.
Who?
Irwin, this is Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
The pleasure's all mine.
Yes, indeed. Well, don't let me detain you. I'll see you soon, Judge.
What are you so nervous about, Gildy, old pal?
Who, me? Oh, I'm not nervous. Not a bit. Oh,
yes, you are. Otherwise, why are you putting salt on your finger?
What? Oh, I thought it was celery.
Oh, you're a case, Gildy. Isn't he, Irwin?
Yeah, he acts as if he's got a guilty conscience. You catch on? Guilty conscience. It is what is known as a play on words.
Yes. We know, Irwin. Say, you are acting rather suspicious, Throckmorton.
Who, me?
Yes, you. You're not trying to cover up something like going off that diet and losing the bet, are you?
Why, Judge Hooker, how can you think of a thing like that?
Excuse me, mister. How do you have it? Rare, medium, or well done?
Bring me the lemon juice and water. Well done, please.
Oh, but I didn't mean the lemon juice and water. I meant the...
Oh, yes, the toast. Well, I'll have mine rare, yes. Now run along, girl, and tell the chef. Hurry, hurry, hurry.
Gildersleeve, this looks mighty fishy.
Now, Judge.
I'd like to stick around a while and see just what you have ordered.
And now, Judge.
However, I'd be late for court, so I have to leave.
Now, Judge?
Yeah. Bye, Gildersleeve.
Goodbye, Hooker.
Come on, Irwin. Yeah. Oh, say, there's an idea.
Oh, me?
Yes, you. I got a job for you, Irwin. Stick around with Gildersleeve here for the next few days.
Now, wait a minute. What's the big idea?
I want Irwin here to see that you stick to the terms of our bet.
But, Judge, don't you trust me?
Well...
Then why waste Irwin's valuable time?
Oh, he hasn't anything else to do, have you, Irwin?
Not until a baseball season starts anyways.
Oh, are you a player?
Nah, but I'm a sort of celebrity in my own right.
Oh.
Hey, did you ever go out to the ballpark and hear the guy who sits over near third base and yells, "Throw that bum out"?
Oh, is that you?
No. I'm the guy what sits in back of him and yells down, "Shut up, you louse!"
Well, you stay around Mr. Gildersleeve for the next few days, Irwin. And remember, if he smokes or goes off his vegetable diet, that means he loses his bet.
Yes.
Okay, Judge, I'll keep my eye on him. You can rest insured.
Yes,
Bye, Gildy. Watch your step now, or that 100 smackers is mine.
Yeah, he's a great guy, that Judge. The salt of the earth. The very salt.
Yes.
Hey, what's so great about the salt of the earth anyways?
Well, sit down, Irwin. I'll try to explain.
Yeah.
Salt of the earth. You see, in ancient times...
Excuse me, please. Here you are.
Oh, no. That's not for me, lady. This is all for my friend here. All I want is this glass of hot water and lemon juice. Don't I? Pitch in, Irwin.
For me? Say, I'm going to like this job. I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve, but I still don't get it. What's so extra special about the salt of the earth?
Look, Irwin, you followed me around for 2 days, haven't you?
Yeah, 2 days and 2 nights.
And during most of that time, I've tried to explain it to you, haven't I?
Uh-huh.
And you still don't understand, do you?
Uh-uh.
Well, let's skip it. It's a mere bagatelle.
Oh, that's a good one. What's that?
Well, it's French, and it means, Irwin, wouldn't you be happier in some cozy, warm pool room?
Oh, no, I like being with you. It reminds me of the time I was a deputy sheriff.
Oh, you were a deputy sheriff.
Yeah.
The judge's influence, no doubt.
Yeah, I used it to take prisoners up to the state pen until I had my accident.
Oh, you had an accident. What happened?
Well, one of the prisoners stole my badge and had me locked up.
Yeah.
Hey, where you going now, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I'm going right here to the YMCA. Yeah? I'm thinking of taking some reducing exercises. You want to wait outside?
No, I'll come along with you.
I was afraid of that.
Oh, look, they got a pool table. Oh, maybe I can promote myself for a game, huh?
Yes, Irwin, maybe you can. You stick around here while I go into the gymnasium.
Hey, say, fellas, how about letting me join you?
All right, class, all right. All together now. A 1, a 2, a right, a left, a shut, the door. Oh, what do you want? 7, 8. Come on, speak up.
I came to see about my weight.
Down, up, straight, stoop. Why don't you join our fat men's group?
Now, see here, mister. I'm not that fat, and I didn't come here to be insulted. Goodbye.
A 1, a 2, a 3, a 4. You're going out the wrong door.
What do you mean?
Now, fast. The boys, don't dilly-dally. Why, sir, that door is in the alley.
It does? Well, splendid. Now I can dodge a pest that's been bothering me. A 1, a 2. Goodbye to you. Free at last. Now for the nearest cigar store.
Hey, Mr. Gildersleeve, hey, wait for me.
Oh, jumping jeeps, Irwin.
Say, this is just like being a deputy sheriff again.
Irwin, weren't you playing pool?
With them guys? They was playing for matches.
Yes.
Hey, now tell me, what's with the salt of the earth? What makes it better like the salt of the sea, for instance?
Excuse me, Miss March, but I fixed Mr. Gildersleeve's dinner. An imitation porterhouse steak made out of roasted peanuts and dandelion greens. You think he'll eat it?
Oh, I don't know, Bertie. What does it taste like?
Tastes like roasted peanuts and dandelion greens.
Oh, poor Uncle Mort. I think he'd break down and cry if we could slip him a pork chop when that Irwin wasn't looking.
Gee, I wish this whole business was over. Uncle Mort isn't any fun anymore. When he isn't groaning and complaining, he's mad at everybody or trying to tear the telephone book in two.
Well, I tried to get Mr. Gildersleeve to give up that diet of his, but he's stubborner than a balky mule caught in a tar pit on a hot afternoon. Why, that man, oh, there he is now. Everybody take to the Cyclone Cellar.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, Bertie. How are you, my boy? And Marjorie. You're even more beautiful than usual, my dear.
Uh-oh, something's wrong.
Yeah, huh?
Gee, Uncle, you feel all right?
Yes, maybe you'd like to rest a while, Uncle Mort.
Nonsense. I never felt better. You know what happened? That Irwin, who's been shadowing me, had to go home. He's got a stomach ache. Yeah, now maybe I can have a decent meal at last.
Well, thank goodness. I just been itching to fix you some nutriment that don't taste like sawdust.
Yeah.
Now I can throw that imitation steak and fix you a real good one.
Yeah, that's right. And some biscuits and jam. And a hunk of pie. And hurry up, Bertie.
Yes, sir, I'm going.
Yeah.
I better catch the door on the way.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, hurry up, Bertie.
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm going to get you that roast peanut and dandelion green steak right now.
Yeah, Bertie, what do you mean?
We got a visitor, and it's Judge Hooker.
Oh, no.
Oh, hello there, Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
Irwin phoned me. He was too sick to stay with you, so I came right over myself.
Why, Judge?
Because I have a sneaking suspicion that you're responsible for Irwin's stomachache.
Look out, Uncle Mort. Here comes another sled.
Yeah. We better get over to the other side of the road, Leroy. Yeah.
Gee, they got a horse to pull theirs.
Yes, I wish we had.
You getting tired, Unc?
Oh, no, I can... I can go on a while, Leroy.
Oh, boy, I think this is fun.
Yes, you would. But to tell the truth, I don't think I'm going to lose any weight this way unless I freeze it off.
What's the matter, Unc? Cold?
Not any longer, Leroy. I'm numb. I hope I'll be able to get my nose defrosted.
Wait till we get to the top of this hill, Uncle Mort. It'll be keen sliding down.
Well, I don't know if we're going to get to the top, my boy. This sled is a pretty heavy load.
Oh, no, it isn't, Unc.
Oh, yes, it is. How about us two changing places?
But why?
Well, I feel sort of funny sitting on this sled while you pull me all the way up the hill. There you are, waitress. Have you brought everything I ordered?
Yes, sir. Here it is. Cream of mushroom soup.
Good.
Lobster salad. Filet of sole.
Yes, with Marjorie sauce.
Chicken a la king.
My favorite fowl.
Baked potatoes.
Big ones, too.
Artichoke.
Artichoke.
And black bottom pie with whipped cream.
Oh, boy. Say, how about the cream corn?
Oh, right here, sir.
At last. For the first time in days, I'll really be able to give my bicuspids a romp. And am I going to make up for all those meals I've been missing? Huh? What's that? Who's there?
Uncle Mort! Uncle Mort, wake up!
What? Where am I?
You're still in bed and it's 9:30 already. Get up, Uncle Mort!
Oh, Leroy, why did you have to knock at that moment? I was just about to have a dream of a dinner.
What's the big box for, Uncle Mort?
Oh, that's a steam cabinet, Marjorie.
What you gonna steam, Unc?
Me. I'm going to lose that 10 pounds if I have to poach myself parboiled.
Well, I'd be careful if I were you, Uncle.
Oh, it's so simple Leroy could operate it.
Gee, can I?
In a moment. Now run along, Marjorie, while we try it out.
All right, but don't try to lose too much at once, Unc.
Yeah.
How much weight have you lost so far, Uncle?
Well, I don't know quite for sure, Leroy. These bathroom scales have such small figures, it's hard to read from where I stand.
Yeah. It's hard to read around a curve, too.
What? What do you mean, Leroy? Oh, yes. Yeah, my chest does get in the way a little.
Why don't you step on the scales now and I'll read the figures?
Oh, a capital idea, Leroy. Careful.
Stand still now.
Yeah?
There, it reads 213.
Oh, my goodness. I've taken on weight, not off.
Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. Here, hold my robe, Leroy. I'm getting into this steam box right now. Yeah. Now, please turn that knob on the side, Leroy.
Like this?
Yeah. I can feel the weight dropping off already. Turn it on some more, Leroy.
Okay.
It's foggy, isn't it?
What?
Don't turn it on anymore.
I can't hear you. What did you say?
Don't turn it on anymore.
Oh, more!
Oh! Stop, Leroy. It feels like I'm on fire.
Higher? Okay.
Oh, not higher. Stop it.
Hey, what's the trouble, Unc? What's cooking?
I am. Turn down the steam.
I can't. It's so foggy I can't find the knob.
Open the door and let me out.
Where are they? I can't see anything.
Hurry up, Leroy. I'm roasting. Do something.
Oh, gee whiz, what'll I do? Get a plumber?
No, get a doctor.
I never heard of such foolishness in all my experience.
Yes, Doctor.
A man your size and shape, Gildersleeve, trying to boil himself down to skin and bones.
I did?
And you, Judge Hooker, trying to gamble your friend's health away.
I'm sorry. I never thought it would come to this.
Why, as a result of this foolish wager, Mr. Gildersleeve is not only suffering from malnutrition, nervous exhaustion, and anemia, but also from blisters.
Yeah.
Oh, I wish I'd never made that bet. Would it make you feel any better if I called it off, Gildy, old man?
It wouldn't. That's the nicest thing that's happened to me in a week. And it's mighty sporting of you, Judge Hooker.
And better rest now, Gildersleeve. I'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah.
Come on, Judge.
All right. Goodbye, Throckmorton. I'll phone to find out how you're getting along.
Yeah, thanks, Judge. Goodbye, Doc.
Goodbye.
Leroy.
Yes, Uncle Mort? How are you feeling?
Much better. The judge just canceled our bet.
Gee, that means you saved $100.
Yes. But I still can't understand why I gained weight. I dieted and exercised. I didn't smoke. And yet I went up from 225 when I began to 230 now.
Oh, no, no, you don't weigh 230. I said 213.
What? You mean I lost 12 pounds? Where's that Judge Hooker? Wait till I get my hands on that little welcher. I'll kill him.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But first, these days it's more important than ever to know the facts about the foods you buy. So here are a few facts about Parky margarine, made by Kraft, so you can judge its goodness yourself. First, Parky margarine is a wholesome vegetable margarine, made of refined American vegetable oils that are highly nutritious and rich in energy value. These oils give Parky margarine its wholesome nourishment and make it one of the best energy foods you can serve. Another thing, Parky margarine is a reliable year-round source of vitamin A. Now, that's important. It means that summer and winter, there are always 9,000 units of vitamin A in every pound of Parky, and never less. As for Parky margarine's flavor, one taste will tell you how delicate and appetizing it is. Kraft, of course, is famous for fine-tasting foods, and Parky is no exception. Yes, thousands of housewives have found that Parky is the margarine with the delicious flavor, grand for table use and for cooking, because it tastes so downright good. Now, nourishing and good tasting as Parky margarine is, it's economical, too. So surely you should try it. Tomorrow, ask for Parky margarine. Just say Parky. P-A-R-K-A-Y.
Oh, Uncle Mort, I'm so glad you've given up all those nasty old resolutions.
Yeah, so am I, Marjorie.
Now, I've got a surprise for you.
Oh, surprise? You have? Well, I love surprises.
All right. Close your eyes.
Yeah, like this?
Yes. Now, open your mouth.
Like that?
Yes. Now, close it again.
What's this?
One of the cigars I gave you for Christmas. Now you can smoke as many as you want.
Isn't that dandy? Good night, folks.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at this same time for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Sad Sack. Out of the pages of Yank, the Army Weekly, comes the hero of World War II, the beloved character, the Sad Sack, created by George Baker and written for radio by Arthur Stander and Charles Isaacs. Old Gold cigarettes, the treasure of them all. Old Gold is proud to present The Sad Sack, featuring Herb Vigran. Well, Mr. Twitchell still hasn't wavered in his decision that Sad Sack must not call on his daughter Lucy until Sad Sack has a decent job. We find our unhappy veteran discussing this with his boarding house roommate, Chester Fenwick.
Chester, I don't know what's the matter with me. I just can't seem to get a decent job.
What about that ad you answered yesterday? For that job at a cocktail lounge?
Oh, it was no good. They just wanted somebody to go around with a sponge and sop up spilled drinks.
What did they offer to pay you?
$10 a week in squeezing. Lucy wouldn't be impressed with a job like that. I had to turn it down.
But Sad Sack, when jobs are tough to get, you take anything. Look at the job I had a few months ago. A goodwill man in a delicatessen.
A goodwill man in a delicatessen?
Yeah, before they served the tongue sandwiches, I inspected the tongues to see that they weren't sticking out nasty.
But I have to have a job that has a little importance to it, so Lucy and her father will respect me.
Wait a minute, Sack. Why waste your time trying to get an ordinary job? You're a veteran. Why don't you apply for a job working for the city? Boy, there's nothing softer than getting on the city payroll.
But, Chester, what kind of a job could I get with the city?
Well, you could get on the fire department.
Yeah, I don't know whether I'd like that.
Oh, it's an exciting life. You go to a raging fire, fight your way through the smoke and flame, and when it's all over, you're back at the firehouse, sitting around with the boys and throwing unguentine at each other.
No, Chester, I have the wrong attitude to be a fireman. I'd rather just open a door than chop my way through it.
Well, there's the police force. They pay nice money. In fact, I almost became a cop myself.
Well, why didn't you?
I couldn't pass the physical. My arches were too high.
You would have made a good policeman, too. You're so big.
Yes, and I'm a bully, too.
Look, aren't there any other jobs on the city payroll besides the firemen and policemen?
Oh, sure there are, Sack. There's the health department, street cleaning department, building inspection, lots of jobs. Look, why don't you just go down to City Hall, see what's open, and apply?
Yes, that's a good idea, Chester. After all, I have nothing to lose. You're right. I'll go down to City Hall. Say, maybe I could get a chicken inspector's job. I already got the badge. Oh, miss, I was told that this is where I apply for a job with the city.
Oh, you're a veteran, aren't you? Well, there are 2 jobs open. One is children's playground director, and the other is city insect exterminator. However, there's already someone in the reception room waiting to be interviewed for the playground director's position.
Well, I'd rather apply for insect exterminator's job anyway. I prefer to work with insects. They're much quieter than children.
Well, I hope you've had experience with insect extermination, because the interviewer will want to know your qualifications for the position. Now, just step into the reception room.
Thank you.
Oh, Miss Smith, what's my next interview?
Children's playground director.
All right. Oh, I hope it's someone with child care experience. You there. Come into my office for your interview.
Am I next? There was another fellow here who stepped out to get a drink of water.
Please, I have no time to waste. Come in.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, about this position, I hope you realize it's one of great responsibility. Now, tell me, what is your method of handling the little ones when they become unruly?
Oh, spray them good with DDT.
What did you say?
I said spray them with DDT. Unless there's just a few of them, then you can just stamp on them with your feet.
You would be out of your mind, the idea. Why, their parents would be in an uproar over this.
Oh, no, the first ones you exterminate are the parents. That way they can't have any more little ones for you to worry about.
Young man, either you're crazy or there's a misunderstanding here. I'm talking about boys and girls.
Oh, I don't care if they're male or female. I just kill them all.
Young man, if this is your idea of a joke, it's not very amusing. Now get out of my office at once and stay out.
But I don't understand.
Get out of here before I call a policeman.
All right, I'm going. Gee, no wonder they got so many bugs in this town. When they got a woman up there protecting them. And then, Chester, she told me to get out of her office.
Ah, fine thing. But I knew they'd throw you out. The fact that you left, I said to myself, Chester, they won't give that boy a chance. They'll throw him out. That's what I said to myself.
Oh, then why did you let me go?
Why should I believe it? It came from an unreliable source. You want to know why you didn't get that city job? Politics. You've got to have political contacts, influence. Everybody knows that the Liberty Bell political machine runs this town. All the big officials in this town owe their jobs to the Liberty Bell machine. Take Judge Peterson. He's a member of the Liberty Bell Party, and it doesn't matter who runs against him. Why, he's been sitting on the bench for 10 years.
Oh, I can believe it. I hear he's a very calloused man.
And that's just the least of it. Take Mayor Newbold. The Liberty Bell machine owns him body and soul. And two worse assets I've never heard of.
But Chester, I thought Mayor Newbold was doing a lot of good. So the people could have cheap water power, he had a great big dam built.
Yeah, but don't you think he should have first found out we didn't have a river to go with it?
Chester, in a project amounting to millions of dollars, a person is bound to overlook something. Besides, the dam isn't a total loss. Everybody uses it to play handball again.
Why, it's disgusting. Every time they hand out a contract for public works, the mayor gets a cut. And behind the mayor and everybody else, there's always the Liberty Bell machine.
Well, in that case, I guess there isn't any chance of me getting a city job just by applying for it.
Of course there isn't. But we're not going to take this lying down. We're going over to Liberty Bell headquarters and ask them to get you on the city payroll.
What, do you think they'll do it?
Well, why shouldn't they? If that bunch of grafters can't give a veteran a job, then there's something wrong with dirty politics. Come on, we'll go right over there.
Joe, we gotta face it. The Liberty Bell machine is facing a crisis. All over the country, ex-GIs are winning elections and throwing over the old party machine.
Hey, Ed, I don't understand what you worry about the vets for. I don't understand. I thought it was Judge Saunders, the reform group's candidate for mayor, that you was worried about.
That's the point, Joe. The point exactly. The town wants a reform mayor. They're sick of us. If we run Newbold again, we'll lose for sure. What we gotta do is take advantage of the trend and put up a veteran so as we can get the veteran vote.
Yeah, but where you gonna get a veteran you can control like Newbold? Where? Them vets ain't so dumb. They want houses, and decent jobs, and other non-essentials. After all, we first gotta build that new racetrack before we can buy with the whims of homeless people.
Look, I admit the vets are pretty smart boys, but there's gotta be a dumb one we can find. After all, there are dumb civilians. And what's a veteran? Just a civilian with a lapel button and no home.
Well, it ain't gonna be easy to find a vet dumb enough for us to control, no. Unless we're sure there's no use in talking about it.
Oh, excuse me, but the fellow outside told us you men were the big boys around here.
Why, yes. What's on your mind?
Gentlemen, I'd like to tell you about a veteran of 4 years' service in the South Pacific. 5 battle stars, an honorable service record, a unit citation. And what happened to him?
Gosh, Chester, what happened to him?
Quiet, I'm talking about you jerk.
Well, what happened to him?
Yeah, what happened to me?
He went down to City Hall. This soldier, this defender of democracy, and he asked for a job working for the city he loves, and the city he fought for, the city he died for.
Chester, I'm not dead.
Well, then move once in a while and keep me posted. Anyway, gentlemen, when he asked for this job, did he get it? Did he?
No, he didn't. I was there.
Well, why bother us about this?
Why, everybody knows the Liberty Bell machine runs this town and controls the city jobs. Now, this boy has to have a political job. He's too dumb to be anything but a politician.
Please, Chester, don't tell them I'm dumb. That won't make them want to give me a job.
Wait a minute, gentlemen. Joe, did you hear that? A veteran, been overseas 4 years, got battle stars.
Yeah, and he's a real ignoramus. He is a real ignoramus. Yeah. He'll make a fine mayor, fine.
My boy, your friend has convinced us that it is our duty to you as a veteran to get you started in a position with the city.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'm willing to do anything you can suggest.
Oh, that's fine. Just the man we need. But why start off with some insignificant little job?
Well, that's mighty nice of you. After all, if you have something a shade above starting at the bottom, Would be nice. Just what position did you have in mind for him?
The Liberty Bell Party is going to run him in the coming election as their candidate for the office of mayor.
Oh, that's fine. I think...
I
don't get it.
Well, why shouldn't the next mayor be a veteran? Why? Most of our young citizens today are veterans. It just shows that the Liberty Bell machine gives the people what they want.
Well, I still don't get it. We walk in, I say a few words, and now he's going to be a mayor. Hey, what a salesman I must be. My gosh, who knows? If I don't keep my big mouth shut, he's liable to become president.
Can this be true? Sad sack for mayor? Oh, this is one campaign I don't want to miss. Well, as hard as it is to believe, the Liberty Bell Party, for reasons best known to us, is actually going to run Sad Sack for mayor. At the moment, we find Sad Sack at his boarding house with Chester and their landlady, listening to an announcement of same on the radio.
So bending to the will of the public which the Liberty Bell Party always serves, they announced today their intention to run for the office of mayor a dark horse candidate, a combat veteran of 4 years in the Pacific, Sad Sack. And this winds up our 5 o'clock summary of the news. Now a word from our sponsor, Lady Lasborne's Hotcake.
You have just been listening to the noted news analyst, Drew Gruskin. Mr. Gruskin's views are his own, and in no way express the views of Lady Lasborne's Hotcakes. For Lady Lasborne's Hotcakes are non-political and delicious. Lady Lasborne's Hotcakes contain no minerals, no vitamins, no uranium. It's just 100% pure hotcake. So don't forget.
Well, that's enough of that.
Well, it's true. I can't believe it, but it's true. I heard them say it. Sad sack for mayor.
Of course it's true. Gosh, wait till Lucy and Mr. Twitchell hear I'm running for mayor. They'll have respect for me now.
Sack, enough of this idle talk. We've got to get busy. We've got to plan your campaign, your platform.
Yes, I've got to get a campaign slogan. Let's see. Oh, I know. I shall return.
What is that?
Well, General MacArthur was very successful with it.
No, forget the slogan. Now, what's important is, what are you going to do? What changes are you going to make?
Well, for one thing, I'm going to be an honest mayor. The first thing I'm going to do is clean this town up.
You really think the town needs cleaning up?
Certainly. Only this morning I ran my finger along the curb and look, dust.
Well, I didn't know you meant that kind of a cleanup, but at least it's different. While other politicians are appealing to the man on the street, you'll be the first one to appeal to the man in the gutter.
Yes, and I've got other changes to make as mayor. Look at the school system, for instance.
What's wrong with it?
It's all wrong. The idea of little kiddies going to school in the daytime when they should be out in the bright sunshine.
Well, what would you suggest?
I'd have them in school at night when there is no sun. Say from 8 at night until 3 in the morning. Kindergarten only until 2 in the morning.
But when would the children sleep?
During their classes. I'm not going to change that.
Zach, the important thing is that you be an honest mayor. No graft, no dirty politics, no gravy job for friends, no payoffs to pals, no... By the way, what have you got in mind for me?
I wondered when this was going to start. This I prefer not to hear.
But, Chester, you said yourself that as mayor I shouldn't give jobs to friends. No, I can't do it.
Well, then forget the friendship. Give me a job and I'll hate you.
Well, I suppose I could give you a small job in the license bureau.
Oh, come. You can give me a bigger job. I'll hate you more than that. Say, how about making me a police commissioner?
Well, we'll talk about it later, Chester. Right now, I just want to think about being mayor. Gosh, Lucy, you'll be the first lady of the city.
Sad Sack, I'm glad you're home. I want to talk to you.
Why, Mr. Twitchell and Lucy.
Hello, Sad Sack.
Well, Lucy, I guess I've proved I've got the stuff to be a success. When they pick you for mayor, you have to have something on the ball.
That's what I want to talk to you about. Sadsack, don't you realize they're just using you as a dupe?
Mr. Twitchell, don't you mean dope?
That's not a correction, merely an addition.
Well, what's this all about? You should be congratulating Sadsack.
Don't you understand, Chester? The Liberty Bell Party is losing power, so they're trying to steal the veterans' vote.
That's right, but they want a veteran they can control, so they can continue with their dirty politics. They want a dope.
Mr. Twitchell, don't you mean dupe?
But why are you so interested, Mr. Twitchell?
Because I'm a committee member of the reform group. We want to see Judge Saunders get in as mayor and clean this town up. This town really needs it.
You're right, Mr. Twitchell. I was just pointing out to Chester how dusty the curbs are.
Don't you see, Sadsack? They think they can exploit your record as a soldier to win the election for them and beat the mayor this town really needs, Judge Saunders.
And once you become mayor, they wouldn't let you open your mouth. Their torpedoes and hoodlums would bully you into doing things their way.
Gosh, Mr. Twitchell, Lucy, I didn't know this. I know what I'll do. I'll refuse to run.
Sadsack, this town won't forget you for this.
Yes, dear. I have more respect for you right now than if you had become mayor.
No, hey, wait a minute. If you really feel so strongly about getting Judge Sanders in, why have Sadsack withdraw as a candidate?
What do you mean, Chester?
Well, if Sadsack withdraws, they're liable to pull the wool over the eyes of another veteran and get him to run for mayor. No, the only way to defeat the Liberty Bell machine is to let Sadsack run, but make sure he's a bad candidate. We'll handle his campaign, we'll write his speeches, and we'll make sure he loses votes.
Chester, you've got an idea there. The Liberty Bellers are having a big rally in a few days. Sadsack can substitute our speech for the one they give him and really turn the voters against him. Oh, but I don't know whether the boy can do it. It takes acting.
Oh, don't worry. I'll get up there and give them everything I've got. I'll make them think I'm a jerk.
I'm wrong. He can do it. Chester, what a great piece of political strategy this is.
And now, citizens of our glorious city, the Liberty Bell Party would like to present its candidate for mayor, a newcomer to politics, but a veteran at fighting for freedom, our G.I. choice,
Okay, Sadsack, you got that speech we wrote for you?
Oh, I got a different one I'm going to make, Mr. Hooley.
What? But listen, you can't
Please, there's no time to argue. Ladies and gentlemen, do you want a fool for mayor?
No!
Do you want a weakling for mayor?
No!
Do you want a coward for mayor?
No!
Well, elect me and you'll have all three. In fact, fellow citizens, if you have any brains at all, you'll vote for Judge Saunders on the reform ticket. I know I'm going to.
Sadsack, what are you trying to do? You're a fool.
I know it. I just told the people that. To continue, ladies and gentlemen, most politicians promise you everything and give you nothing. But not me. I promise you nothing and I'll live up to it. So if you want a man who will really do something for you, vote for Judge Saunders.
Oh, Sack, you were wonderful. If that speech didn't succeed in making you unpopular, I don't know what could. Nobody in their right mind would vote for you now.
Yes. Did you see how mad Ed Hooley, the Liberty Bell boss, was? Gee, I just got out of there in time. Oh, I can't wait to hear... Why, Mr. Twitchell, what's the matter?
I can't believe it. I can't understand it. It's impossible. Give me an aspirin. No, better not. Give me poison.
Why, what's wrong? You ought to be happy over Sack's speech last night.
Happy? Look at these newspapers. Town goes mad over GI candidate. Any man honest enough to admit his shortcomings will make a more honest mayor than this town has ever had. Sadsack shows the wit and decision of another Abraham Lincoln.
Lincoln? Gee, do you think they'll ever put my head on a penny?
I don't know, but you got the right size head for it. Chester, we're in a mess. The whole idea boomeranged on us. Sadsack's the most popular candidate the town's ever had.
I'll get it. Hello, Sadsack speaking.
Hello, Sadsack. This is Ed Hooley. I want to apologize for last night. I didn't realize what you were up to, my boy. Oh, what a politician you are. The newspapers ate it up. You're a cinch to be our next mayor. Well, I'll talk to you later. Chief, goodbye.
That was Ed Hooley to congratulate me. I guess we are in a mess.
We've got to do something to save this election.
Oh, wait a minute. There's still time left to make Sadsack unpopular. Now, let's think. One of the things that politicians do to make themselves popular that we can reverse.
They kiss babies.
Don't be silly.
Wait a minute. The boy's got something there. Women will never vote for a man who doesn't like their children. We'll have Sadsack going around refusing to kiss babies. It can't miss making him unpopular. Come on, Sadsack. We'll go right over to the park.
You mean you two fellows have been out all day refusing to kiss babies?
Yes. I'd go up to a mother and say, I'm candidate for mayor. Is that your baby? Then she'd say, yes, would you like to kiss him? And I'd say, no thanks, I don't like to kiss babies.
And boy, would they throw him a dirty look after he refused to kiss their kid. Oh, he's certainly unpopular now.
Mr. Twitchell. Not again.
I can't believe it. I can't understand it. It's impossible. Give me an aspirin. Give me poison. Better yet this time, just stab me.
Well, now what?
Look at these headlines on every paper in town. Sadsack refuses to kiss babies to win votes. Would rather lose votes than take chance of spreading disease. Board of Health now solidly behind GI candidate. First sanitary politician to run for office.
What a mess. The more he does wrong, the more they want to elect him.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Twitchell. I don't know whether there's enough time left to make him unpopular. There's just one more rally for him to speak at.
Oh, it's no use.
Wait. I've come to a decision. As long as I'm so popular, why shouldn't I become mayor? Only a good one like Judge Saunders would be. Instead of pretending I'm a fool at this last rally, I'll be myself.
Oh, no change, huh?
Yes, there will be a change. As long as I'm so popular, I'll promise the things we veterans need. New houses, decent jobs, and honest administration.
Sadsack, if you'll do that, then I'm behind you. Go to it, son.
Thank you, Mr. Twitchell.
Well, Sadsack, back from the rally already? How'd it go?
Oh, fine, Mr. Twitchell. Your candidate, Judge Saunders, is a cinch to get elected.
I do... Huh? What do you mean?
Well, this time, when I wanted to be elected and told him that I'd spend every dollar it takes to get the things this town really needs, guess what?
What?
Boy, did I become unpopular.
The Sadsack returns in just a moment. Well, for once, Sadsack, Mayor Reject, has gotten back into his girl's good graces by being unsuccessful. We find him now with Lucy, getting back.
Sadsack, you may not be the mayor of this city, but, you'll still be the mayor of me.
Oh, Lucy, don't say that.
Why not?
I promised Chester when I took office that I'd cut him in for 50% of my jurisdiction.
It's a beautiful spring morning on the campus of Lynn Haven College for Women. The birds are singing. Pop Wallace, the caretaker, is mowing the lawn. And in the home of Raymond McNutley, Lynn Haven's popular English professor, Peggy, the professor's pretty wife, is preparing breakfast and singing. While upstairs, the professor greets the new day with a song of his own. That's the way the day starts. About half an hour later, you'll hear Peggy calling out,
Darling, your eggs are getting cold. Ray, dear, you'll be late for your first class. Professor Raymond McNutley.
Did you call, dear?
15 times.
Am I groggy this morning?
You're groggy every morning.
Well, it's no wonder. I stayed awake reading until 4 o'clock.
Really? Something very scholarly and profound, no doubt.
Oh, yes.
Then, of course, you wouldn't know anything about this pocket-sized novel with the lurid paper cover. I found it in the pocket of your robe.
Let me see that.
Her Husband's Killer by Nicky Romaine. Very scholarly. And that blonde on the cover. Wow. Is that a black lace nightie, or does she just have a lot of freckles?
Vanna was quite a girl.
Oh, Vanna. Drink your coffee.
Honestly, Peggy, I have never read such infantile trash. After being happily married for 6 years, this woman...
Vanna?
This Vanna acquires a boyfriend, and together they poison her husband for his life insurance.
Say, did you remember to mail the check on your policy?
Look, I certainly did. I put it right in this pocket yesterday where I couldn't possibly forget it, and I...
Yes?
I'll mail it today. But getting back to Vanna...
Oh, must we?
Have you ever heard of anything so preposterous? A happily married woman killing her husband?
Oh, I don't think it's so preposterous.
You don't?
No. Plenty of times when you've forgotten to do something you promised to do, I've been so mad I could kill you.
I'll mail the check on my way to class. Oh, I have some papers to correct, so don't expect me home for lunch.
Good. Don't forget to pick up some arsenic at the chemistry building. Those snails are ruining my gladiolas.
Gladioli. The plural of gladiola is not gladiolus. It's gladioli.
Oh. Well, for dinner, stop by the grocer's and pick up some ravioli.
That's singular. Raviola.
Ravioli. I want you to get some for Mother, too.
Well, goodbye, Vanna. I mean Peggy.
Oh, bye, dear.
I'll let myself out.
All right, mail the insurance check, dear. And don't forget the arsenic.
I won't. Goodbye, dear.
Now, let's see. What's Petey's number? Hello, Petey? This is Peggy, Pete. I want you to do me a favor. Ray's been dying to get an outboard motor for the fishing boat, so I thought I'd surprise him with one for our anniversary. The only trouble is I don't know anything about motors, and you're an expert. So You? Oh, you're a dear. Now, look, there's not much time.
Mail a check. Don't forget the arsenic. From the way Peggy talks, anybody'd think I ought to make a list of everything I had to remember, put it carefully in my briefcase, and... Oh, my briefcase. Left it in the hall. I have to go back. If Peggy finds out I forgot it, I'll never hear the end of it.
Then why don't you come over here for lunch today and we'll discuss it? Oh, of course it's safe. Ray said he wouldn't be home for lunch today.
I'll be talking to one of her girlfriends. Oh, here's the briefcase.
Ah, you're a man after my own heart.
That doesn't sound like any girlfriend.
Well, I've got to get it quickly, so please make it today for sure. Well, you know more about it than I do, but that sounds like it should take good care of him.
She can't mean what it sounds like she means.
Oh, gosh, I'm happy about this. Of course, it'll take him away from me.
I guess she can.
Now, how does it work? Just tie a knot in the end of the cord, wrap it around a couple of times, good and tight, and give it a big hard jerk. Oh, and if there's any coughing and sputtering, you start over. Then I'll see you for lunch. Bye. Oh, darn it. Ray forgot his reading glasses. Sometimes I get so mad at that man
I know. I understand you wanted to see me, Dean Bradley.
Yes, sit down. Professor McNutley, I've been watching you for some time.
You have?
Mm-hmm. You're obviously the athletic type.
Well, I am rather handy with a light casting rod. And as a matter of fact, I was pretty active in my undergraduate days. Crokinole, darts.
Baseball?
Well, I did a little pitching for the Chi Delta Pi.
Aha! I was sure you were a baseball player.
Of course, Chi Delta Pi is the honorary English fraternity, and I...
But you were picked from among all the members of the fraternity to play on the baseball team.
Well, you see, I was picked from among the 9 members of the fraternity to play on the baseball team.
But you were the pitcher.
Positions were assigned in strict alphabetical order.
I knew you were my man. Mr. McNutley, let's stop beating around the bush and play ball. You know Miss Truesdale of the Political Science Department.
2-ton Truesdale?
Professor McNutley. Anyway, Miss Truesdale has been coaching the softball team as an extracurricular activity.
Good for her.
Unfortunately, I was informed today that Captain Truesdale has been recalled to active duty by the Women's Auxiliary of the Marine Corps.
She's off to the halls of Montezuma.
So I have decided that you shall take over her duties as coach of the softball team.
But, Dean Bradley, this is ridiculous.
Here's your whistle, Coach McNutley. Blow it proudly.
Just because I played a little baseball years ago, that doesn't mean I can coach a girls' softball team. I'm not even it's not even the same game. I wouldn't know where to begin.
Oh, nonsense. Just remember 3 things and you won't have any trouble. The ball is larger. There are 10 players on a side. And keep out of the locker room.
Sure you won't have anything more to eat, Petey?
Oh, no, thanks, Peg. I'm fine.
You've only had 3 turkey sandwiches, a drumstick, 2 glasses of milk, 3 pieces of apple pie, and a cold pork chop.
Yeah. I guess I will have that last piece of pie. It doesn't seem healthy to finish a meal with a cold pork chop.
Of course not.
Well, now we've narrowed the choice down to these 2 outboards. Which will it be?
You better decide, Petey. You're the one who always goes fishing with Ray.
Well, that one cruises a little faster.
Fine, we'll get that one.
On the other hand, this one steers itself. And I'm the one who's always stuck with the steering. So let's get this one. Well, now that that's settled, I'd better be getting. Hey, Peg, come here a minute.
What is it?
Isn't that Ray there sneaking up the alley?
Petey, my husband is a respected member of the academic world, a leader in civic affairs, and past president of the Chi Delta Pi. He does not sneak.
Well, I'd better slip out the side door.
All right, Petey. Thanks a lot.
I'll pick up the outboard and bring it over this afternoon.
Better get these dishes cleared away before...
Who was that who just sneaked out of here?
Nobody just sneaked out of here.
Oh, no? Well, look at him. There he goes. Who is it?
Can't you tell?
No, he's too far away.
Well, I'm sure I don't know the identity of every vagrant who sneaks along that alley. He didn't come from here.
Then why are there 2 sets of dirty dishes on the table? And what happened to the pie and the cake and the milk and that turkey?
Don't forget the pork chop.
And the pork chop.
I was hungry.
Something very peculiar going on around this house.
There certainly is. First you tell me you won't be home, and then you come sneaking up the alley.
I do not sneak.
Never mind. What are you doing home at lunchtime? What about those papers you had to correct?
Well, I had to come home and tell you about my new extracurricular assignment.
Now, what about the new extracurricular assignment?
Peggy, I want you to congratulate the man who has just been chosen coach of the Lynn Haven softball team.
Oh, well, bring him around, and I'll be delighted to meet him.
Peggy, I am the new coach of the softball team. Dean Bradley has chosen me to lead them through a victorious season on the diamond. Peggy, this mirth is unseemly.
I can't help it. The thought of you coaching baseball, it's just too much.
Well, for your information, Lynn Haven's prospects look very good. My students inform me that the team captain, Lefty Smalley, is an excellent pitcher. She has a good fastball, a curve...
And probably looks like Cecil, the seasick sea serpent.
You never take my activities seriously.
I'm sorry, Ray. It's just that when I think of you out there coaching at third base...
Peggy! Stop that! It's very discouraging for you to disparage my athletic endeavors like this. Remember what Herschel Hartsook wrote? What spirit drives the team to its victorious goal? None other but the coach. He is its heart and soul.
Herschel Hartsook? Who's he? The poet laureate of baseball?
No, he's the janitor in the locker room of the Baltimore Orioles.
And now back to the Ray Milan Show. Meet Mr. McNutley. Well, today is the day that Professor Raymond McNutley takes over his duties as coach of the Lynn Haven College softball team. He's bubbling with enthusiasm for his new job as we join him at the door of the girls' gymnasium.
Get a hold of yourself, McNutley. It's only a girls' gymnasium. It's not a lion's den. Pardon me, miss, but could you tell me... Ooh, I'm sorry.
What's the matter, Professor? Didn't you ever see a girl in shorts like these before?
Well, let's say I never saw a girl like you in shorts like those before. You know where I can find a softball team?
I ought to. I'm the captain.
You're Lefty Smalley?
That's right. You're Coach McNutley.
Yes.
What's the matter?
Well, you don't look a bit like Cecil, the seasick sea serpent.
Well, thank you. You don't either. And isn't it nice that we have so much in common?
Well, what I mean is, aren't you rather delicate and feminine to be a pitcher?
Well, maybe on the Cleveland Indians, but this is an all-girl team.
Yes, you certainly are.
I beg your pardon?
All girl. I mean, that is, aren't you the pitcher?
Oh, that's right. Shall I throw you a few curves?
Yes. Can you throw this far?
Well, you're only 2 feet away.
Oh, so I am. You know, playing for the Chi Delta Pies was never like this.
Would you show me how to field a bunt just once more, Coach? I think I'm getting it.
I know I'm getting it.
Getting what?
A sore back.
Oh, come on, Coach. How about showing us how to slide?
All right. Here, we'll use this sack of arsenic for a base. There.
Well, go ahead. Slide.
Well, I'll tell you what. You slide and I'll, criticize your form.
Okay. Watch this, Coach. Oh, my ankle.
Oh, dear. Here, let me help you up. There. Can you stand on it?
Oh, no. No, I think it's sprained. Just help me over to the bench, will you?
Yes, right. Look, my car's right over there. We'll pick up your things, then I'll drive you home.
Oh, this is very nice of you, Professor McNutley.
No, not at all. It's not much out of the way, and besides, I'm in no hurry to get home.
Oh, say, Professor, would you mind stopping over there by the Linwood department store for a minute? I won't be long. They're holding something for me. And
Oh, here. Stay off that ankle. I'll get it.
Oh, gee, thanks. Miss Hazlitt in Ladies' Lingerie knows the one I want. It's a black lace nightie.
All right. Oh, by the way, while I'm here, I'm going to take a minute to buy a sweatshirt for softball practice. Miss Truesdale's uniform is a little large for me.
Yes? May I help you, sir? Oh, you've already been waited on.
Huh? Oh, that's the sweatshirt I bought downstairs. Oh, are you Miss Hazlitt?
Yes?
Well, I came to pick up the nightgown you're holding for Smalley.
Oh, yes, it's right here. Oh, let me show it to you. Oh, isn't it a lovely thing? Nice. Oh, it looks like it came right off the cover of Vogue.
Looks like it came right off the cover of her husband's killer. Wow.
Professor McNutley.
Oh, Dean Bradley.
What are you doing with that slinky black lace nightgown?
Buying it.
It's charming. I know your wife will be thrilled with it.
Oh, it's not for Peggy.
What?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't want her to know about my buying it.
Oh, a surprise.
You might put it that way, yes.
Oh, here's your package, Mr. Smalley. Mr. Smalley.
Hmm? Oh, thanks. Excuse me, Dean Bradley, but I left the motor running in my in my car. Goodbye.
Your secret is safe with me, Smalley.
Well, what a strange young man, and what a strange name, McNutley Smalley.
May I use your phone?
Certainly, madam. Right there on the end of the counter.
Hello, Mrs. McNutley. This is Dean Bradley. I called to offer my congratulations on the professor's new appointment as coach of the... what are you laughing about? Well, it seems to have put him in a very good mood, too. I'm at the Linwood department store. And you'll never guess what I saw your husband buying you. You have to act surprised now. But he bought you.
You see, Petey, I told you Ray wouldn't forget our anniversary.
Well, he has every other year.
Well, he didn't this year. He bought me a lovely black lace nightie.
Yeah? Just like the one Vanna wears.
Oh, I suppose you sat up till 4 a.m. reading that book, too.
Yeah. Say, Peg, where do you want me to hide this outboard motor?
Let's see. Now, there's plenty of room in the refrigerator since you had that light lunch. No, that's the first place he'd look. I know. Put it here in the linen closet.
Yeah, but suppose he wants to get a towel.
Oh, not Ray. He always waits until he's in the shower. Then he discovers that he needs a towel. And I have to bring him one. No, it'll be safe in the linen closet. That you, Coach?
Yes, it is I.
How'd the practice go to...
Oh,
Ah, Ray. Look at you. You hurt?
just a little tired. You know, those girls don't play softball like the Chi Delta Pies. They're rough.
Well, you just sit down and relax. By the way, darling, didn't you bring something home for me?
That is one of your most endearing young charms, your directness. It's in the car.
Oh, you just stay where you are. I'll run out and get it.
Oh, am I bushed. I hope I don't have to move from this chair all evening.
Oh, Ray, you're a darling. It's gorgeous.
I've never heard of a pound of arsenic being described in exactly those terms before.
Not the arsenic, silly. My nightie.
Your what?
My black lace nightie. It's beautiful.
I'm glad you like it.
Oh, I just adore it. I told Petey you wouldn't forget our anniversary.
And it... Oh, yes. Happy anniversary.
Not yet, silly. Tomorrow.
Say, just when did you tell Petey about our anniversary?
Well, this afternoon when he was here.
Petey came to see you? My wife and my best friend.
What's that, dear?
I was quoting from Her Husband's Killer. How could I have been so blind? I see it all now. That time we went duck hunting.
Oh, Ray.
He pushed me in the lake.
Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. McNutley. Who? Elaine Smalley? Oh, the pitcher, Lefty Smalley. Oh, he left his sweatshirt and took your nightie by mistake? I see. Well, I'm sure he won't object to correcting the mistake. No, he won't mind, not at all. Bye, Lefty. She doesn't sound at all like Cecil the C6 sea serpent. Ray, where are you going?
The linen closet.
Oh, Ray, what do you want in the linen closet?
A bath towel. What would I be likely to find in the linen closet?
Ray, I would have brought you a towel.
You know, I don't understand you. Every time I get in the shower and then ask you to bring me a towel, you complain.
I guess I'm just a foolish, unpredictable girl. Let's not talk about towels.
What should we talk about? Petey?
Oh, Ray.
Another thing, you tell that glutton that if he's coming over to see you anymore when I'm away, to bring his own lunch.
Ray, let's talk about my lovely anniversary present.
I don't think you want me to get a towel.
I don't.
There's something in that closet you... I'll bet Petey is in there.
Oh, is he?
Well, I'm going to find out right now. All right, Petey, come out eating. What's this doing in here?
Happy anniversary, darling.
My outboard, and just the model Petey always wanted.
I know. He helped me pick it out.
Good old Petey. He is my best friend after all.
Mm-hmm, and I'm your best wife.
Oh, gosh, Peggy, I don't deserve a wonderful wife like you. I feel like a cad about that nightgown.
What about my nightgown?
Well, that's just the trouble. It's not your nightgown.
You bought a black lace nightgown for yourself?
No. Well, yes. I mean, in a way. That is, you see, she sprained her nightgown. I mean, my sweatshirt was in the car.
Never mind. Hold it. We can't have the Lynnhaven softball coach breaking a blood vessel on the eve of a big season.
But you see,
I know. Lefty phoned a little while ago. She'll bring your sweatshirt to class tomorrow.
You mean you already knew I'd forgotten our anniversary?
Mm-hmm. But I love you for telling me yourself.
Peg, I got a wonderful idea. Just came to me. How would you like to keep the night to yourself?
Oh, that is a wonderful idea. I'd love it.
Good. And I'll just reimburse Lefty tomorrow and... Ooh, come here, sweetheart. Ooh.
And now back to the Ray Milland Show. Meet Mr. McNutley.
Isn't this a nice way to spend our anniversary?
Yes, dear.
Happy anniversary, Coach.
Happy anniversary, darling.
Am I too heavy on your lap?
If you get too heavy, I'll put the outboard down.
In tonight's cast were Verna Felton, Barbara Eiler, and Elvia Allman. And this is Del Sharbutt speaking.
I hope you liked those. All the episodes that I put in today's stream, comedy, OTR comedy Nirvana, are some of my favorite episodes. But I hope you enjoyed those. Next up, we have the magnificent Montague, starring Monty Woolley as a Shakespearean actor who's kind of fallen on hard times, and he's kind of forced to lower himself to take work as a radio host, and he hates radio. And his massive ego kind of defines his character. His wife is played by Ann Seymour. The show only ran for one season from 1950 to 1951, but it's one of my favorite OTR shows. This episode is Sharing a Bungalow from February 2nd, 1951. After that, we have the episode Peg's First Date from My Son Jeep, another lesser-known radio sitcom starring Donald Cook as Dr. Robert Allison, a widower, and Joan Laser as his daughter Peggy, and then his son Jeep, a precocious boy, kind of in the mold of Dennis the Menace, played by Martin Houston. It only ran for 6 months in 1953, although it was revived on another network for one season from 1955 to 56, and there was a TV version that ran for 3 months in 1953. This episode is a great example of the chemistry between the Allisons, the family, and the excellent writing for this show. I will never understand why it wasn't a bigger hit than it was. I think it's a fantastic show, and this episode is a great example of the high production values of the show. Next up is one of my favorite comedy sketch shows, Meet Me at Parky's, starring Harry Einstein as Parky Akarkas, the Greek owner of a restaurant called Parky's, obviously. It had regulars like Betty Rhodes, who did the singing, and bandleader Opie Cates, each playing character parts in the show, and then they had guest stars usually every week. There were usually a few opening sketches and a monologue by Einstein, and then the story for that week's show would begin. This episode, Arizona Vacation, tells the story of Parky trying desperately to take a long-needed vacation, but he's constantly being interrupted before he can even leave. Next after that, we have the famous OTR sitcom Our Miss Brooks, one of the best-known and most popular radio sitcoms of all time. Eve Arden obviously isn't the title character, and she plays the English teacher at Madison High School. And co-stars were Gail Gordon as Principal Osgood Conklin, the dictatorial bad guy that caused so much strife on the show. Jeff Chandler as Mr. Boynton, Miss Brooks' love interest and a biology teacher at the same high school. Richard Crenna as student Walter Denton, who was basically her chauffeur, because her car was always in the shop. And then Jane Morgan as Miss Brooks' absent-minded landlady, Margaret Davis. I don't know too many OTR fans who don't love this show. And its long run, 9 years, is a testament to the great production, acting, writing, directing. I mean, it even made it to TV, running for 4 years concurrently with the radio show. This episode is from 1949, January 30th, and it's called Student Banking, with Miss Brooks, as always, once again, getting tangled up in her students' activities, and that always irritate Principal Conklin. So sit back and enjoy these shows, and I will be back in a little bit to discuss.
The National Broadcasting Company presents, transcribed from Hollywood, The Magnificent Montague, starring Monty Woolley. Today in Hollywood, the sun is shining, balmy breezes are blowing through the palm trees. But to Edwin, the magnificent Montague, waiting in his rented bungalow for Empire Studios to start starring him in Macbeth, this is the winter of his discontent. It is bad enough that this giant of the Shakespearean stage has already sunk to radio, where he is Uncle Goodhart, hero of an afternoon program, but now he has succumbed to movies, his pet hate. On the other hand, his wife Lily and Agnes the maid are entranced by this tropical paradise, far from the cold and sleet of their native New York. It is mid-afternoon in the Montague bungalow. Lily is out in the garden. Agnes is happily dusting with one hand and reading a movie magazine with the other.
I ought to be in pictures. I'm beautiful to see. I ought to be in pictures.
Agnes.
Oh, what a hit I would be.
Agnes, has the mail come yet?
Not yet.
Well, the mailman should be here any minute.
Cheapers, I better get my hair out of these curlers. He's a cute one.
Where's Edwin?
In his bedroom, as usual. He's got the blankets over the window to keep the sun out. He's got it full of smoke and all the fans going to make it drafty. He's trying to pretend he's back home in New York.
Poor Edwin. Having to wait around with nothing to do while they make up their minds about making the picture. I can't even get him out in the sun.
He's been out here a month and his face still looks like a bowl of farina. Get a load of my tan.
Oh, Agnes, you're as brown as a berry.
Yeah. Boy, when I get back to New York, am I going to put on the dog in front of those stuck-up elevator boys? I'm going to tell them I was in Florida.
What Edwin is doing in the bedroom. Very quiet in there.
Maybe a ray of sunshine got through the blankets and killed him.
Please, Agnes, I'm going to see if I can't get him out of that bedroom. Edwin, come out. Edwin, come out.
Gad, Lily, must you sound like John L. Lewis calling me out of the pits?
Edwin, it's such a lovely day. Must you stay cooped up in that smoke-filled room?
He'll be the first ham who smoked himself.
My dear Agnes, why don't you run up a palm tree, tear a coconut off, and hurl it to the sidewalk without letting go of it?
What a glamour boy.
Really, Agnes, now that you're in Hollywood, why don't you get married? Or can't you get Frankenstein to pop the question?
Edwin, why don't you get out and meet some of the people here?
These savages? What am I, a missionary?
And every night you sit home alone and brood.
And with whom should I spend an intellectual evening? Mickey Cohen?
Edwin, I know what. Why don't you come out and help me weed the garden?
Weed the garden. Ah, my wife, Lily Boy, my dazzling co-star of the Shakespearean stage, my Juliet, my Ophelia, has found a new role. Rebecca of Sunnybrook Farm.
Oh, come on, Edwin. It'll be fun. You, Agnes, and I out in the garden weeding.
Not me. With that beard around, who can tell what's a weed?
Lovely, Agnes. Don't you ever take those curlers out of your hair. Your head looks like Signal Hill.
Oh, Edwin, let's be serious. What are you doing all day in that room?
I am finishing an article on Hollywood. I've been asked to write for the New York Times drama section.
An article about Hollywood?
Yes, and I assure you that when it appears, there will be a spontaneous movement to throw California out of the Union.
Oh, Edwin, that's terrible.
Lily, when this article hits New York, the statue of Horace Greeley, who said, "Go west, young man," will be pulled down by howling mobs. It'll then be melted down to a giant crowbar to derail any train going west of Jersey City.
Well, what's the name of the article?
Beautiful California, or to think we fought Mexico for this.
Edwin Montague, don't you dare mail that article to New York.
Mail it? This article would never get through the United States mail. I'm entrusting it to a former New York actor I know who is going over the wall. He is escaping from Warner Brothers, disguised as a nutburger.
Edwin, you're being dreadfully unfair to Hollywood.
I'm being unfair. They lure me out here to do Macbeth. They changed my name to Raoul Randolph. They are forcing me to take acting lessons from a paragon of the drama whose reputation in the theater was made when he staged a minstrel show for the Shriners. They give me an actress to play opposite me as Lady Macbeth, whose previous title was Miss Four-Way Cold Tablet. They've kept me here for a month because they say the script isn't ready. The script for Macbeth isn't ready. Shakespeare only wrote it in 1592, and I'm being unfair.
Oh, Edwin, please. You've been grousing from the minute we got here. Now you're here, get used to it.
He's already made a name for himself. He's replaced the Black Widow spider as California's #1 pest.
Lily, it looks like a hot day. Shall we take Agnes for a dip in the La Brea tar pit?
Oh, Edwin, you better get dressed. You know, you have your Uncle Goodhart broadcast to do this afternoon.
My Uncle Goodhart broadcast. And to think, when I went into radio, I thought I had hit the cultural depths. Compared to the movies, radio is the Harvard classics.
There's my mailman. I'll get the mail. Hello there. Hey! Look at him run.
There's something about Agnes that brings out the sea biscuit in a man.
Bring in the mail, Agnes.
Here it is, honey.
Thank you. Oh, Agnes, here's a picture postcard for you.
No kidding. Quick, let me see. Oh, that.
Well, who's it from?
Me. I sent it to myself from Clifton's cafeteria. Listen, dear Agnes, wish you were here. Love, Agnes.
Agnes has friends all over the country. Lily, any mail for me?
Ah, here's an invitation for us, Edwin.
An invitation?
Fancy. Parchment and engraving.
Gad, look at the crest and the wax seal. Read it.
Mr. and Mrs. Edwin Montague, you are cordially invited to attend the ceremonies in connection with the grand opening of Blucher's.
Blucher's?
Blucher's, your neighborhood butcher. Formal.
Formal? Huh. You know, Lily, I'm tempted to attend. I've never seen pig's feet in spats. Give me some of the mail.
Here.
Now, here's something. The Owl drugstore out here has a big sale on used cars. Gad, what an intellectual jungle.
Oh, Edwin, look, an airmail letter from New York, from your proscenium club.
You mean those broken-down old fogies finally found out there are airplanes?
Oh, from my comrades. Let me have it.
Well, open it.
Wait. Let me hold the envelope in my hands for a moment in reverie. Imagine. Only yesterday this letter was in New York. It's from Jarvis, president of the Proscenium Club, the only refuge left for the legitimate Shakespearean actor.
I got a buck that says it's a touch.
All right, Agnes, back into your cage.
Read old Jarvis's letter, Edwin.
Listen, beloved Montague, our hearts are with you far from New York, in the wilderness of California. We hope and pray that your delicate health is equal to the hardships of frontier life.
Those old hams. When they go west of Times Square, they wear money belts.
Quiet, Agnes.
Read on, Edwin.
Dear Montague, knowing your daring spirit, we beg of you not to venture outside the stockade at night. However, our fears for you have been somewhat allayed by Sir Oliver, who made the trip west when he was a boy, and assures us the Union cavalry has subdued the marauding redskins.
It's touching how they can be so out of touch.
Agnes, please.
Go on, Edwin.
We hope that you are recovered from the tedious railroad trip across the continent. However, again, Sir Oliver assures us the trip across the prairies of the West is most exciting, and that you, like he, enjoyed shooting at the buffalo from the moving train. Montague, our hearts are with you in your glorious and gallant adventure in that fabulous land beyond the great divide. Think of us as we think of you. Good night, sweet Prince Jarvis.
Oh, Edwin, it was such a nice letter from old Jarvis.
Oh, to be back with my dear friends at the Presidium Club, talking, reading.
And getting chilblains in the library.
Aye, better to freeze in the library of the Presidium Club than to achieve the highest honor Hollywood can bestow on you, to ride down Hollywood Boulevard as Santa Claus.
Oh, Edwin, what stories you'll be able to tell the Proscenium Club members.
How you saved the rancher's daughter from a runaway stagecoach on Sunset Boulevard.
Now, Agnes, don't stop.
Come in.
Hello, anybody home?
Who are you?
My name is Gunch, Hadley Gunch.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm from the real estate company in charge of renting this villa.
Villa? Is that the Spanish word for a rabbit hutch?
Now, Edwin.
Am I having the pleasure of addressing Mr. and Mrs. Edwin Montague?
There must be a mistake. We're Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. McGee. I must have
No. We are the Montagues.
But the old gentleman
He
said...
was just joking.
Oh. Yes.
My dear Mr. Crunch.
Gunch.
May I inquire as to what we owe the dubious honor of this visit?
Well, just thought I might be of some service to you in helping you move out.
Move out? You mean the local authorities have finally used some good judgment and condemned this hole?
Condemned?
Mr. Gunch, my husband's joking.
Oh. Yes.
Mr. Gunch, there must be some mistake.
Oh, no. You only rented Sweetheart's Nest for 1 month.
Sweetheart's Nest?
That's the name of this villa. Didn't you see the sign on the fence?
The sign?
That's the thing you kicked into the gutter the day we moved in.
Mr. Gunch, we originally planned on only being out here a month. However, my husband's motion picture has been delayed, so we'll have to take it for another month.
Oh, well, that will be impossible.
Impossible?
We've already rented Sweetheart's Nest to another couple.
Well, let them find another nest.
No, that's out of the question, Mr. Montague. For the last 15 years, for the month of February, this cottage has been rented to Mr. and Mrs. Inglebutt.
What?
But. Lovely people from the East.
Mr. Gunch.
Oh,
Mr. Gunch. You must realize that it's quite impossible for us to leave.
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to. It so happens I have the necessary papers to legally see to it that this villa is vacated.
Oh, no. How low can a man sink, evicted from Sweetheart's Nest?
But there are so many things we have to do before we can leave.
We have to pack, get Agnes crated, and of course, I was planning on burning this stucco doghouse to the ground.
Burning Sweetheart's Nest?
No, please. My husband is joking.
Oh.
Mr. Gunch, have you another villa available?
Let me check with my notebook. Mm-hmm. Oh, here's something. A cute little mink ranch. You can get it cheap. The people couldn't make a go of it.
Just didn't get along with the mink, eh?
I'm really not acquainted with exactly what happened. Nevertheless, it is a good buy.
Mr. Gunch, frankly, do you think I could get along with the mink?
You wish me to be frank?
Please.
No. In fact, Mr. Montague, I cannot see you getting along with anything. Now get out of this house.
Edwin, what are we going to do?
I've got to get to my Uncle Goodhart broadcast. You'd better get out and find a place for us.
Oh, Edwin, looking for a place to live, it's a grueling experience.
What do you think I'll be going through on that broadcast? This afternoon, Uncle Goodhart solves the world's problems by setting a canary's broken leg. Can't look at the time. I'll be late for the broadcast.
And now, back to the magnificent Montague. He is in the middle of his Uncle Goodhart radio program.
Oh, Uncle Goodhart, you make me so ashamed of myself for shooting this little canary with the shotgun you gave me for Christmas.
No, Ronald. I gave you that gun because hunting is a sport that builds character. But, Ronald, shooting a canary with a double-barrel shotgun. And while it was still in its cage. Oh, Ronald.
Oh, Uncle.
You not only hurt Uncle Goodhart's canary, but you blasted out one of the walls of Uncle Goodhart's little cottage on the sunny side of the lake.
Oh, Uncle, I'm just a bad boy.
No, Ronald, you're just an exuberant, impulsive youth.
No, I'm not. I'm mistaken.
No, Ronald. I can understand you're racing through the business district in your hot rod while firing point blank into crowds. But, Ronald, shooting Uncle Goodhart's canary, there's a limit.
Oh, Uncle Goodhart, you are so good.
Here is your gun back, Ronald. Think of this little canary the next time you fire at close range at little creatures. Think of this little bird as you go out on life's highway with your eyes on high. Look into the sun and life.
So ends another episode of Uncle Goodhart, brought to you by Shalimar Soap. And now, before we leave you until tomorrow, here is Uncle Goodhart with his thought for the day.
When a hurricane hits your neighbor's house and everything's lost in the blow, as he stands there alone where his house used to be, won't you step up and say, cheerio?
You're off the air, Mr. Montague.
Step up and say cheerio. I must stop by that kindergarten and speak to my writers again.
Oh, good show, Mr. Montague.
Did you really like it, Mr. Gildy?
Oh, yes,
You
sir.
did, yes. Well, my boy, I would suggest that you work, save up your money until you have a nice round sum, and then go out and get your head examined.
Yes, sir. Oh, your wife called. She couldn't find a place to live. She wants you to come right home.
Oh, no. Where are we going to sleep tonight? In the Hollywood Bowl? Well, I better get home.
Hey, Ma, look, it's him.
Oh, it sure is.
Are you, sir, with the Neanderthal face, and this female with the flower growing out of her head, referring to me?
Oh, yes, sir. Howdy doodly do, sir. We're in the NBC studio tour when Ma here spotted you.
She did?
Yes, sir. We listen to you every day on the air.
You're our favorite. I don't know how I'd ever get through the day without your guidance.
Well, thank you. It's very seldom I meet listeners.
Well, I know how busy you must be, but Ma would sure appreciate it if you gave her your autograph, Mr. Linkletter.
Linkletter.
Hey, ain't you Art Linkletter?
No, I am not Art Linkletter. However, if I ever so much as see either one of you morons again, I shall become known from coast to coast as the Mad Butcher of NBC.
Oh, let's get out of here, Ma. This man is crazy.
Oh, Agnes, let me sit down. I'm exhausted. Walking all afternoon looking for a place to live.
I'm beat to the socks. Oh, brother, we covered Los Angeles like the smog.
Well, thank goodness Mr. and Mrs. Engelbart are such nice people.
Are you sure when they phoned they said we could stay here with them?
Yes, they said there were 2 bedrooms and they're only going to use 1. Oh, that's Edwin, home from his broadcast.
Lily, what are you going to do? Out here, there aren't even subway stations where a gentleman can spend the night.
Now, don't get excited, Edwin. I have wonderful news.
Found a place for us?
Well, Edwin, there's nothing available. There are 10 hardware conventions in town.
And that's good news. Lily, are you planning on buying a flush valve?
No. We don't have to leave this house.
Something happened to the Inglebutts. Nothing minor, I hope.
No, Edwin. The Inglebutts are moving in today, but they said we could stay and share the house.
Share the house? But there's only our bedroom and Agnes's.
Well, Edwin, the Inglebutts will use one bedroom, of course, and Agnes and I will use the other one.
Go on. There's still little old me.
Well, we thought we could fix up the garage for you.
The garage? What am I, an old Essex?
Me in a damp garage with my post-nasal drip?
Edwin, you know Agnes can't sleep in a garage, not with her sinus condition.
I'd keep the country up all night. They'd think the Hollywood Dam gave way.
I dragged my body 3,000 miles over mountains, rivers, and prairies to sleep in a garage.
Now, Edwin, we're putting the daybed in there, and a rug, a little table, and a lamp.
How charming. We must have it photographed for House Beautiful.
It's only because the Inglebutts are such nice people that we're not out on the street.
All right, all right.
The only reason they're letting us stay is because we're fellow Easterners.
Fellow Easterners? They're from New York, too? Gad, there's someone to talk to. Imagine meeting out here. It's like Stanley meeting Livingston in darkest Africa.
It's getting late. They should be here. There they are. I'll get the door.
Now remember, Edwin, be nice to them.
Nice? I'll charm them, Lily. They'll love me.
Come in, Mr. and Mrs. Engelbud.
Well, howdy doodle do.
Well, come right in, Mr. and Mrs. Engelbud. This is my husband.
Well, howdy doodle. Oops.
Hey, Pa, ain't he that crazy fella from NBC?
My husband, Edwin.
Me? NBC? Sir, I've never been so insulted in my life.
Are you sure you ain't from NBC?
My dear Mr. Inglebutt, I am Edwin Montague of the stage and Raoul Randolph of the screen.
Well, you sure sound like the fellow who roughed us up over at NBC.
I do?
Yes, there was a nasty-tempered old grouch. To think we mistook him for that nice fella, Art Linkletter.
Well, come in. Agnes, take Mr. Inglebutt's duffel bag.
Oh, here, sit down. This is your home, you know.
No, it's all of us is home, Mrs. Montague.
Oh, so sweet of you. Oh, come, Mrs. Engelbud. Agnes and I will help you fix up your bedroom.
Mighty nice of you.
I understand you're from the East.
Oh, yes, indeed. Back home, we're probably neighbors.
We live on 61st Street in New York. Where do you live?
Council Bluffs, Iowa.
Council Bluffs, Iowa.
Yes, indeed. We people from the East got to stick together. You're out here to make a movie, your wife tells us. Well, hope you don't take offense. We don't have time to come down to the studio to watch you.
No.
See, Ma and I just come out every year for the quiz show season.
The quiz show season?
Yeah, we spend a month out here, get on all the quiz shows from Hollywood. March we spend in New York, hit all quiz shows there, you know. Usually spend spring in Chicago, pick up what we can.
Don't you ever get home to Council Bluffs?
Just to unload.
Sorry, Mr. Inglebutt, do you do this for a living?
Oh, no, I should say not. I'm retired. Used to be in the junk business.
You still are? I mean, you go on all the quiz shows?
No, not all. Ma and I ain't as spry as we used to be, but I tell you there's a fortune in it. If I had my life to live over again, that is what I would go in for.
Quiz shows.
When I hear about the young men of today beefing about there not being any opportunity, it makes my blood boil. It's all there for any young red-blooded American who has to get up and go. Why, if I had a son, I'd put him in quiz shows as soon as he could answer to his own name.
I must say, Mr. Inglebutt, you certainly built new horizons before my eyes.
Oh, it's not a lazy man's game, Mr. Montague. Takes study to know them answers. It takes footwork to get from network to network.
I can imagine, yes. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to learn some lines. I'll retire to the garage.
The garage? Well, I hope them refrigerators won't be in your way.
Refrigerator?
Ma and I hit a few quiz shows today. There are 6 refrigerators being moved into the garage. We're putting the 4 washing machines out on the patio, and the electric stoves are going into the kitchen.
You won that on quiz shows just today?
Shucks, that's nothing. We didn't get into town until noon.
And I work for a living.
Well, now, if you have anything to do, you go right ahead and do it here in the living room.
Thank you, Mr. Engelbert. It's Macbeth I'm doing.
I'll go right ahead. Won't bother us at all.
Is this a dagger that I see?
I tell you, Horace, that Mrs. Montague is the sweetest woman.
Yes, I noticed.
Is this a dagger?
Say, Mr. Montague.
Yes?
If the phone rings a lot from now on, don't let it bother you. We sent a lot of cards in with this number to telephone quizzes. There's no use just sitting around at night, you know.
No, of course. Is this a dagger that I...
Hold it! Yes, this is Hollywood 4563. What's the question? Oh, Abraham Lincoln. Horace Engelbert, Sweetheart's Nest, Yucca Drive, Hollywood. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Montague, there's going to be another refrigerator in the garage. Go right ahead with your work, though.
Is this a refrigerator that I see before? Is this a dagger that I see before me?
Horace, we better start studying.
Yeah, that's right, Elsie.
Yeah.
Excuse me, study?
Yes. We got a big day tomorrow. Hollywood jackpot, name your game, what do you know, quick as a flash, and 10 or 11 others. Start me off, Ma.
Who's the 3rd president of the United States?
Thomas Jefferson.
What's the capital of Romania?
Bucharest.
What's the pearl of the Caribbean?
Cuba.
Identify this tune.
Camptown Races.
Who was the Wizard of Menlo Park?
Thomas Edison.
Who said, give me liberty or give me death?
Patrick Henry. Hold it! What? He played third base for the Baltimore Orioles 1901. Horace Engelbert, Sweetheart's Nest, Yucca Drive, thank you.
Well?
Washing machine.
Is this a dagger that I see before me?
Who made the first American flag?
Betsy Ross.
What was Fulton's Folly?
Steamboat.
What was the name of the...
Stop. Lily, get them out of here.
Edwin, what are you saying? This is the Engelbert's house.
Lily, how can I learn Macbeth?
We'll go in the garage.
The garage? And where shall I study? In a deep freeze unit?
Now look here, Montague. We were nice enough to...
Hold it. This one's on me. Hello? Yes, this is Hollywood 4563. What? Yes, I'm listening to the program. What's the name of it? What? Who wrote the Frank Merriwell books? Well, who cares?
Bert L. Standish.
Bert L. Standish. What? I now have $100. Sure, go ahead. Who built the Panama Canal? Which Panama Canal?
De Lesseps.
Oh, De Lesseps. What? I have $200. Sure, go ahead.
Now watch out for a trick question. Here's where they always try to throw you.
What? On what day is Thanksgiving Day celebrated in Canada? Why, it's on the same day it's celebrated...
Stop him!
Hold it. There is no Thanksgiving Day in Canada.
Hello? There is no Thanksgiving Day in Canada. I have $400. Sure. Go ahead.
Oh, Edwin.
Quiet. What? Identify the tune. They're playing a tune.
Give me that receiver.
Well, what is it?
It's Do You Remember Sweet Alice Ben Bolt?
Hello? It's Do You Remember Sweet Alice? Sweet Alice?
Ben Bolt, jerk.
Ben Bolt, jerk. What? I won the jackpot?
He won the jackpot.
I won the jackpot. What? The name? Mr. Horace Engelbert.
Why, Montague.
Yes, that's right. Sweetheart's Nest, Yucca Drive, Hollywood, California. And thank you, too.
Well, what was the jackpot we won, Mr. Montague?
Yeah.
Mr. Engelbert, have you ever been to Hawaii?
You mean?
A 3-month cruise, all expenses paid, and the boat leaves tonight.
Hurry up and pack, Mom.
Lily, the Engelberts are leaving us for Hawaii. Now, all together, aloha.
Join us again next Friday night for another visit with the magnificent Montague, starring Monty Woolley, created and directed by Nat Hiken, written by Nat Hiken and Billy Friedberg. Ann Seymour was Lily Boehm, Bert Kelton was Agnes. Included in tonight's cast were Alan Reed as the landlord. Mr. and Mrs. Horace Inglebutt were played by Mr. and Mrs. Jim Backus. This is Eddie King saying stay tuned for Duffy's Tavern, which follows immediately.
3 times mean good times on NBC.
Hello, everyone. This is Dr. Allison, Jeep's father, bringing you the weekly news from Grove Falls. This week, our show should have a special interest for all you fathers with teenage daughters, especially if you also happen to have a young man around the house who takes his brotherly responsibilities very seriously. I refer, of course, to the prop and mainstay of my declining years, my son, Jeep.
Yes, it's My Son Jeep, the bright and warm-hearted adventures of the Allison family of Grove Falls. Starring Donald Cook as Doc and introducing young Martin Houston as wonderful, unpredictable, 10-year-old Jeep Allison.
It's strange, but all the crises in our household have one thing in common. I'm always the last one to know what's going on. Well, naturally, when somebody finally gets around to telling me, I might act a little surprised. Well, who wouldn't? This particular surprise started one day when Jeep and Peggy were walking home from school together.
Hey, Peggy, you know that Emily Monroe that sits in front of me in class? You know, she's the one who always laughs at me when I can't answer a question. Uh-huh. Well, I sure got back at her today, the dumb bunny. You did? Yeah. Miss Colhauser asked her what year Pompey was buried. She did? So Emily said she didn't know he was dead. Boy, I sure did laugh. Did you? Trouble is, Miss Colhauser called on me next. I didn't know when he died either. Well, that's good. Hey, you're not even listening to me. What's the matter with you? Nothing. There is so. You got that dopey look on your face.
Now, that's all you know about it, Jeep Allison. I suppose you tell me Elizabeth Taylor looks dopey.
What's she got to do with you?
Well, it just so happens that this is the look she uses when she meets her man.
Well, you've never even been out on a date. What would you know about men?
This is not a topic I care to discuss with children.
You mean you do have a date?
Never mind.
Oh, come on, Peggy. Tell me.
Why should I?
Well, I'm your brother, and I got a right to know.
Well, I suppose there's no harm in telling you. After all, one of these days he might even be your brother-in-law.
Gosh.
One never knows. It happened to Elizabeth Taylor in her last picture.
But Peggy!
What?
I'm too young to be a brother-in-law.
Oh, Jeep, he's so divine.
Huh?
All the girls are crazy about him.
Who?
Roscoe Entweiler. Oh, what a beautiful name. He's the handsomest boy in class. And he's brand new. He's just the absolute catch of the season.
Say, Barbara, I was looking at the desk calendar. You know something?
Don't tell me I got your appointments mixed up.
Oh, of course not.
Well, then what happened?
Oh, nothing happened. Spring's just around the corner.
Oh, is that all?
Oh, it's a wonderful feeling. In the spring, a young man's fancy...
Why, Dr. Allison.
You didn't know I was poetic, huh? A loaf of bread, a jug of wine, and now beside me singing in the wilderness.
My.
Yeah, it's in the air.
I had no idea weather affected you this way.
A woman in our hours of ease, uncertain, coy, and hard to please.
Bob, what if a patient should walk in?
Might learn a few lines of poetry.
Yes, and by tomorrow morning, it'll be all over town that Dr. Allison quotes poetry to his receptionist.
To his young and pretty receptionist. Anyway, it might bring in more business. You know, a sonnet with every pill, a poem with every diagnosis.
Did you say spring was just around the corner? It's here.
Listen, I feel good, and I don't care who knows it. Let's go to a movie tonight. I feel romantic.
All right, I'd love to. What's playing?
The Grandson of Dracula and Bride of Frankenstein.
Well, I'll say one thing for you. You know the way to a girl's heart. Scare her to death.
Well, hi, Jeep. Love goes toward love as schoolboys toward their books, but love from love toward school with heavy looks.
You feeling all right, Pop?
Hey, what's the matter with this family? I get a little exuberant, so right away I'm sick.
Aren't you a little late getting home from school, Jeep?
Well, I walked home with Peggy. And you know what a slowpoke she is. And today she was even worse. Moaning along, not even watching where she was going.
She probably had something on her mind, dear.
She sure did. Roscoe Antweiler.
I beg your pardon?
I said Roscoe Antweiler.
I know what you said, but what is it?
It's a boy.
This has all the earmarks of one of those Allison conversations where nobody understands what anybody else is saying.
Yeah, you're right. Who is Roscoe Entweiler?
Some drip Peggy's got a date with.
Do you know him, G?
Never even heard of him before.
Well, then you shouldn't call him names. After all, he might be a very nice... What did you say?
When?
Peggy has a date?
Oh, that's right, Bob.
Well, what's wrong, Bob?
Huh? Oh, well, no, Jeep, aren't you hungry?
Huh?
Don't you feel like eating?
I always feel like eating.
Well, then go out and tell Mrs. Bixby I said you could have a piece of pie before supper.
Golly, you mean it, Bob?
Yeah, go ahead.
You better give me a note, then.
A note?
Well, saying I can have a piece of pie before supper. She'd never believe me.
Scat.
Well, I'm going. Oh, Roscoe, you're so divine.
Hey, can you imagine?
Will you stop pacing up and down, Bob? What's got into you?
Oh, you heard, Jeep. Peggy's got a date.
Well, what's so terrible about that?
My daughter going out with an Entwistle.
Entweiler.
Well, I don't care what his name is. Peggy's too young.
Well, she's going on 14, Bob.
I don't care if she's going on 40. She's too young.
These days, they start going out a little younger.
Did you?
Yes, didn't you?
At 14? Why, I wasn't even walking yet.
Oh, now calm down. There's nothing out of the ordinary in this, you know. Once in every man's life.
What?
Well, every father has to go through the shock of seeing his daughter off on her first date.
Oh, well, I know that, but it's too soon. She's only a freshman in high school.
That's just when they start going out. Relax. This boy will probably take her to the movies, load up on popcorn and candy, and then bring her back home.
Oh, my goodness.
What is it now?
Now, I was just wondering, do they still hold hands in the balcony?
I have something very vital to discuss with you, Mrs. Bixby.
Well, land's sake, child, what's wrong?
I haven't got a stitch of clothing to my name.
Well, what do you call what you got on? A suit of armor?
Well, of course not. But it's too young for me. All my clothes are too young for me.
I'll lend you some of mine.
Please. I'm serious. I have nothing I could possibly wear tonight.
Well, now, what's so special about tonight?
It just so happens that I have a date.
With Mary Patricia Pearson?
But don't be naive. I have a date with a man.
You got a what with a who?
Roscoe is calling for me at 7 o'clock.
Who is Roscoe?
Oh, you wouldn't know him. He's new in town. Oh, he's divine.
Uh-huh.
So you simply must help me pick out the right dress to wear.
Well, what's the rush, honey? You still got 3 hours.
Oh, but I've got so much to do. My hair, my nails, a mud pack.
A mud pack? What's that for?
To rejuvenate my skin, of course.
Well, you ask a foolish question, you get a foolish answer.
So will you come upstairs to help me as soon as you can, Mrs. Bixby?
Oh, of course I will, child. But now, who's this Roscoe? I like the idea of your going out with somebody we don't know.
Oh, please, don't be Victorian.
Yeah, you told your father yet?
Oh, I'm going to now. Oh, Mrs. Bixby, wait till he hears I've snagged the catch of the season. Can't you just see his face?
I sure can.
Oh, he'll be crazy about Roscoe. He's such an angel.
An angel, huh? Well, when he flies in the door tonight, I'm going to have a little talk with him.
Honestly, Father, will you stop pacing up and down?
I like pacing up and down.
You're going to wear a hole in that rug.
This is no laughing matter. You don't understand. You've never been a father.
You're acting like you've never been a father either.
Well, I don't see what all this fuss is about. Roscoe's parents are giving him a party, and he's just the most eligible bachelor in school.
A bachelor at 14.
Please, Father. 14 and a half.
Peggy's right, Bob. You're making too much of this. It's a perfectly harmless date.
What did I say it wasn't? It's just too sudden, that's all. I'm not prepared for it.
Prepared? You're not going with Roscoe, I am.
I know that. It might not be a bad idea, though. Barbara, do they still use chaperones these days?
Bob.
Oh, Father, you wouldn't.
Okay, forget it.
Oh, I should hope so.
I'm sorry I brought it up.
Aren't you being a little unreasonable, Bob? Come on, admit it.
Well, I suppose you're right. It isn't that I'm against her going out, but couldn't she wait 7 or 8 years?
Whether you like it or not, Peggy is old enough to go to a party with a young man.
Well, maybe she is, but who is this young man? What do we know about him?
I told you, Father. His family just moved to town.
There, you see? Nobody knows a thing about him.
Oh, Bob, stop exaggerating. He must be a perfectly nice boy, or Peggy wouldn't have anything to do with him.
Oh. Well, I hadn't thought of that. Yeah, you're right. Now, I have been unreasonable.
Yes, you have.
And stubborn.
You're right.
And even a little pig-headed.
Uh-huh.
Well, stop agreeing with me. Peggy, honey, you go right ahead and have a date and have fun. Enjoy yourself. I was a little worried, I admit it, but I'm all over it now.
Oh, Pop! Oh, you darling! Oh, I'm going upstairs and start getting ready.
That was quite a hug you got.
Did you hear that? She called me Pop. She hasn't done that in months.
That's your reward for being a nice guy. I'll go up and see if I can't help Peggy.
I'm glad I had the sense to let Peggy decide this for herself. Not many fathers would do that. Most of them would kick up a big fuss, throw their weight around. I'm glad I'm different. Makes it easier for Peggy. She'll enjoy herself more, too, knowing I'm not worried. Yeah, but this Roscoe, who is he? He comes from out of town. That could mean anywhere. For all we know, he could be fresh out of prison. Oh, no, that's impossible. He's not old enough. But his father is. Oh, he could have been in prison. No, that's silly. But I know one thing. When that boy shows up tonight, I'm going to have a little talk with him.
Hey, Pop, is there somebody in here with you?
No, why?
Well, I heard you talking.
Oh, well, I must have been talking to myself.
Well, I do that sometimes, too.
You do?
Sure, when I got problems. You got a problem, Pop?
I guess you might call it that.
Want to tell me about it?
I don't think so, son.
Why not? You and me should always talk things over. After all, we're the men of the family.
Yes, we are that.
Well, then.
Well, I don't think you're quite old enough to understand this, Jeep.
Oh, is it about Peggy's date?
Well, how'd you know?
I just guessed.
Oh.
You think she's too young, huh?
I don't know, son. At first I think she is, and then I think she isn't. The trouble is, this is Peggy's first date, and I don't know how to act. All of a sudden, I've got a pretty daughter instead of just a little girl. It's upsetting.
Yeah, I guess it would be.
Yeah, but the worst thing is, nobody ever heard of this boy she's going out with.
Well, you'll meet him when he comes to get Peggy.
Well, a lot of good that'll do me. Suppose I decide I don't like him. What am I going to do? I can't throw him out of the house.
Why not?
Well, it wouldn't be polite.
Supper's ready, everybody.
Oh, come on, son. Let's go wash up.
Gee, poor Pop. He's awful worried. Well, no two ways about it. When that Roscoe gets here, I'll just have to have a little talk with him.
Aren't you ready yet, Bob?
Oh, I'm ready, but where is he?
What are you talking about?
That Roscoe boy. What are you talking about?
Oh, I thought you were taking me to the movies tonight.
Oh, well, I've got to wait till this kid shows up. It'd be just like him to sneak in the back way to avoid me.
Bob, you're not making any sense. You built this boy up as a combination Bluebeard and a second-story man.
Well, it's natural that I'd want to meet my daughter's first date, isn't it?
Very natural. Why do you keep looking at your watch?
He was supposed to be here at 7 o'clock.
But it's only 20 minutes of now.
Well, the least he can do is be on time.
All right, have your talk with him. Then we'll go to the movies.
I can't go out tonight, Barbara.
Why not?
With Peggy out on her first date, no, I've got to stay home and...
And what?
And worry. Oh, well, he's here. What'll I say to him?
Well, the first thing should be good evening. For heaven's sakes, go answer the door.
Yeah. Why don't you go?
Oh, no, that's not my department. I'll go upstairs and help Peggy.
Well, what's his big rush? It's not even 6:45. You're early.
Yes, sir. Is Miss Peggy Allison at home, sir?
Where'd you think she'd be? Out in the garage?
Beg pardon, sir?
No. I beg yours. Come on in.
My name's Entweiler, sir.
Mine's Allison.
Not Dr. Allison.
Why not?
Oh, you look much too young to be Peggy's father.
Oh, you think I look more like her brother?
Yes, sir.
Her brother's 10.
I meant her older brother.
She hasn't got one. Besides, I assure you I am her father.
I never would have believed it.
Well, if it'll make you any happier, I have some cards and letters that'll prove my identity.
Oh, no, sir. I'll take your word for it.
Thank you.
Yes, sir?
I suppose you're a Cub Scout.
Oh, no, sir. I'm much too old.
You are? Oh, well, yes, of course. Do you like school?
Yes, sir. I'm on the basketball team.
Well, that's nice. What do you do for a living?
Sir?
Oh, I mean, what does your father do?
He's a lawyer.
Oh, he is?
Yes, sir. He has his own offices.
Oh, really? Well, I didn't know. That's a fine, responsible profession. Well, I guess I've learned everything I need to know. Say, if you'll excuse me, Mr. Entweiler. Oh, just one thing. I want my daughter home early. Is that understood?
Oh, yes, sir.
And when I say early, I mean early.
Who's that out there in the hall? Oh. Who are you, young man?
I'm Roscoe Entweiler, and I'm waiting for Miss Peggy Allison.
Well, now, why are you standing out here? Why ain't you sitting in the living room?
Nobody invited me to.
Oh, land's sake. You have to forgive the doctor. He's got a lot on his mind. Come on in and sit.
Thank you. You must be Mrs. Bixby. Peggy's told me all about you.
What?
I beg your pardon?
What she told you about me?
Oh, that you were a very nice lady.
So you're taking our little Peggy out, huh?
Yes, ma'am. If she ever comes downstairs.
Oh, she'll be along. You know how girls are.
No, ma'am, I don't. This is my first date.
Oh, I see. Tell me something, young man. You like Peggy?
Sure. I think she's swell.
Well, then I'm going to give you some advice. If you want to take her out again, just be sure and bring her home early tonight.
Oh, I will.
And when I say early, I mean early.
Never saw so much fuss over just an old date. Oh, is this him?
This is Peggy's brother, Jeffrey. And this is the young man who's calling for Peggy.
I'm very pleased to meet you.
Hi.
Now, Jeep, you entertain Mr. Entweiler until Peggy comes down here.
I've heard a lot about you from Peggy, Jeep.
I'll bet.
You certainly have a very beautiful sister.
Peggy? Beautiful? Well, if you say so.
Well...
Want Indian wrestle?
Huh?
Well, Mrs. Bixby said I should entertain you.
Well, this is a new suit. I wouldn't want to get it wrinkled.
Stand up a minute.
What?
Stand next to me. I want to see how much taller you are. Yeah, I guess you're tall enough for her. Where are you two going tonight?
To a party at my house.
What's it for?
My folks are giving it.
Why, is it their birthday?
No, it's so I can get to know some of the kids in school.
Oh. Where do you live?
2117 Crestview Terrace.
Gee, that's all the way on the other side of town.
Well, what of it?
You mean Peggy's got to walk all the way over there?
Listen, we're taking a bus.
Oh. What does your father do?
He's a lawyer.
Does he make a lot of money?
Do you always ask all these questions when your sister goes out?
Well, I don't know. She's never gone out before.
Oh?
So you better bring her home early.
I will. You don't have to worry. I'll bring her home real early.
Shall I deal another hand?
Not for me. I'm cleaned out.
Oh, Doctor, it's only matches.
Matches or money, I never seem to keep either of them very long.
Doctor, I've never heard you complain as much as you have today.
Really? Well, I better watch myself. Maybe it's the change of season.
The approach of spring seems to be your excuse for anything. This afternoon you were quoting poetry.
Oh, come on, Doctor. Quote me some poetry.
Oh, well, I'm not a water faucet. I'll be turned on and off at will.
Oh, come on. I'll fix waffles for you tomorrow morning.
Promise?
Yep.
Okay. Making toast by the fireside, Nurse fell into the grate and died. But what makes it 10 times worse, all the toast was burnt with Nurse.
Charming. Cold-blooded, but charming.
It ain't exactly what I was expecting.
You didn't specify what kind of poetry. You still owe me those waffles.
Oh, you get 'em, Doctor.
And I want mine with strawberry jam.
I like mine better with honey.
And how would you like yours, Doctor?
Oh, I think he's a very nice youngster.
What?
Young Entweiler. Nice manners. I'm not the least bit worried.
We're back there, are we?
No, I'm not stewing about it anymore.
You don't have to, Pop. He's plenty tall enough for her.
At this point, I wouldn't care if he was only 2 feet high. I just wanted to have a good time.
Oh, didn't she look pretty when she went out?
She looks so grown up.
Mm-hmm. You know something? She's too good for that Roscoe.
Land's sake, who's that?
I just want you all to know that I never want to speak to you again as long as I live.
Peggy, what are you doing here?
Well, is the party over, honey? It's only 8:45.
You have completely and absolutely ruined my entire life. I'll never be able to show my face and grow clothes again.
What in the world?
All of you, will you please stay put? I'll go up and see if I can find out what this is all about.
If that Entwistle said anything to upset her, I'll have it out with his father.
And I'll bet you can lick him too, Pop.
My goodness, Barbara's been up there with Peggy for 20 minutes.
What could the boy have said to her?
Oh, wait a minute. We're all forgetting something. When that child came running in here, she didn't say anything about Roscoe. She said she never wanted to speak to us again.
Hey, that's right.
What do you suppose she meant?
She must have meant she didn't want to speak to us again.
But we certainly aren't to blame for her coming home early.
Well, that's what I don't understand. When she left here, she looked so happy.
Hey, maybe his folks said something to her.
That's it. It can't be anything else. They must have insulted Peggy.
Oh, but how?
Here comes Miss Miller. Maybe she knows.
You're a nice-looking bunch of conspirators, I must say.
What'd she say, Barbara?
Well, just what I should have expected. It was your fault, all of you.
Well, that's ridiculous. We didn't do a thing.
No. Why do you think Roscoe brought her home at 8:45? Because he was scared stiff.
Oh, scared of what?
Of the Allison family.
Oh, nonsense. How could we scare anybody?
It wasn't easy, but you managed.
But how?
By ganging up on him. It's bad enough for a youngster on his first date to have one person interview him, but when 3 people do it,
3? Well, it was just me, and all I said was to get her home early.
Well, I talked to the boy, too.
You did? What'd you say?
Get her home early.
Oh.
There, you see?
Oh, but that's only 2. Oh, wait a minute. Jeep,
Yes, Pop?
what did you say?
Get her home early.
You all ought to be very proud of yourselves. He certainly got her home early.
Oh, poor kid, but I never for a minute thought that she...
That was the trouble. You didn't think.
I had to open my big mouth.
Wasn't just you. I'm to blame, too.
No, it's my fault.
No, it's mine.
Oh, gosh, don't I get any of the credit?
If it'll make you feel any happier, you're to blame, too.
Now that you've divided the blame into 3 equal slices like half a pie, how about a thought for Peggy?
You're right, Barbara. The first thing I'm going to do is go up and apologize to her.
Oh, let me go first, Doctor, please. You know, women can handle these things much better.
Gee, Pop. Sure gonna be quiet around here if Peggy never speaks to any of us again.
And I prided myself on being the kind of father who let his children think for themselves. Well, live and learn.
That's a nice sentiment, Bob. But more important, what are you going to do?
Well, what can I do? The evening's already spoiled for her.
Think she'll write us notes?
What, she?
Well, suppose we're at the table and she wants me to pass the potatoes or something. How's she gonna let me know if she doesn't talk?
You think I ought to call Roscoe and apologize?
Well, it'd be a nice gesture, but I don't think it would help Peggy.
Well, it might make him feel more like taking her out again sometime.
Hey, Pop, I got a better idea.
What?
When you call him back, ask him if he doesn't want to bring Peggy back to the party.
Tonight? But it's after 9 o'clock.
What of it? It'd make Peggy feel good again. And she wouldn't be mad at us anymore.
Jeep's got the right idea, Bob.
Well, you think Roscoe would come all the way back?
Sure, he likes Peggy. I'll bet he'll be so glad you called up that he'll run all the way over here.
It's worth a try.
Okay, I'll do it.
And don't forget, Pop, whatever you do, don't tell him he has to bring her home early. $208, $209, $210, $211.
What on earth are you counting?
Why should you have all the fun? If you're going to march around the living room all night, I can at least amuse myself by counting the number of steps you take.
I'm glad you can take this so lightly. Evidently, you're not aware that it's 27 minutes after 11.
Evidently, you're not aware that your watch is slow. It's 28 minutes to 12.
Well, that makes it even worse. Oh, why did I listen to Jeep?
Because he had a good idea.
No, because the two of you badgered me into it. I never should have let her go out again.
I thought we went through all this.
But it's different now. It's late. Did you see me worry the first time she went out?
I did.
Oh, well, that's different. Anyway, something might have happened to her. She might be in an accident.
Oh, that's silly, Bob. The boy's too young to drive a car.
Well, who said anything about a car? He could have taken her out on his bicycle.
I made a fresh pot of coffee, Doctor. Could you stand another cup?
Oh, no, thanks, Mrs. Bixby. I have coffee coming out of my ears now.
Golly, isn't Peggy home yet?
Jeep, what are you doing up?
Well, I heard Miss Bixby out in the kitchen. I wanted to see what was going on.
Oh, I hate to admit it, but I'm getting a little anxious. It's kind of late.
You see, Barbara, Miss Bixby's worried, too.
Now, stop it, both of you.
You want me to call him up for you, Pop?
Oh, wait a minute. There she is.
Thank you, Roscoe. Thank you for the most perfect and divine evening of my life.
See, Pop, while you were worrying, Peggy was having a good time.
Hello, all you darlings. Father. Oh, how perfectly sweet of you to wait up for me. And Miss Miller. And Mrs. Bixby. Oh, and my darling little brother.
Oh, mush.
You really enjoyed yourself, didn't you, honey?
Oh, it was an absolutely superb gathering. Just everyone was there.
Gee, they must have a big house.
Oh, dear little G. Well, good night, everyone. I'm off to get my beauty sleep.
Gosh. You took the word right out of my mouth.
I'm glad this don't happen every night. I just couldn't stand it.
Guess we can all go to bed now. Huh, Pop?
All of a sudden, I've got a grown-up daughter.
And all of a sudden, I realized it's close to midnight. I'm tired.
Oh, well, of course you must be. I'll drive you home right away.
And after this, Pop, see that Miss Miller gets home early.
My Son Jeep was created and written by Walter Black and William Mendrick and directed by Dan Sutter. Lynn Allen is heard as Barbara Miller, Joan Laser as Peggy, and Leona Powers as Mrs. Bixby, with Peter Fernandez as Roscoe and featuring young Martin Houston as 10-year-old Jeep. Starring in the role of Doc is one of America's finest actors and most versatile comedians, Donald Cook. And now this is Fred Collins inviting you to be with us again next Sunday, same time, same station, for another transcribed visit with America's favorite family, the Allisons of Grove Falls and My Son Jeep.
Yes, everybody meets at Parky's, so come along to Parky's restaurant and say hello to Benny Rhodes, Sheldon Leonard, Obie Cates, his clarinet and his orchestra, and our genial host, the star of our show, Parky Carcass.
Great men in American history. That is a wonderful book. Never get tired of reading it. George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, John Hancock. Now, they were smart men. But the smartest one of all was John Hancock. Imagine, been dead over 100 years and still selling insurance. That takes brains to know how to make a living after you're dead. Yeah, looks like all the smart men in this country is either dead or dying off. You know something? I don't feel so good myself. The trouble with me is I work too hard. Everybody works too hard. All that people want today is to make money and then more money. But there's one thing that money cannot buy, and that's happiness. But of course, if you got money, you can at least buy the kind of misery that you like the best. That's why I'm glad when I made up my mind that I'm going to take a vacation. You bet for 2 weeks I'm going to get some fun. After all, I don't expect to live all of my life, you know. Yes, sir, I bought my tickets. I'm going to Arizona and just take it easy and forget the whole restaurant business. I don't care if I never hear a About food again. Until meal times. I'm getting sick and tired of getting up every morning at 5 o'clock. Yes, sir, on my vacation, I'm going to pretend that I'm a king. Gonna get up till 5:30. Oh, hello, Betty Rose.
Hello, Parky.
Betty, I got some news for you. I'm going away on a vacation.
A vacation?
Yes?
Well, I'm very happy to hear that. It's about time.
Yeah, bet it's about time, Betty. I never had a vacation in my whole life. I've been working ever since I was 3 months old.
3 months old?
Yes.
What kind of work did you do when you were 3 months old?
They used to pay me 5 cents a night to take care of my baby brother. I seen a lot of changes in those days. Was he a well-dressed baby? They used to call him Diaper Dan.
Well, Parky, after 18 years in this restaurant, you deserve a little enjoyment out of life instead of slaving back there in the kitchen.
You're right, Betty. For 18 years, I've been married to that kitchen stove. You know something? I made up my mind to get a divorce. But I'll be fair about it. I'll give the stove the custody of the tea kettle and the double boiler. But the frying pan is mine.
Parky, you're so silly. When are you planning to go away? Right after the Christmas holidays?
No, Betty. I'm leaving tonight in 2 hours. I got my railroad tickets and everything. Not going to put it off any longer. All through my life, I kept putting off things, and I never got what I wanted. Betty, I even remember when I was a little boy, one day my father took me to a circus. There was a man standing there selling balloons. He had all colors there, yeah. Well, the best ones I liked was the red balloons. Betty, I wanted one of those red balloons more than anything else in the world.
I know, Parky.
Yeah, but it cost a dime, and we were so poor, my father couldn't afford to spend that 10 cents, so I couldn't have one. Ever since then, I've gone through my whole life thinking about how much I wanted that little red balloon and what it meant to me. And just today, I seen a man on a street corner with 50 balloons, and if I wanted to, Betty, I could have bought them all. It's a funny thing now that I can afford it. I don't want a red balloon now.
See, Parky, makes me feel like crying.
Yes, Betty, I don't want a balloon now. What I'd like to get now is one of those things they're making bubbles with, you know?
Oh, Parky, you're right. You shouldn't put things off. You just go away tonight and have a good time. Where are you going?
I am going to Arizona with a banjo on my knee. All I want to do, Betty, is go away by myself and rest. I like this circular where they send me. That's what sold me in Arizona. Just look what it says here. Are you enjoying life, Buttonhook? That's one of the most beautiful...
Are you enjoying life, Buttonhook?
Yes.
Where do you see Buttonhook?
Right there. You can see it.
Buttonhook. That's a question mark.
Say, Betty, the time is flying. You know, you only got an hour and 45 minutes left to make my train. I got so much to do. I better get busy. Oh, here comes Opie.
Hi, folks.
Hello.
Hi, Opie. Say, Opie, Parky's decided to go away on a vacation. Isn't that grand?
Oh, so you're going on a vacation, huh, Parky?
Yes.
Will you boys pardon me? That man wants to pay his check.
A vacation, boy, that's just what I need, Parky. I'm going to make you a proposition. I wouldn't do this for nobody else but you, you know.
Thanks. What is it?
Well, you pay all my expenses, and I'll go along with you.
You will? Opie, I'm going to make you a proposition, huh? And I wouldn't do this for nobody else but you either. I won't pay your expenses and you stay home.
Okay, I'll tell you where we'll go.
You don't have to tell me where to go. I know where I'm going. I'm going to Arizona. I got my tickets and my train leaves in about an hour and a half.
Oh, return your tickets and come with me, Parky. I'll show you a real vacation. We'll go up to the high Sierras and do some mountain climbing.
Mountain climbing? Who's got the strength to climb mountains?
What are you talking about, Parky? Mountain climbing is wonderful.
It is?
You struggle and suffer to climb a 15,000-foot mountain. You finally get to the top, dog-tired, footsore and weary, and every bone in your body aches. But as you stand there on the top and look down at the foot of the mountain, that's the most beautiful sight in the world.
If it's so beautiful down there, why do we have to climb up to the top? Look, Opie, all I want to do is go away all by myself to Arizona and rest.
Why don't you forget Arizona? We'll go up into the woods in Oregon and chop down trees.
Chop down trees?
Sure, it's good for you to get up early in the morning and chop wood for breakfast.
Who wants to eat wood for breakfast? I want oatmeal and cream. Look, Opie, I'm telling you for the last time, I got my tickets all bought. My train leaves for Arizona in about an hour. And I'm going there all by myself, just me, alone, that's all, with nobody else, only I'm, period.
You know something, Parky? I'm starting to think that you don't want me to go with you.
Whatever did I say to give you that idea?
Say, Parky, you better go upstairs and start packing your trunk.
Oh, I'm almost all packed. All I got to do is throw in a few things. Say, Opie, maybe you could please finish packing for me. Would you go upstairs and just put in all that stuff in the trunk that I left on the bed?
Sure, I'll be glad to finish packing for you, Parky.
That's good, because the expressman should be here any minute to take the trunk over to the station. Say, Betty, you know something? I'm going to miss all you folks here when I go, eh? Oh, my, I only got 45 minutes to make my train. I got so many things to do. Betty.
What is it, Parky?
Betty, would you watch the front? I told Opie to go upstairs to finish packing my trunk. I want to see how he's getting along.
All right, Parky.
You can't believe I'm finally going away on a vacation after 18 years. I wonder what it'll be like just doing nothing. So, Opie, I see the trunk is gone, huh?
Yep, the expressman was here about 5 minutes ago and took it off. The trunk's probably halfway to Arizona by now.
That's good. Was it a hard job getting everything in the trunk? I sure had a lot of stuff to put in.
Well, I'll say you did. I couldn't even get your tube of shaving cream in.
You mean to say it was so crowded, couldn't even find room for a tube of shaving cream?
Oh, I got the shaving cream in all right, but I had to squeeze it all out of the tube.
You squeezed the shaving cream out of the tube?
Yeah, but don't worry. I didn't throw it away. It's in your trunk.
In my trunk?
Yeah, I put it in your pajama pocket.
Oh, should have had more brems than to let you pack my trunk for me. Gee whiz, I got so much to do in so little time, I'll never make my train. I wonder what this man wants coming in. Yes, sir, could I help you?
Just want to make a delivery is all. I'm from Sadie's Laundry.
Oh, yes, Sadie's Laundry. You know, I was waiting for that laundry to come. You can always depend on Sadie's Laundry.
Yes, sir. That's $1.07.
Okay, let me see if you got everything here. Hey, wait a minute. These are not mine.
They're not?
No.
Let me see those. What do you know? They're Sadie's. Goodbye.
Forget about the restaurant. Just think about having a good time and don't worry about a thing.
Thanks, baby. Gee, you know, I don't got much time, do I? I had so many instructions to tell you what to do in the restaurant while I'm gone, but I don't got no time to tell you now, so I'll tell you what to do when I come back.
Parky, you do need a vacation. You sound pretty confused.
Oh, Betty, you think what I'm confused? Look who's coming in, the most confused guy in the world. Our absent-minded mayor. It's a fine time for him to come in now when I'm in such a hurry to make my train.
Well, get rid of him quickly, Parky. Remember, you've only got a few minutes.
Yes.
While you're talking to him, I'll make a couple of sandwiches for you to eat on the train.
Okay, Betty. Well, welcome, Mr. Mayor. On my honor, it's a great honor to have Your Honor come in here, Your Honor. On my word of honor, honest.
Thank you very much. You're a very polite man, and I'm glad I left my shoes here to be repaired.
Shoes repaired?
Yes, while you wait. Take them off, please. And I do good work, too, all hand sewed.
No, Your Honor. You're a little mixed up. You see, you don't repair shoes, and I don't repair shoes.
You bet you won't. If I don't repair shoes, you won't repair shoes either, mister. I've got just as much right to be in the shoe repairing business as you have. And if you don't think so, I'll report you to my friend the mayor.
Oh, but, Your Honor, you are the mayor.
Why, of course I'm the mayor. Sure. And as great a mayor as this great city will ever have. I have a great feeling for the common man, and the common man has a great feeling for me. I do not say a man is great because he has a lot of money, or great because he has power. My sympathy goes out to every poor soul. I say a poor soul is a great soul. Now that we've settled the question of souls, do you want rubber or leather heels?
Look, Your Honor, I am not interested in heels.
And why are you talking to me?
Look, you know, remember me. I own this restaurant. I'm Parky. Right now, I only got 20 minutes to make a train. You see, I'm going to Arizona and do absolutely nothing.
Do nothing, eh?
Yes.
Just a bum.
Oh,
it's men like you who set a bad example for the working man. What would this world be if everybody was a vagrant like you and did nothing?
I am not fragrant. You don't understand. You see, I want to do nothing because all my life I've been doing so much.
You want to do nothing because you're doing so much?
Yes.
Brother, you're a mixed-up man. If I were you, I'd take a vacation.
That's what I want to do, Your Honor. Take a vacation in Arizona. In fact, I'm leaving in 15 minutes.
15 minutes?
Yes.
Who do you think you are, rushing in here and expecting to get your shoes repaired in 15 minutes? I've only got 2 hands. Glad to repair your shoes. That's how I make my living. But I like to do good work, and the least you can do is give me a half an hour, because don't forget I got to catch a train for Arizona.
You got to catch a train for Arizona?
Yes, first vacation I've had in 18 years. Goodbye, Your Honor.
Boy. What a man he is. Oh, my, I only got 14 minutes to make my train. Oh, hello, Bob Williams and Opie, and goodbye, Bob Williams and Opie. I'm leaving now. Only got 12 minutes to make my train. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Hey, wait a minute, Parky. Don't forget your sandwiches. Here you are. Now have a good time and get a good rest.
Okay, goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, Parky. Oh, wait a minute, Parky. I forgot to tell you. This woman here has been waiting to see you.
Waiting to see me? Gee, I'm in such a hurry. How do you do, lady?
Hello, honey. Are you the boss, sweetie?
Yes, I am. What could I do for you? Could you please make it snappy? You see, I only got 10 minutes to make my train.
Well, honey, I hear you want to hire a waitress, dearie.
Yes, I do, but could you please speak to Miss Betty Rhodes? She'll take care of you.
Oh, that's okay, honey. I just want to show you my references, sweetie. I got them right here in my bag, honey.
Look, would you please...
And this will only take a minute, dearie. Oh, where did I put those references?
Look.
I carry so much stuff in this bag, honey. Look what I got here. Lipstick, comb, telephone directory.
Telephone directory?
Glendale, honey. It's a small town.
Now, look, honey, I got...
Honey, imagine calling me honey. Well, you just met me, sweetie. Gosh, you're a fast worker.
Look, I got to make a train. Would you please talk to Miss Betty Rhodes?
Look, honey, you don't have to raise your voice to me, sweetie. I don't have to take that kind of talk from you, honey. I can get a job anywhere I want, dearie, and don't forget that, honey. Goodbye, sweetheart.
Now, I only got 7 minutes to make my train. It's a good thing. It's a good thing that the station is only around the corner. Well, goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, here comes that Orville Sharp, the salesman. I'll have to get rid of him in a hurry now.
Well, hello, Mr. Parky Conkers.
Hello, honey. What's... Oh, no, pardon me. I'm so nervous. You see, I only got a couple of minutes to make my train. Look, I'll see you when I come back, Mr. Sharp.
Not so fast, mister. What I got to talk to you about is important.
Yes.
I heard you're going on a vacation. Am I correct?
Yes, you're correct, but I...
Now, everybody who goes away on a vacation writes postcards to their friends. You realize that, don't you?
Oh, sure, I realize that, but I have to go.
Now, look, when you send them postcards, it's a hard job to think up those funny things to say. Am I correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Who you buying your witty sayings from?
Witty sayings? You got to buy witty sayings?
Why, abso. Now, when everybody goes away, what do they write on them postcards?
I don't know.
I'll tell you what they write. They write the same old corny stuff. Having a wonderful time. Wish you was here. Or else they write, at night you need an extra blanket.
Yeah, not me. I was going to write something original like, X marks my room, you see? Or, on a clear day you can see the window.
On a clear day you can see the window. Oh, boy, do you need me. Oh, a child wouldn't write back a thing like that.
That's pretty stupid, am I correct?
Correct, yes. See, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Now, for $25, I'll get you up a list of witty sayings, each and every one packed with good humor.
Good humor? What flavor?
Now, look, brother, don't make no jokes about my witty sayings. The humor on my postcards ain't no laughing matter.
Look, Mr. Sharp, I don't like to rush you, but honest, I only got a couple of minutes to make my train, and I don't want to spend $25 for witty sayings.
Okay. Here's what I'll do for you.
Yes?
For $5, I'll give you a dozen sparkling gems. Let me give you an example.
An example?
Yeah. Here's a wonderful witty saying, like, if you got a sweetheart you left in the city, see?
Yes.
You go away on a vacation, you meet a beautiful girl. So you write back, having a wonderful time, wish you was her.
Ain't that funny? Look, would you mind if I laughed on the train? I'll have more time there.
Okay, I won't keep you no longer. Just give me $5, leave me a forwarding address. I'll mail the witty sayings up to you.
Look, Mr. Sharp, I don't want to spend $5 for no witty sayings, and I got to...
Okay, just give me $1 then. I'll send you one very witty saying.
One very witty saying for $1? Look, here's 50 cents. Send me one that's half witty.
I don't know why a guy like you takes up my time. Goodbye.
Takes up his time. Why's that? Hombre. Look at the time. I'll never... Well, goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Bye. Bye. Oh, I'll get the phone, Parky. You go ahead.
All right, Betty. I'll never...
Hello? Well, yes, he's here. You say it's very important? Well, wait a minute. Parky, it's Mrs. Pierce.
Oh, I don't got time, Betty. All right, I'll talk to her. Hello, Mrs. Pierce. Look, I'm leaving for my first vacation. You did? When? Just now? That's wonderful. How many people? 35. Sure, we'll take care of them. Bring them over. Glad to do it for you. Goodbye, Mrs. Pierce. Betty.
What is it, Parky?
Mrs. Pierce's boy Bill just came home today after 3 years in the Pacific. They want to give him a big party here tonight in the restaurant. Isn't that wonderful? Where's my apron? I'm going to bake a special cake for him. Just swell kid. See, I remember Billy when he was a little baby.
Yeah, but Parky, what about your vacation?
Vacation? Who needs a vacation? Never felt better in my whole life. You know what we'll give him, Betty? We'll give him roast beef. Then we'll give him a hot spice.
The merchant marine faces a tremendous task. Upon the men who sail our ships depends the welfare of our troops all over the world. They must be supplied, occupation forces must be sustained, our wounded and ill cared for, food and clothes must be delivered to those made destitute by war. The merchant marine offers security during the periods of post-war readjustment and opportunity for a worthwhile peacetime career. Experienced officers and seamen with certificates are needed urgently. So write or wire collect to the Merchant Marine, Washington 25 D.C., giving your rating or license and address.
Now this is Bob Williams saying good night for Old Gold. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden.
Our Miss Brooks teaches English at Madison High School, and what with the overcrowded classrooms and a rather rigorous schedule, has had a pretty busy time during the past semester.
But not busy enough, evidently, to suit Mr. Osgood Conklin, Madison's beloved warden, a principal. Just recently, Mr. Conklin organized a school banking system. And who do you think was selected for the honor of handling this noble project at no increase in salary? Well, it wasn't Barney Baruch. I've had to take care of all the records single-handed. Oh, I'm not complaining. I think it's admirable for people to be saving and frugal, especially if you've got something to save. But I didn't count on the complications that set in last week. It seems that after school Thursday, I had $25 of the students' money in an envelope, which I placed on the dresser in my room at Mrs. Davis's. I intended to deposit it Friday morning and had asked Mrs. Davis to wake me at the usual time. I was sleeping very heavily when she knocked on my door.
Connie? Oh, Connie. Connie, are you in there?
No, I'll be back in 15 minutes.
Come on now, Connie. You've got to get up.
Why?
To go to school.
I graduated from school a long time ago. Well, not such a long time ago.
Before you do anything else, dear, I want you to see the surprise I've got for you here in this box.
In this box?
Go on, open it, Connie.
Well, I don't understand, Mrs. Davis. It isn't my birthday or anything. Why, it's a dress. Oh, you shouldn't have done it, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, sure I should have.
No, you shouldn't.
Yes, I should. I bought it with practically found money.
Found money?
Yes, I found it on your dresser yesterday. I I knew that you'd left it for me to cover the back rent you owe. But frankly, Connie, I didn't expect it so soon and so...
Mrs. Davis.
Yes, Connie.
You shouldn't have done it.
But why not? Don't you like the dress, Connie?
Sure, I like the dress. I love the dress. But will the district attorney care for it?
What district attorney?
Well, don't you see, Mrs. Davis, that wasn't my money. I was going to deposit that for the students. And today also happens to be the day Mr. Conklin inspects my bank records.
That is a coincidence, isn't it?
Yeah, the happiest coincidence since Frankenstein met the Wolfman. Look, I know you meant well, and I hate to hurt your feelings, but really...
Oh, you won't hurt my feelings, Connie. I'm a lot like my sister Angela that way. She just refuses to harbor bad thoughts.
That's very nice, Mrs. Davis, but from what you've told me about Angela, sometimes she doesn't harbor any thoughts at all.
Yes, she is terribly absent-minded, poor dear. But sometimes that's for the best.
What's for the best?
What's for the best for who?
If you'll punch my transfer, I'd like to get off here. You see, Mrs. Davis, I've got a big problem today. That money that paid for that dress didn't belong to me.
It didn't?
I've already told you, Mrs. Davis, it was part of the students' savings.
Oh, Connie, then you shouldn't have done it.
I didn't do it, you did it.
Ignorance of the law is no excuse.
Oh, this is terrible. Let's see that box again. Oh, you got the dress at Sherry's department store. Maybe they'll take it back and refund the money.
You see, Connie, I thought you left the money for the back rent you owe. And so
I know you did,
just
Mrs. Davis, and I appreciate the thought more than I can tell you. But if you'll excuse me, I've got to get ready now. Walter Denton's picking me up in a few minutes.
Oh, did you have another accident with your car, Connie?
Just a slight collision with a new Hudson, Mrs. Davis.
What happened?
Well, you know the ad they have? Hudson, the car you step down into?
Yes.
Well, this one I drove down into. Do you know how to get to Sherry's department store, Walter? I've got to stop there for a minute.
Oh, sure, Miss Brooks. I'll get you there in no time. By the way, how do you like the car today?
The car? Oh, it looks fine, Walter.
I polished all 4 fenders the other day.
Well, I'm sure that'll improve the appearance of... What fenders? You haven't got any fenders on the car at all.
Oh, of course not. They're home in my garage. I only put them on weekends.
Weekends?
Well, sure. Even people don't dress up every day in the week.
I see. No sense in hitting a sloppy pedestrian with a natty car.
Exactly. You know, human beings are a lot like cars if they only stop to think about it. Take yourself, for instance. The way you look this morning.
I know. Stanley Steamer.
I'm only trying to be helpful, Miss Brooks. You look a little worried about something. Is there anything I can do?
Nothing I can think of offhand, Walter. Just keep it under your hat.
You keep what under my hat?
The information you're going to worm out of me by the time we get to Sherry's.
Oh. Well, what is the information?
It's about the school banking system.
Oh, that. I know that's a big pain in the neck to you, but that's nothing to get depressed about. Gosh, did you see the papers this morning?
No, I didn't get a chance.
Well, you ought to read the story in the bulletin. Oh, that'd cheer you up. It's all about a woman embezzler who was caught stealing $19,000 from the Federal Trust Company. They just gave her 10 years in the clink.
I feel better already.
Well, she didn't even get a chance to spend any of the dough she embezzled. I guess honesty's the best policy after all.
Wish I'd taken out a policy like that.
And right in the same paper is another story that'd make you glad just to be working at school, Miss Brooks. It's about conditions in the state reformatory for women.
No good, huh?
Deplorable. Oh, they make the poor inmates mop the floors all day long. And if they haven't got any mops, which they usually don't have because they're so short of everything, why, then the women have to mop the floors with their hands.
How awful. Oh, here's the store, Walter. Drive up in the back, will you? That's the quickest way to get to the basement.
Basement?
Certainly. That's where they keep the mops, isn't it? Let's see now. Adjustment office. This must be it. I beg your pardon.
Come in. You're my very first adjustment today. Sit down, won't you, Miss...
Brooks, Constance Brooks.
How do you do, Miss Brooks? I'm Mr. Pearson. Would you like a cigarette?
No, thanks. I'm in kind of
a cup of coffee?
No, I've got to get to school pretty quickly.
Good for you. There's nothing I like better than a nice, punctual pupil.
This interview may not be as unpleasant as I anticipated. I'm not a pupil, Mr. Pearson. I'm a teacher at Madison High. But the reason I dropped in here is to return a dress someone bought for me.
Well, you know the motto of Sherry's, don't you? If you're not satisfied, we cheerfully refund your money.
That's what I've heard.
And that's what we do. Now then, about this dress. You don't like it?
Yes, I do. I like it very much.
But it doesn't fit quite properly.
Well, I can't be certain about that because, frankly, I didn't
Is
even...
the color. Oh, you don't like the color.
I think the color is peachy.
I see. And so it clashes with your complexion.
You don't understand. I just can't keep the dress. I've got to get the money back.
Well, that's what we're here for. In Sherry's, your money is cheerfully refunded.
She'd stop being cheerful and start refunding.
And now then, first of all, we must have a valid basis for adjustment. Tell me, how did you find out that the material in this garment is inferior?
Inferior? I didn't find out
The sales lady told you, didn't she? Miss Morgan.
Miss Morgan?
So, you know her. Well, there's no sense trying to shield her, Miss Brooks. I knew there was a leak somewhere. We'll have a loyalty check in the morning.
Look, somebody bought me this dress with money that, well, it shouldn't have been spent.
Why not, Miss Brooks? Don't answer that. I know. It was counterfeit money. Young woman, I'm surprised at you. Surprised and shocked.
Now, just a minute, Mr. Pearson. There was nothing wrong with the money Mrs. Davis paid for this dress.
So, Mrs. Davis paid for the dress. Miss Brooks, what are you doing with Mrs. Davis's dress under your arm? I know. You couldn't afford the dress yourself, but you needed money. So when you saw it lying there on Mrs. Davis's bed, you couldn't resist the temptation. You picked it up and brought it here for a refund. Oh, you poor misguided creature.
This guy really runs the gamut. Listen, Mr. Pearson, Mrs. Davis is my landlady. She bought me a dress for a present in this store yesterday.
Well, why didn't you say so, Miss Brooks? You see, yesterday we had our final clearance sale of ladies' dresses, and of course, in a closeout of that sort, there can never be any refund.
What?
But remember, anything else you buy can be returned within 60 days, and Sherry's will cheerfully refund your money.
Well, that's just dandy. And the next time you have a sale, be sure and get in touch with me.
Yeah, I'll be glad to. Where can we reach you?
Just drop into any post office. You'll find my number under my picture.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith.
Ladies, what's your complexion problem?
My skin's so dingy.
Mine's oily.
My skin's dull, coarse-looking.
Doctors have proved that many complexion problems respond wonderfully to proper cleansing with Palmolive soap, regardless of age, skin type, or previous beauty care. Oily skin looks less oily. Dull, drab skin fresher and brighter. Coarse-looking skin appears finer. Even tiny blemishes, incipient blackheads disappear or improve. To win such complexion improvements, simply use Palmolive soap. Nothing but Palmolive, the way doctors advise.
Wash your face with Palmolive soap 3 times a day. Massage with Palmolive's wonderful beauty lather for 60 seconds each time to get its full beautifying effect. Then rinse.
Look for improvements in your complexion within 14 days. For remember, 36 doctors, leading skin specialists, advise this way for 1,285 women with all types of skin. Young, old, dry, oily, normal, and proved it could bring lovelier complexions to 2 out of 3. So forget all other beauty care. Use Palmolive soap the way these doctors advised for a fresher, brighter complexion.
For loveliness all over, use big, thrifty bath-size Palmolive in your tub or shower.
Well, Sherry's department store lived up to its reputation by refunding the dress and cheerfully keeping my money. In a way, it's a good thing I had the extra dress with me, because when we got to school, I stepped out of Walter's car and right through the hem of the dress I had on. Well, knowing I had to face Mr. Conklin, I felt pretty panicky. It's bad enough to have your spirits dragging without having your hem down there, too. But I finally hit on a pretty good scheme. Between classes, I dropped into the domestic science room to have my old dress patched up and to try and sell the new one. Excuse me, Miss Atterbury, but I wonder if you could help me out.
Oh, it's Miss Brooks. Well, come in, dear. What can I do for you?
Well, I tore the hem of this dress I've got on, and I'd like to get it fixed up.
I'll do whatever I can. Some of these sewing machines are in pretty bad shape. There's one old singer here that hasn't worked for weeks.
That's too bad. Maybe you could teach him to dance. Or sew the seam by hand.
Let's see that hem now. Pretty bad rip. Take quite a while to fix it.
Well, then maybe I'd better slip on this other dress till you're done. I'll just step behind this screen here and take this one off. Oh, there. You got it?
Yes, I'll start stitching it up right away.
Good. I'll certainly appreciate it, Miss Atterbury. Well, I've got this one on. How do you like it?
Why, it's lovely, Miss Brooks. I wish I had one like it.
You have, Miss Atterbury. I've decided this dress is not my type, so you're welcome to it for $25.
Only $25? That's a steal, Miss Brooks.
Let's use another word, shall we? Now, if you'll excuse me, Miss Atterbury, I've got to get over to Mr. Conklin's office.
All right, Miss Brooks, and I'll have your other dress all fixed when you come back. Then we'll try the new one on me. Of course, I weigh 186, but I hope I can get into it.
Just have the $25 ready. You'll get into it. Oh, one thing, Miss Atterbury.
Yes?
While I'm gone, try and lose a few pounds.
Now, see here, Harriet. Just because you're my daughter doesn't give you the privilege of taking time off from your study period. As principal of this school, I must...
But, Daddy, it'll only take a minute. I just want your permission to withdraw $3 from my school savings account. I've just got to have a new sweater.
Harriet, it distresses me to hear you talk this way. Why, do you realize that it's invariably a craving for unnecessary finery that is the basis for most of the crimes committed by women?
But, Daddy...
Just this morning, there was a story in the paper about a woman being held as an embezzler. And do you know what her alibi was? She needed clothes. I tell you, it's a disgrace what this civilization is coming to. Show me a well-dressed girl who has only a moderate income, and I'll show you an embezzler.
Good morning, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, good morning, Miss Brooks. I see we have on a new dress.
Oh, is yours new, too? This is sort of new. Well, yes. Hello, Harriet.
Hi, Miss Brooks.
Run along, Harriet. I have some important matters to discuss with Miss Brooks.
All right, Daddy. We'll take my matter up later on, huh?
Dismissed, girl.
Yes, sir.
Now then, Miss Brooks, have you brought all the student banking records with you?
Well, not exactly all of them, Mr. Conklin.
Then how many?
None of them. You see, I wanted to double-check some of the items before you and I did the final recap, and...
What are you trying to tell me, Miss Brooks?
Oh, I'm not trying to tell you anything, Mr. Conklin. The less, the better. You see, there's one more deposit I've got to make today before the records tally.
Very well, Miss Brooks. I'll wait until lunch period.
We'll have a long lunch period, Mr. Conklin. It may take me quite a while.
To do what, Miss Brooks?
To start a pyramid club. See you later, Miss Brooks. Oh, you did a wonderful job on my old dress, Miss Atterbury. Now, suppose you try on this new one.
All right, Miss Brooks. But I'm so much heavier than you, I hope I can get it on.
Oh, you'll get it on easily. I have to smear you with butter. Now, off with the old, and on with the new. Lift your arms. That's a good girl. Now, down over your shoulders. Fine. Past your waist. Good. Now, past your... There. Oh, it fits you like a glove, Miss Atterbury.
Feels like I'm standing in the pinky.
Well, close the zipper along the side.
The zipper? All right. Oh, it won't move.
Oh, nonsense. Take a deep breath. Now hold it. Oh, there we are.
When can I breathe out?
Oh, don't be a child. You look lovely in it, Miss Atterbury.
Thanks, Miss Brooks. But I can't hold my breath any longer. What happened?
Nothing much. The zipper just returned to at ease. You know, that's what I like about this dress, Miss Atterbury. It brings out the real you. Gods of you. I guess we will have to alter it a little, but if you'll just give me that $25 now, I'd like to go and make...
Just a minute, Miss Brooks. I don't know if I want to buy this dress right now. Here, let me take another deep breath.
The latest thing, plunging necklines. You know, the fashion experts say that necklines are going further south every year.
I know.
Of course, this one's on its way to Mexico City, but I'm sure the dress can be made to fit
and
you.
I'm sure it can't, Miss Brooks. We just weren't made for each other. Help me get it off, will you?
All right, Miss Atterbury, but you're overlooking a great buy. After all, breathing isn't everything.
There you are.
I've got an idea. Why don't you dye the dress?
Dye it? What color?
Flesh color. Then you wouldn't have to worry about the zipper. No, I guess not. Oh, there's the lunch period. I've got to hurry over to Mr. Boynton's laboratory.
Oh, did Mr. Boynton invite you to lunch, Miss Brooks?
That's why I've got to hurry. He's just going to. Oh, hello, Mr. Boynton. I'm glad I caught you before you went to lunch.
Hello, Miss Brooks. I'm not going to the cafeteria today. I brought a couple of sandwiches to eat right here. Would you like one of them?
Oh, I don't know, Mr. Boynton. I don't like to take your...
Go ahead, Miss Brooks. They're very good.
Well, thanks.
And they're only 30 cents apiece.
Here's 15. I'll just eat the bottom half. You know, I really should be in Mr. Conklin's office right now with the school banking records, but frankly, I'm a little shy.
Well, that's one of the reasons I like you, Miss Brooks.
I don't mean bashful shy. I mean come to the station house shy.
I don't understand, Miss Brooks. Is there something wrong?
Nothing serious, Mr. Boynton. Do you think you could ever love an embezzler?
I never have. What's this all about, Miss Brooks?
Oh, well, let's forget it. Let's live for today. Eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die. Here's another 15 cents. Give me the top of that sandwich.
Are you sure everything's all right, Miss Brooks?
Oh, let's not talk about it, Mr. Boynton. Tell me, why are you eating in the lab? Cutting down on expenses?
Well, sort of. I've been a little short all month.
You too?
But I'll be solvent again this afternoon. Mr. Conklin's buying a sport jacket of mine. It's one that was sent to me for Christmas, and he just insists on my selling it to him. Says he wants to wear it to the faculty masquerade ball next month.
Masquerade ball? What kind of a jacket is it?
Well, it's green suede. Mr. Conklin's going as Robin Hood.
Oh, he's a natural. What's he giving you for it?
About $25.
Gee, I'm glad I dropped in today. It's good to see you, Mr. Boynton.
Thanks, Miss Brooks.
What are you going to wear to the masquerade, Mr. Boynton?
Well, I don't know. I haven't made up my mind yet.
You only think you haven't made up your mind yet. Mr. Boynton, I happen to have in this box the ideal costume for you.
Oh, but Miss Brooks,
Let me unwrap it for you. Now, tell the truth, Mr. Boynton. Who always wins the grand prize at fancy dress affairs? Men who dress as women.
Men who dress as women?
You're so right, Mr. Boynton. Now, take your jacket off.
But I don't
Now,
want...
that's a good boy. Just slip this dress on for size.
Oh, but Miss Brooks, I'll never be able to get into it.
If Miss Atterbury could get into it, you can get into it. Now, come on, right over your head. Just straighten it out. There.
Oh, I feel ridiculous, Miss Brooks.
Why, it looks lovely on you, Mr. Boynton. And I'm going to let you have it very reasonably.
But it's so tight.
Well, naturally it's tight now, but that's easily corrected. It'll fit you perfectly when you've got the proper foundation garment on.
Foundation garment?
Oh, excuse me, Walter and I were just... Oh, hi, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Harriet, Walter.
We were... Who's your friend? What a bill!
Walter, please. It's Mr. Boynton.
Mr. Boynton?
I'm just trying on a masquerade costume.
Oh, I see. Well, the reason we were looking for you, Miss Brooks, was to tell you that Daddy wants to go over those school savings records right away.
I know he does, Harriet, but I haven't been able to make a certain deposit yet. However, as soon as I sell this dress to Mr. Boynton...
I'm afraid I can't buy this, Miss Brooks. It's just not my type of costume.
Oh, but Mr. Boynton...
Wait a minute, Miss Brooks. If Mr. Boynton doesn't want the dress, maybe my mother will buy it. I know she's been saving up for one.
Really, Harriet? Do you think she'd like it?
Why, I think so. Would you mind modeling it for me, Mr. Boynton?
Modeling it?
You know, walk up and down with your hand on your hip.
I had to do that once when I first joined a fraternity.
No, but this is absurd.
Please, Mr. Boynton, just a few steps.
Well...
A pretty girl is like a melody that haunts me.
There you are, Miss Brooks.
Oh, hello, Mr. Conklin.
Hi, Mr. Conklin.
Hello, Mr. Conklin.
Hello, Miss Boynton. Now then, Miss Brooks, I have been expecting... Mr. Boynton!
I was just trying it on for size, Mr. Conklin, but...
I know this is a biology laboratory, but what kind of an experiment is this?
Just the masquerade, Mr. Conklin.
I don't want to hear any more about it. I presume you still haven't prepared the school savings record yet?
No, I haven't, Mr. Conklin.
I'll be tied up for the rest of the day, but bring them to my home immediately after school. And they'd better balance.
Let's see now, where were we? Oh, yes. She will leave you and then come back again.
Now, if you'll just take this chair by the desk, Miss Brooks, we'll check these columns of figures.
Oh, before you do, Mr. Conklin, there's something I'd like to explain. You see, when you add them all
I'm
up, they
sure
don't...
I'm mentally equipped to add a column of figures, Miss Brooks. 6 and 8 of 14, 9, 23,
Osgood.
Please, Martha. Can't you see I'm trying to do some work here?
Well, I just want to talk to Miss Brooks for a minute.
Well, go ahead, but be quiet about it.
Yes,
6 and 8 of 14.
Come over here, Miss Brooks.
I see you're wearing the dress, Mrs. Conklin. How do you like it?
Oh, I like it fine. How much did you say it was worth?
$25.
Oh, good. You'll never guess where I keep my money, Miss Brooks.
Not in the school savings bank, I hope.
No, it's in the sugar bowl. I'll go and get it for you, Miss Brooks.
Miss Brooks, come here this instant.
Yes, sir. Hurry, Mrs. Conklin.
Now sit down, Miss Brooks. I've added these figures very carefully. 3 times. And I still get the same total.
I know. There's $25 missing.
You knew?
That's what I was trying to explain, Mr. Conklin. You see, that was the money I didn't deposit.
But why not?
Well, it was used for something else.
Something else? But that was a sacred trust, Miss Brooks. How could you do such a thing? Why, that's an awful...
Pardon me, Osgood. But I've got to talk to you. There's $25 missing from the sugar bowl.
From the sugar bowl?
Only you and I knew that money was there, Osgood.
Well, you see, dear, my check isn't due for 2 weeks, and I
want that money, Osgood. I want it now.
But
she wants the dough, Osgood, and she wants it now. See?
What?
Well, I mean, not just anyone can play in the sugar bowl. You've got to be invited by the Southern Conference. Of course, this year the Rose Bowl.
I'll get it. Oh, come in, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Conklin. Oh, good afternoon, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Mr. Boynton.
Well, here's that jacket, Mr. Conklin. I must say it's a good buy for only $25.
Jacket?
I meant to call you about that, Boynton. I've decided against buying anything for myself. I want to surprise Mrs. Conklin with a little gift. A new dress.
Surprise!
How much is this dress, my dear?
$25.
I just happen to have that amount on me. Here you are, my dear.
Thanks. Here you are, my dear.
Thanks. Here you are, my dear.
Thanks. The books are now balanced.
Oh, just a minute, Mr. Conklin. Let me have 50 cents of that money. Here you are, Mrs. Conklin.
But, Miss Brooks, what's the 50 cents for?
Get yourself a mousetrap for the sugar bowl.
As our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment. But first...
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Daumit's magic formula blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Gives loveliness lather even in hardest water. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Luster Cream. Not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Gives new beauty to all hairdos or permanents. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, either tubes or jars. Tonight, try Luster Cream Shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, after the records were straightened out Friday afternoon, Mr. Conklin gave me the money and told me to be sure and deposit it the following morning. This time I didn't leave it on my dresser. I put the $25 in an old pair of galoshes in the hall closet. I slept until almost 10 o'clock Saturday morning and was just getting out of bed when Mrs. Davis came in.
Oh, I'm so glad you're up, Connie. I thought that was the cutest thing.
You thought what was the cutest thing, Mrs. Davis?
How you tried to give me some advance rent by slipping it into the galoshes you borrowed last week.
Oh, no. You didn't take that money and buy me another dress.
Of course not, Connie. I bought you a lovely leather briefcase to keep the students' savings in.
Well, there's only one way out. Get me a needle and thread.
A needle and thread? What are you going to do?
What can I do? I'll sew some sleeves on it and sell it to Mrs. Conklin.
Tune into another Our Miss Brooks show, brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written and directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch. For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evenings over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Those were such great episodes. No matter how many times I listen to them, I always find something fresh and funny and new in them. Next up, we have Meet Corliss Archer, which was CBS's answer to the popular NBC show A Date with Judy, targeted at teen audiences. It started out as a summer replacement for the Bob Hope Show in 1948, and it ran until 1953, as well as on TV from 51 to 52, so concurrently. The radio version starred first Priscilla Lyon and then Janet Waldo, with Eugene Sanders briefly playing the role while one of those actors was sick, I think, as well as Bob Bailey as Corliss's father and Irene Tedrow as her mother. Sam Edwards played Dexter, her boyfriend, who irritated the hell out of her father. Despite its long run, only 24 episodes remain to this day, which is sad. This episode is probably my favorite, The Old Oak Tree from November 7th, 1952. After that, we have Hot Rod from the Hardy Family that starred Mickey Rooney in his famous film role, Andy Hardy. It only ran for one season, which I do not understand, but it's a hilarious sitcom. I mean, who doesn't like Mickey Rooney? And the same stars that played in the movies, Fay Holden and Louis Stone, also played the roles in the radio show. This episode is a great one. It's about Andy and his father's automobile mix-ups when Andy enters his hot rod in a race. After that is Old Gold Comedy Theater, which only ran for one season from 1944 to 1945, and starred silent film star Harold Lloyd as the host. It featured some of the biggest names from film and radio, recreating successful comedy films for each episode. This episode, Brewster's Millions, I'm sure you've heard of it, was an adaptation of the 1945 film, and it was acted by the film's stars, Dennis O'Keefe and Helen Walker. It's about a soldier returning from World War II to marry his sweetheart, but he has to postpone the wedding after he learns that his deceased uncle has left him $8 million. He can only inherit that money if he can spend $1 million of it before his 30th birthday, which is only 2 months away. I don't think I'd have a problem doing that myself. Anyway, next is another very popular radio sitcom, My Friend Irma, which starred Marie Wilson as scatterbrained secretary Irma Peterson and her level-headed roommate Jane Stacy, played by Kathy Lewis. It also starred John Brown as Irma's lazy boyfriend Al, Hans Conried as neighbor Professor Kropotkin, and Jane Morgan as landlady Mrs. O'Reilly. So in this episode, Irma takes her friends on a picnic in the country using her newfound knowledge of local geography from taking night classes, but it turns out to be an Army missile testing site. So sit back and enjoy, and I will be back in a little bit to discuss.
Now, meet Corliss Archer.
Good morning, Mom. Morning, Daddy.
Good morning.
Good morning, Corliss. Sit down. Breakfast is on. Sorry I'm late. I guess I overslept a little. I was having the most wonderful dream about Dexter.
What a revolting way to spend the night.
Oh, Daddy, stop. It was beautiful. We seemed to be on a lovely, sun-swept hillside in a field of flowers. Dexter was coming toward me in my dream. I could see his face coming closer and closer and closer. And then I woke up.
Screaming?
Corliss, I think it was a lovely dream, but isn't that overdoing it a bit? To think of Dexter all day and then dream about him at night?
I just can't see him enough.
I just can't see him, period.
Oh, Daddy, please. I think I'm very lucky to have Dexter living so close to us. Just think. The man I was fated for right next door. Where else could I have found anything like Dexter?
Simple. Just look under any rock.
Don't pay any attention to him, Corliss. He's just teasing you. I think it's wonderful that Dexter lives next door.
Oh, it is. It means that I can see him just about the first thing each morning and the last thing each night.
That's right.
Of course, I used to see him even laster each night.
Laster?
I mean, before that old tree by the driveway got so big that the branches came between our windows. Remember how we used to talk to each other every night and make our plans for the next day? It was so romantic.
Good morning, everybody.
Oh, hi, Dexter.
Morning, Dexter.
Boy, it's kind of nippy out this morning. There's frost on the grass.
Really?
Yeah. I just saw 2 worms stick their noses up out of the ground. The first worm said to the second, "Boy, is my nose cold. How's yours?" And the second worm said, "Don't ask me, I'm your other end."
Oh, brother, what a wormy joke to interrupt the conversation with.
Oh, was I interrupting? I'm sorry, Mr. Archer. What were you talking about?
Oh, we were talking about that tree in the yard.
Oh, that old thing. That's a pain in the neck. Remember how much fun we used to have talking from our bedrooms at night before the branches grew between our windows?
Oh, that's exactly what I was just saying.
Wow, great minds run in the same channel.
Dexter, your mind needs a channel with all the water on your brain.
Oh, I'm not so dumb, Mr. Archer. I'm getting pretty smart. Last night before I went to sleep, I said, well, tomorrow is another day. And you know what?
What?
When I got up this morning, it was.
Dexter, please, let's start this day out right. Let's promise not to tell any...
Folks, may I come in?
Oh, hello, Mary.
Hi, Mom.
Well, how nice to see you, son. You're hardly ever home. You're always over here.
And Mary, anytime you want to take his place, we'll swap him even. Well, come on, kids. I'll drop you at school on my way to the office.
Okay.
Oh, swell.
Bye, Mom.
So
Bye,
long,
Mrs.
folks.
Franklin.
Oh, you know, that's a real live doll, your husband. Anytime you get tired of him, Janet, send him over next door.
Oh, I think I'll keep him for a while yet.
Well, even if you did cut him loose, I don't guess he'd drift my way. He'd want something quite a bit younger.
Oh, Mary, stop talking like an old woman. You're still a spring chicken.
Yeah, but my springs are starting to squeak. Say, Janet, is it just my imagination, or is this room darker than it used to be?
Oh, much darker. It just doesn't get any sun anymore, ever since that tree by the driveway got so big.
Oh, well, it seems a shame. For heaven's sake, what in the world was that?
The tree. Harry backed into it again. Oh, there goes another fender.
Well, how often does he do that?
Well, I'd say twice a month is par for the course.
Twice a month? Janet, how can he be so careless?
Oh, Harry doesn't think he's careless. I know the first thing he'll say when he comes home tonight.
What?
I'm a very careful driver. It wasn't my fault.
I'm a very careful driver. It wasn't my fault.
Of course it wasn't, Mr. Archer. The tree just reached over and grabbed the fender.
Oh, be quiet, Dexter. That doggone tree's in a ridiculous place. It seems to me that... See who that is?
Oh, sure. Yes, sir?
Howdy, Bub. Your name Archer?
No, my name is Franklin. Someday I'm going to be Mr. Corliss Archer. But right now, my name is Franklin.
Stop it, Dexter. I'm Mr. Archer. You want to see me, sir?
Yep.
Won't you come in?
Yep. Higgins is the name, Mr. Archer. Gee, I don't know as we ever met, but it seems to me I used to know some Archers in, Topeka, no, Dallas, no.
Excuse me. It's almost time for our dinner, and we, you understand.
Oh, yep, sure do, yep. Well, to make it short, Mr. Archer, I'm in the city park department.
You can have more fun in the city park.
Mr. Archer, I've had a very hard day.
I find him here every time I come home. Believe me, Mr. Higgins, that's a fate worse than death.
Yep. Hey, now, Mr. Archer, the long and short of it is you got a sick tree on your property.
I have?
Yep. That oak with the driveway is mighty sick.
If that oak is sick, it must have lumbago.
I'm sorry, Mr. Higgins. You can see how it is.
Yep, once I had the 7-year itch. Now, About this here tree, Mr. Archer, it's pretty doggone serious. Apt to infect all the other trees on this street. Reckon you'll have to do something about it.
Well, what can I do?
Well, you could get somebody to cure it up.
You mean a tree surgeon?
Yep.
And pay him for it?
Yep.
Pay him to cure that old pest of a tree?
Yep. Unless you want us to cut it down for free.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, yes. Yes, cut it down. What do the rest of you say?
Cut it down! Corliss! Oh, Corliss!
Oh, that's Dexter.
Oh, I was wondering.
Huh?
I knew the Bailey's cat couldn't be having kittens again.
Oh, Mom. Be right out, Dexter. Hi, Dex.
Hey, look what I found, a horseshoe.
Oh, golly, that's wonderful. That means good luck. Oh, listen, where are you going to hang it?
Well, how about if I hang it right here on the tree? Then it can be good luck for both of us.
All right, swell. Then we can always touch it and... Dexter, this tree won't be here in a couple of days.
Hey, that's right.
And thank goodness for that. It's just in the way.
That's right.
Though, of course, we used to have fun in it.
That's right.
But I agree with Daddy. It's got to go.
Gosh, will you please make up your mind?
Golly, when you stop to think of it, we've spent a lot of time around this tree.
I'll say.
All the memories. We've talked under this tree and sung and done homework and had barbecues for the gang.
And remember when I carved our initials here? Look, you can still see them.
Oh, we were practically babies then. Golly, that was a long time ago.
I'll say. Holy cow, that was way back in 1950. Gosh, I never thought we'd outlive this tree. I always thought...
So did I. I always thought someday we'd be married out here. And, Dex, we mustn't let him cut it down.
We mustn't?
We can't. This tree is part of us. Its roots go right down into our lives.
They do?
We've got to find a way to save it. Won't you?
Me?
You're the only one I can count on. Oh, please. For my sake, think of our roots.
Great. You start fooling around with roots, and all of a sudden I'm out on a limb.
Hi, Bill. Breaking leaves again?
As usual. Harry, I wish you'd train this tree of yours to drop its leaves on your property, not mine.
Oh, that won't be bothering you much longer. The park department says it's got the bots or something.
What?
Yeah, they're going to cut it down, and good riddance.
Good riddance is right. Woodman, tear down that tree.
Say, I'm glad you feel that way about it, Bill. I meant to ask you before they did it, of course. You know, just in case you might want it to stay.
Who, me? What for? Not on your life.
Well, fine.
Not that we won't miss it, of course. We've chewed a lot of fat under this tree, you and I. I guess we'll have to find some other shady spot, huh?
Oh, that's simple, Bill. We can sit on my porch. It's always nice and cool and shady there.
Swell, a cool porch and a cold drink and... Say, you know something?
What?
If this tree comes down, my porch won't have any shade. It'll be a hot box.
Oh, don't worry about that. Your porch will be cooled by the breezes blowing through the holes in Dexter's head.
Is that supposed to be funny?
Oh, I was just kidding, Bill. You know the way.
I know the way you're always picking on my boy.
Oh, Bill, take it easy. Where's your sense of humor?
I'll match my sense of humor with yours any day, but you don't hear me making any so-called funny jokes about Corliss.
Oh, well, now there's a difference between Corliss and Dexter. After all, my daughter...
Your daughter is an overbearing, bossy little kid, and you know it.
Oh, now, just a minute. I flatter myself that I know how to bring up children, and I think
you couldn't bring up water out of a well. You're too opinionated and too stubborn to bring up children properly.
Who's stubborn? Why, you're as stubborn as a mule.
Yeah, look who's talking. The last time I saw anything like you was at a children's party, and we pinned a tail on it.
If I were you, I wouldn't start talking about personal appearances, you bloomin' bloated blimp.
Why, I just look stout when I stand next to you, you bag of bones. You always look as though you've been up all night, starving yourself. Look at those bloodshot eyes. Take my advice. Close your eyes before you bleed to death.
Ha, ha, ha. Very funny. I don't know how your wife stands the sight of you. If I were your wife...
Keep my wife out of this.
Okay, I'll keep you out of this, too. Out of my yard. Go on, you got your foot a good 6 inches over the property line. Go on, move.
With pleasure. I'll get off so fast that you won't know...
Daddy. Hello, Mr. Franklin.
Hi, Min.
Listen, Daddy, I've changed my mind about
Corliss,
having...
please, don't bother me now.
Oh, some parent. A fine, understanding way to talk to your child.
Listen, Pop,
Shut up, Dexter. Now, listen here, Harry Archer.
I'm tired of listening to you. And get this straight. If only to spite you, this tree is definitely and positively coming down. Goodbye.
Goodbye, and if I ever speak to you again, may I lose all my teeth.
Great. That's the only way you'll ever lose any weight. Goodbye.
Golly.
Holy cow. You want to know something, Corliss?
What?
I may be wrong, but I think they're angry. Holy cow, Corliss. Is my father ever sore at your father?
Still?
Well, he's not being very still. He keeps hollering that your father is a mule-headed, hatchet-faced knuckle noodle.
And Daddy keeps saying your father is a pig-headed, balloon-bellied bird brain.
You know, it's lucky they're such good friends, or they might be insulted.
Well, I sure hope they calm down and make up.
Yeah, before it's too late. This could turn out to be real serious. I mean, for us.
How do you figure?
Well, if they keep on having a feud, your father might forbid me to marry you.
Golly.
Holy cow. If I can't marry you, I'm not going to marry anybody.
Of course not.
And then who'll be the mother of my children?
Oh, it's all on account of that old tree. If we could just get Daddy not to cut it down.
Yeah, but how? Gosh, your father is a great guy and all that, but you know how he is when he gets into one of these moods. Nobody can do anything with him.
Dexter.
Yes?
Who can't do anything with him?
Really, Mary, what is the matter with those men?
I know what's the matter with those men, Janet. They're suffering from a horrible ailment, and it's incurable.
What?
They're men.
Well, of course, they will make up in time, but...
I don't know. This fight could be different, Janet.
How do you mean?
Well, once that tree's down, it's down. There'll be no putting it up again.
No.
No, and there's something so final about it, so unchangeable. Every time they look at where that tree used to be, it might make them angry all over again. Why, it could break up their friendship for good and ever.
Yes, I suppose it could.
Oh, if we could only talk Harry into letting it stay. Oh, I love that man of yours, but sometimes I'd like to strangle him. He can be so stubborn that you just can't do anything with him.
Mary.
Yeah?
Who can't do anything with him?
Now remember, Dexter, I can handle Daddy, but you've got to help me.
Okay, Corliss. As the adding machine said to the bookkeeper, you can count on me.
Oh, Dexter, stop joking. This is serious.
Hello, I'm home. Oh, good evening, kids.
Hello, Daddy, darling. Welcome home, Daddy, darling.
Glad to see you, Mr. Archer, darling.
What?
Dexter, don't overdo it. Here, Daddy, darling. Sit down and relax after your hard day at the office.
Will someone please tell me
What can I do for you, Daddy, darling? Do you want your slippers, or the newspaper, or your pipe?
How about a bologna sandwich?
Look, what goes on? How come all this loving attention?
Merely because I love you, Daddy, darling.
Well, I love you too, Corliss, but
You do?
Do what?
Love me.
Well, of course, but
How
still-
much?
Very much.
Oh, I knew it, Daddy. I knew it. You do love me, and you want me to be happy, don't you?
Why, sure.
You want my life to be beautiful?
Yes.
You always have my happiness at heart?
Yes.
You'd do anything for me that you could?
Yes.
You'll tell the man not to cut down that tree.
No. Feel like going to a movie tonight, Janet? Janet? Would you like to go to a movie?
Oh, no, thanks. I'm reading.
Oh. Huh?
Oh.
Oh.
All right. What are you reading?
Oh, just our photograph album.
Oh.
Here's the first picture of you and me after we moved into this house. It was taken outside, under the tree. And here's Corliss's first picture, lying in her carriage, under the tree. And here's the one we took the first day she walked.
Under the tree.
No, this was taken in the backyard. But I must say that tree has been our favorite background. We've got a picture history of Corliss's whole life here. Oh, it seems a pity we won't be able to continue the series.
Why not? They're chopping down the tree. They're not chopping down Corliss.
Oh, but Harry, the pictures won't be the same.
Nonsense. A picture's a picture, isn't it?
Well, all right, dear. Don't get excited.
I'm not getting excited. I'm just saying that
All right, Harry, relax.
For heaven's sake, Janet, why do we have to keep talking about that tree?
Well, I'm sorry, dear.
I know it's a beautiful tree. I like that tree as much as anybody. I mean,
What?
Well, I mean, it seems to... you're a woman. You wouldn't understand.
Wouldn't understand what?
That there's a matter of principle involved here.
Oh, but dear, you do admit you like the tree.
Well, sure.
And it is sort of woven into our lives.
Sure.
And you'd miss it if they cut it down.
Sure.
So you'll change your mind and let it stay.
Absolutely not.
Holy cow, Corliss, do you realize what we've done? We promised that tree doctor our entire allowances for the next 4 months.
Dexter, it's worth it to save the tree.
But 4 months without money. I'd rather go 4 months without breathing. Holy cow, what a prospect. I'd do anything to avoid it, anything.
You could get a job.
Oh, well, now, let's not get fantastic. Hey, look, Corliss, Say, there's a car just stopped in front of your house. Isn't that...
Oh, golly, it's that Mr. Higgins. Come on, Dexter, hurry up. Mr. Higgins! Mr. Higgins!
Well, howdy, miss.
Hi, Mr. Higgins. How's the tree business? Everything oak? Oak. O-A-K. You get it? This is an oak tree, isn't it?
Yep. You can tell by the nut under it. Now, just stand back, Bub. I've got to get...
Mr. Higgins! Mr. Higgins, wait. We've just come from the doctor.
Yeah, he's going to cure this tree.
Yes, so you can put away that axe.
Oh, you changed your mind, huh?
Yes, so you won't have to
Well,
bother...
I'm afraid it's a little late for that.
Huh?
I got my official orders right here. Cut down this tree today, they say. And orders is orders.
Oh, but you can't. You just can't.
I'm sorry, miss. I'm going to...
But... Dexter, don't just stand there. Do something.
Oh, me?
Dexter, please. Don't let him do something. Do something.
Well, now you listen to me, Higgins. Now, I don't want to have to get tough, but if you lay one finger on this tree, somebody around here is going to be awfully sorry.
Oh, yeah? Who?
Me. Oh, Mr. Higgins, can't you just
You
let...
heard me, Bub. Orders is orders. And my orders say for me to...
Mom, come here quick. Hurry, please. Mom, he wants to cut down the tree, and we...
Just a minute, Corliss. Mr. Higgins, I'm so glad I caught you. I just this minute got off the phone, and I've arranged for a tree surgeon to cure the tree.
Huh?
Looks like you're barking up the wrong tree.
Well, Mrs. Archer, I sure would like to oblige you, but I can't. I'm afraid I just got to cut this tree down.
Well, but why?
I can tell you, Mom. Orders is orders.
Corliss, I'm surprised at you. Orders are orders.
That's exactly what I've been saying.
But you can't. You can't. Oh, don't let him, Mom.
Well, Corliss, I don't know what I can do. I thought I could just tell him not to.
Oh, wait. There's Daddy. He'll know what to do. Daddy! Daddy!
What's the trouble, baby? You look like you... Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Higgins.
Good.
Harry, Mr. Higgins wants to cut the tree down, and I've arranged to pay for having it cured.
So have I.
So have I.
All that money being spent on this tree looks like it's going to be the richest tree in the woodpile.
Oh, I think we can straighten this out. As a matter of fact, Mr. Higgins, I've changed my mind, too. I'm going to have that tree cured myself, so, well, you heard what the lady said, and you know the old saying, Never argue with a woman.
Why not?
We seem to be getting away from the point.
Well, the point is, I got my official orders, and I can't change them just on your say-so. Orders is orders.
Oh, Harry.
I'm sorry, Janet. It's all my fault.
Oh, Daddy,
Well, this is a happy-looking little gathering.
Oh, Bill, please don't joke about it.
I'm not joking about it, Janet, but this stubborn husband of yours...
You keep my wife's husband out of this.
As I was saying, I've been taking this thing very seriously. Serious enough to examine the deed to my property. And this tree is on my side of the line.
What?
Yes, sir. It's my tree, not yours. And what are you going to do about it?
Well, nothing. It's too late to do anything.
Oh, it is. Well, take a look at this.
What's that?
A little document from the park department, countermanding your order to cut the tree down.
Huh? Let me see that, mister.
Yeah, here you are, sir.
This order looks okay to me.
You mean you're not going to cut the tree down?
No, sirree, Mr. Archer. Orders is orders.
Well, great. That's just great.
Huh? Well, this was supposed to make you miserable.
What do you mean? Miserable. I didn't want the tree come down.
You didn't?
No.
Then what have we been fighting about?
Well, I don't know. Maybe it's because we're just a couple of dopes.
A couple of real idiots, huh?
Hey, we're nuts.
Meet Corliss Archer is presented each week at this time through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
From Hollywood, here's Mickey Rooney, Louis Stone, and Fay Holden in The Hardy Family. We're proud to present The Hardy Family, based on the famous Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer motion picture series, which brought delight to millions and reflected the common joys and tribulations of the average American family. And now here are the same great stars in the parts they created on the screen. Louis Stone, Mickey Rooney, and Fay Holden, The Hardy Family.
Many a time I've heard people say they envy the professional man who works only 5 days a week and a Saturday and Sunday relax and enjoy his home. I've been a professional man all my life, and I've yet to experience a completely relaxed weekend at home. When a man has a wife as energetic as Mrs. Hardy, he should rest for 5 days and be prepared to work the weekend.
James, I've been thinking. You work awfully hard in your court all week long.
Yes, and I work pretty hard. That's why I'm always happy to see a beautiful Saturday morning like this.
But after you finish your breakfast, why don't you just settle down with a good book and just relax?
Can't do that. Bill Harding's coming by for me in a few minutes. Wants me to look at a piece of property of his.
Oh, dear. You know, you should take it easy when you have a chance.
Well, just to please you. I'll take it easy all afternoon.
No, you can't do that, dear. No, I wanted you to take me down to the railroad station to meet Mrs. Stoddard. I promised we'd meet her and take her home.
Oh, I see. Well, I'll relax after that.
And then you'll have to drive me to the market. And then I thought we might...
Emily, I see what you meant when you said I should relax when I had the chance.
Well, I wouldn't ask you, dear, except that Andy's gone for the day.
Andrew out of the house this hour in the morning? Why, doesn't he know it's Saturday?
James, I'm worried about that boy. Yesterday he was just full of pep. And then last night, shut himself in his room and read all the evening. You know, Mrs. Jackson said her son had those high and low flashes of temperament just before he burst his appendix.
I wouldn't worry about Andrew. When a boy stays alone in his room all night, it's more likely due to a burst romance.
Well, if he doesn't slow down a little, he's going to burst something.
Oh, by the way, I see that article I wrote here in the morning paper.
Oh, did you write that article on canning peaches?
No. The only peach I ever canned was that young widow I sent to jail for reckless driving.
Oh, James, that's terrible.
That's it. That's just a little joke, Emily. A little fun.
I know, dear. It was terrible.
Well, this article of mine on reckless driving, at the last meeting of the city council, it was decided that I should write it.
Oh, that's that's nice. I hope everybody reads it and benefits by it.
Yes, it's intended primarily for those young fellows who drive hot rods around town at breakneck speed. I try to point out the dangers involved in these hopped-up conveyances, and I issue a plea asking the parents to speak to their children.
Well, you know, James, Andy has a hot rod.
Well, Andrew used to have a hot rod, Emily. His hot rod is more of a lukewarm rod now. Besides, he never did drive recklessly.
No, he listened to your lectures, dear. Andy was always a good boy.
Well, Emily, as a great man once said, there are no bad boys, only bad parents. That's why I'm asking the parents to do something about these hot rods. They've got to take the initiative, set the example.
I think you're exactly right, James.
And I don't intend to rest until I make every young driver in Carville safety-minded. Hot rods are a menace to our peaceful way of life. And every reckless hot rod driver will be dealt with very severely.
Andy, what in the world are you doing over here this time of the morning?
Polly, you see standing before you, no brakes, Hardy. The most devil-may-care hot rod driver in the nation.
What in the world are you talking about?
I'm about to enter my hot rod in the big jalopy race tonight at the Carville Stadium.
Really?
Don't take it too hard, child. I know there are great risks involved, but you've got to accept me as I am. The type who likes to live dangerously.
Well, I think that's wonderful, Andy.
Ah, you bloodthirsty women. What we men go through to win your admiration. Cheer while you may, because this is the most dangerous of all games.
Well, I've seen the jalopy races, and they didn't seem so dangerous.
Just remember this, dear girl. When you kiss me for good luck and send me off into that racetrack tonight, I might not come back.
In your car, you might not even get going.
I'm glad to see you're not fighting this thing, Polly.
Not at all.
You've got to be modern about these things.
Well, I
you
am.
mustn't resist it.
I'm not resisting.
For God's sakes, do something. Act like you don't care if we only have this one last moment together.
Are your folks going to be at the races tonight?
Gosh, no, I haven't even told them about this. You know how Dad feels about those hot rods.
I certainly do.
Dad just doesn't understand hot rods, and so I think it's just as well not to worry, you know.
You mean you're afraid to tell him?
Don't be silly. Why, Yes, I am. I'll wait until after the race. When I come in first and win that $150, the folks will be really proud of me.
And suppose you come in 20th?
That's impossible, Polly. There's only 15 cars in a race.
Well, I'll certainly be cheering for you to win tonight, Andy.
Yeah, there's just one little thing that may prevent me, though. I need $25 for the entrance fee, and it has to be paid by 10 o'clock this morning. If I could only find someone to sponsor me.
Costs an awful lot to be a hero, doesn't it?
Well, I certainly don't want to be a cheap hero. Jim Miller offered to give me the 25, but he's out of town and won't be back until after dinner. I need the money right now. Besides, Jim drives a hard bargain. He wants 3/4 of my winnings.
Well, why don't you borrow the money on your car so you can pay the entrance fee?
Yeah?
And then pay it back tonight when you get the money from Jim Miller.
Polly, you might have an idea there. Say, I'll try it. By the way, before I go, might I give you one long, last, lingering kiss?
At this time of the morning? Right out here on the front porch?
We've got to live one last mad moment. Who knows, tomorrow the sun may not rise for me.
Well, it will for me, and I've got to think of my reputation. No smooching on the porch.
We may regret this cold farewell tonight when you're at the track, watching me slide recklessly around those turns.
See it now.
Yeah?
For 50 laps, you're in number 4 spot.
That's me.
And you start to pull out. You pass one car.
Yeah, I'm in third place.
You pass another car. You're in second place.
No, I'm in second place.
The crowd is roaring.
They're cheering.
Neck and neck with the first car.
Yeah, I'm trying to squeeze them off on the inside turn.
No, you're trying to pass him on the outside.
I'm on the outside.
Oh, how dare you.
Yeah.
It looks like your wheels are going to lock.
No. Why didn't I pass them on the inside?
You bumped the wheel.
Huh?
You skid a little.
I'm skidding.
Now you're slightly ahead and pulling away fast.
That's me.
But one of your wheels is wobbling.
It's what?
It might come off any minute now.
Tighten it up!
Flames from the front of your car.
Flames! I'm on fire! Polly, please!
Oh, the crowd is hysterical.
What?
You cross the finish line before your car explodes.
It
and the
does?
wheel comes off.
It comes off! Polly!
You do!
What?
You cross the line, the winner, and jump out of your car just as it flies into 1,000 pieces.
Wham!
And you're a hero. I love you.
Polly,
Yes.
could you love me just as much if I were the hero of a nice chess tournament? Good morning, morning, Mr. Mason.
Morning, Andy. Say, I hear you're entered in the big zombie race tonight.
Well, I plan to give the crowd a thrill, yes. Guess you've heard the boys talking about me, huh? No breaks, Hardy.
I'm betting on you in that race tonight.
Mr. Mason, you're a used car dealer. You know my car, right?
Sure, it'll walk away from the other.
I was wondering if you'd like to sponsor me tonight in the race.
Well, now that's quite an honor. I think I'd like it.
Swell. You know, I'll paint your name in big letters on the side of the car, too.
Well, what does the sponsor do? I make a speech or something?
No. It's very simple. You just put up $25 by 10 o'clock this morning, and you're my sponsor.
$25?
That's right.
Andy, I thought you wanted me to sponsor you, not Amos and Andy.
Well, I need the money this morning, Mr. Mason. I can pay you back by dinner time if you'll just loan it to me.
Well, Andy, we don't make loans on cars here. Try the bank.
I did. They're not making loans this morning either.
I'm sorry, Andy. We've got a deal with the bank. We don't make loans, and they don't sell cars.
Well, then buy my car. Can you do that?
Yes, but are you going to race it if I buy it?
Well, you buy it from me for $25. I'll get the money Jim Miller promised me at dinner time tonight and buy it back from you for $25.
I'm operating on a pretty small margin of profit there, don't you think?
Mr. Mason, I need the money.
Andy, I've known you for a long time, and I'd like to see you in that race. It's a deal.
You mean it? Oh, swell. Look, I'll bring my car right over.
Oh, you don't have to do
No,
that.
I know. I insist on this thing being legal. After all, you bought the car, you're entitled to it. Until tonight.
All right, if that's the way you want to do it, but you don't have to bother to drive it over. We'll pick it up.
Good. It's standing in the driveway at my house.
All right, Andy, here's your 25.
That's it.
Get down and get your car entered, and good luck.
Thanks, Mr. Mason. Thanks a lot.
Hey, Joe, come here a minute.
Yeah, Mr. Mason?
We just bought a car from Andy Hardy here. I want you to go over and pick it up.
Oh, sure. What's the address?
342 Maple Street. The car is standing right in the driveway.
Yeah, okay, I'll get it.
Mr. Mason, you're going to see a real race tonight. When no brakes, Hardy goes tearing around that track, completing 150 breathtaking laps. Oh, you're going to be proud of me.
150 laps?
Yeah.
I thought the race was only 100 laps.
It takes me 50 laps to stop. No brakes.
Emily, you home?
Yes, right here, James. I just got in. I went over at Mrs. Gordon's all morning.
Emily, our car's gone.
I know, James. Andy says his wheel gone.
I mean, it's missing.
Oh, on which cylinder?
Oh, no, Emily. The car's disappeared. I parked it right in the driveway before I left this morning.
You sure you didn't leave it in the garage?
No. I left it in the driveway. Well, I suppose Andrews borrowed it again without my permission. I've spoken to him about that a dozen times.
Now, don't get upset with Andy yet, James. You don't know that he took it.
Well, what else could have happened to it? Andrews' car's still out there.
Well, I don't think he'd take it without permission.
Oh, Emily, it's pretty obvious. I don't mind Andrew borrowing the car any time, but I like to know when he's going to do it.
I think you're unnecessarily disturbed. It probably isn't anything bad like that at all.
Then what did happen to the car?
Why, James, probably someone's just stolen it.
And now back to the Hardy Family, starring Mickey Rooney, Louis Stone, and Fay Holden.
Well, one of the most frustrating experiences in the world is to go out and step into your car and find you've nothing to step into. I imagine this is an experience a good many men go through who have young sons home. Andrew thinks his own car is the finest thing on four wheels until he wants to make a little impression, and suddenly my car is much more attractive. That's probably because mine has a top that's all in one piece, and even better, a tank full of gas.
James, aren't you going to call the police and report your car stolen?
No, Emily. I'm certain Andrew borrowed it. I'm going to have a man-to-man talk with him when he comes home.
Oh, but seriously, somebody might have stolen it.
Well, who? Who would steal my car? Everyone in town knows I'm a judge. No, this is Andrew's work.
Well, if some thief did take it, will he come up for trial in your court?
I hope so. I sincerely hope so.
Oh, my goodness. In the old days when we drove round a horse and buggy, we never had a car stolen.
Well, it was harder to steal a car then. There weren't any cars.
Oh, dear, we've less than an hour to meet that train.
Well, I guess there's only one thing we can do. We'll have to take Andrew's car.
Don't you think we ought to ask Andy's permission, dear?
Permission? I phoned all over this town trying to locate him, and I can't. No, we'll just borrow his car the same as you borrowed mine.
But you can't drive that car.
Why not?
It's a hot rod.
Well, I'm pretty well heated up myself at the moment.
Oh, but James, how can you be seen driving a hot rod after all the things you said about them? And that article of yours in the paper this morning.
Well, this is an emergency, Emily. This is an emergency. Besides, I'm not against the cars, just the way some of the owners drive them.
Well, Andy drove me to the market one day in that car, and I didn't stop shaking for 2 days.
No, we'll just putter along. Take it easy. Oh, Emily, by the way, do you think you could find my old duster and my goggles and gauntlets that I used to wear when we drove that Maxwell years ago?
James, Andy's car isn't that old.
When I drive that black and white striped monster down the street, I intend to be well disguised.
Do you want me to wait until you back Andy's car to the garage before I get in, James?
Oh, no. Get in now. Better get this thing started. I don't want to take unnecessary chances stopping it.
Oh, gracious, it's hard to realize that this car was once an automobile, isn't it?
It certainly is. Here, I'll open the door for you. It seems to be stuck.
Well, I think Andy usually yells over the top and leaps in.
Emily, please have a little respect for old age.
Oh, James, you're not so old.
I'm speaking of the car. Only one thing I do, I guess. Use a little persuasion here, so you better stand back now. Stand back. Well, I did it. Success.
You know, the door is still shut. That was the hood that flew open.
Yeah, I know.
We better hurry. We're going to be late getting to the station.
Yes, we'll just use this little stepladder here and climb over. Here, take my hand. Well, here you go. Over the top.
Oh, thank you, dear. I'm all settled.
Well, Emily, where are you? I can't even see you.
I'm sitting down on the floorboard. There doesn't seem to be any seat.
Well, here I come. Well, there we are. Oh, where's the steering wheel?
It's right there, dear, up above your head.
Oh, good heavens. Well, hang on, Emily, hang on. We may go ahead, we may go back. If I pull the wrong gadget, we might go straight up.
Why are you blowing the horn? There's nobody in our way.
Now, this may surprise you, my dear, but I'm stepping on the starter. How on earth do you start this contraption?
Andy drives his car every day, and he never had a bit of trouble. Now, come on, start the car.
Start it. All right. How would you suggest I start it?
Well, why don't you just turn every knob and just see what happens?
All right. Hang on. Windshield wiper. Throttle. Heater. Headlights. Headlights! Yeah. Why didn't I think of that? Well, here we go. We're actually going. I never thought I'd see this.
James, we've only got 15 minutes to get to the station. Don't kill the motor.
Kill it. Emily, if all the things Andrew has done to that motor hasn't killed it, he's just not ready to die.
Oh, look. There's Mrs. Corley walking down the street.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Emily, don't wave. Don't wave. You think we've gone crazy.
Oh, I guess you're right, dear.
Slide down the seat as far as you can until we pass her.
My knees are already higher than my head.
Just a second now, and we'll pass her. It's going to stop right beside her. Keep down, Emily.
Well, Judge Hardy and Mrs. Hardy.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Foley. Lovely day, isn't it?
Yes. Hello, Mrs. Foley. We didn't see you.
Well, I should think not. Curled up on the floorboards like that.
Well, it's warmer down here.
It keeps the wind out of your eyes.
Judge Hardy, it seems to me I read quite an article by you in the paper this morning about people driving dangerous hot rods on the streets.
Well, you see, this is an emergency, Miss Foley. This is an emergency. Emily, what was it I did to start the car?
I think you blew the horn.
You asked the young people of Carvel to please keep their hot rods off the streets, but I must say, Judge Hardy, you are certainly not lighting the way for others.
The headlights. That's it. Thank you, Mrs. Foley. Thank you. You have lighted the way for us.
Hello, Joe. Is Mr. Mason around?
Huh? Oh, hiya, Hardy. No, the boss is gone for the rest of the day.
I've got a little problem. Maybe you can help me.
I don't loan no dough to nobody.
That's not it. You see, Mr. Mason bought my car for $25 this morning.
Yeah, I went out and picked the heap up.
Well, I'd like to have it back.
Huh?
It just happens I'm going to win that big race with it tonight. Do you suppose you could let me have it, huh?
How much you want to pay?
Well, that's just the hitch. You see, I can't pay anything. But if I could just take the car out for the race, I can win enough money to pay back Mr. Mason.
I ain't got no authority to let no cars out, especially for no dough.
Joe, you know what I think?
Huh?
You ain't got no heart, and you ain't going to get no good conduct medal at your next scout meeting. Goodbye! Hi, Mom. Dad, nice day, isn't it?
Oh, goodness, you sound low, dear. What's wrong?
Everything. Everything's gone wrong.
Andrew, before we listen to your problems, I'd like to ask you a question about my car.
Car? That's my whole problem. I've been up to my ears in cars all day.
That's what I want to ask you. Why'd you get up your ears in my car without my permission?
Your car? Your car, Dad? I haven't had your car today.
I parked it in the driveway this morning, and a few hours later it was gone.
In the driveway? Oh, my gosh.
Andrew, I have a feeling you do know something about this.
I may as well confess everything. I entered myself in that big jalopy race tonight.
Jalopy race?
I know, Dad. I know. I shouldn't have tried to put anything over on you. I know how you disapprove of those races.
Disapprove of them? I don't disapprove of the races. They're a fine thing.
Huh?
As a matter of fact, it's an excellent idea to hold those races. Keeps the young fellows off the street at night. Lets them work their energy out on the racetrack under strict supervision.
Oh, my gosh, how droopy can I get? I should have told you in the first place. It's just that I thought you'd be so proud of me if I won first place tonight, and I was going to surprise you.
Well, dear, you could surprise us now if you told us where your father's car is.
Oh, yeah, that. Well, I needed $25 for the entrance fee, see, in the race, so I sold it to Mr. Mason for $25 and told him to pick my car up and hold it. Obviously, they took your car. It was out in the driveway. See?
You sold my car for $25?
I better go right down there and get it back for you, huh? Oh, wait a minute. If they picked your car up, then mine must still be here. I can race it tonight and pay Mr. Mason later on out of my winnings.
Yes, but what about my car?
Dad, would you mind awfully much leaving your car at Mason's lot for security, huh? Just for tonight?
Oh, I think that's the least we can do, James.
Maybe.
Well, thanks, Dad. Thanks. Everything's great now. The minute I start to operate open and above board with you, all my difficulties vanish. Now tell me, where's my car?
Well, I'm afraid that part of that has vanished, too.
What do you mean?
I really wouldn't advise you to race your car tonight.
But why not?
Well, your car, when last seen, was sitting high up on a hydraulic jack down in Gordon's garage.
Gordon's garage? What happened to it?
Well, Andrew, that car of yours was really destined for the garage. I never saw so many things fall off one car.
But I left it home. Don't tell me you just suddenly collapsed from old age.
James, I think you better tell him.
Yeah? Well, son, your mother wanted me to drive her down to the train station this afternoon.
Oh, yes, but you did all the driving, James.
I know. I'll assume full responsibility, Emily. Well, a lamppost came at us very fast. It was really on the wrong side of the street.
You hit a lamppost with it?
Yeah.
Oh, what happened to the car, Dad? Tell me.
Well, both front fenders came off.
Yeah?
The hood's broken off.
Yeah?
Headlights are missing.
Headlights with it? Why, that's great!
It's great.
Why, sure. You saved me a lot of trouble. I would just have to strip all those things off anyway.
But, James, you're a racing driver and didn't know it.
Andrew, do you mean to tell me that you take all those things off your car before you race it?
Yeah, it cuts down the wind resistance. Why, I'll even take the doors and the windshield off.
Oh, you won't have to. They came off, too. Just tell me one thing, son.
Yeah, what's that?
Which do you enter in the race? The part you take off or the part that's left over?
In a moment, the Hardy family will return. Now, here again is the Hardy family.
Oh, gee, Andy, I don't know when I've been so excited. You were one of the leaders in the race all the way.
I told you I'm the type who likes to live dangerously.
But couldn't you have pushed down on the gas just a little more at the last?
I don't like to live that dangerously.
Andrew, I'll have to admit, I misjudged your car. I never thought it would hold together that long.
Why, some of the cars didn't even leave the starting line. Oh, I think it's wonderful that you were able to come in fourth.
Yeah, it's quite an honor. Cars were dropping off like flies all along the course. It's a good thing there were only 4 left at the finish line. I might have come in 5th.
I think it's a good thing the race wasn't a mile longer.
Why, Dad?
There might not even have been a winner.
The Hardy Family, starring Louis Owen, Mickey Rooney, and Fay Holden, is presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Malaya, starring Spencer Tracy, James Stewart, Valentina Cortesa, Sidney Greenstreet, and John Hodiak. The Hardy Family is written by Jack Rubin and Jameson Brewer, based on characters created by Arania Ruberall. Direction is by Thomas A. McAfee. Original music was composed and conducted by Jerry Fielding. Jack McCoy speaking.
From Hollywood, California, the makers of Old Gold cigarettes present the Comedy Theater. The only radio program that brings you every week the greatest stars in the greatest comedies. Tonight's play, the radio version of the as yet unreleased Edward Small production, Brewster's Millions, with the picture's original stars, Dennis O'Keefe, Helen Walker, and Misha Auer. And here is the director of the Old Gold Comedy Theater, Mr. Harold Lloyd.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're very happy in having Dennis O'Keefe with us tonight. Dennis was the logical choice for the role of Monty Brewster. You see, Brewster had to be a handsome brute with a marvelous physique, suave, extremely intelligent, and 6 feet 2 inches tall. And here he is, Dennis O'Keefe.
Your introduction embarrasses me, Harold. You're very flattering, but what you said about me isn't quite true.
It isn't?
No, you see, I'm 6'3".
Touche.
No, it's my own hair.
Oh.
By the way, Harold, who's my leading lady tonight?
To portray Peggy Gray, Dennis, we have your old film sidekick, that delicious, lovely Helen Walker. Helen, you know, I saw you in the picture, The Man on Half Moon Street. Imagine you in love with a man 92 years old.
Well, it's easy when the man is Nils Astor. By the way, Harold, who's playing Mickey Mikhailovich in tonight's play?
Here he is, Helen. I'm very happy to introduce that soulful bowlful of borscht, the melancholy Russian, Misha Auer.
Mihailovich, I don't understand it. Every part I play, I'm always a Russian. Why?
Well, it's perhaps that you are a Russian.
Oh, so that's the reason.
By the way, Misha, where did you learn to speak English so well?
From my roommate.
And who is your roommate?
Gregory Ratov.
Well, on with the play. In Brewster's Millions, our hero, Monty Brewster, is really quite a good egg. And what has just happened to him in the office of his late uncle's lawyer shouldn't happen to a dog. Or should it? But it should happen to you, and you, and you, and, well, even to me. Because Monty Brewster has just found out that his uncle has left.
I've inherited $8 million?
That's right, Mr. Brewster.
You did say $8 million.
Yes, I did.
Yes, well, I was a little worried there for a minute. I thought you said $7 million.
No, my boy, it's $8 million. Net, after all taxes and deductions. Your uncle was a very wealthy man. He had the knack of making money. Went to Bolivia and struck tin.
$8 million. Brother, that ain't tin.
Eh?
Why, when I walked in here a minute ago, you could have bought and sold me for a plug nickel and a used yo-yo. Now I can walk out of here, buy a small sirloin steak for cash, and still have a few million left.
Well, not exactly, Mr. Brewster. You see, the old fool, your uncle rather, made a A few negative conditions.
Negative? Oh, Mr. Jones, don't you know you must accentuate the positive and never mess with Mr. In-Between? What are the conditions?
Well, right now, all you get of the legacy is $1 million.
Well, really, a man in my position doesn't bother about petty little things like that. Why, so I only... $1 million.
You heard me. The other $7 million remain in trust for 60 days. Then at noon on the 60th day, if you can prove you've spent every penny of the $1 million, and if you haven't a nickel or an asset to your name, I'm empowered to turn the balance over to you.
Ah, that's a cinch. I'll do it in 60 seconds. I'm going to give that $1 million to charity.
Oh, yes? Well, the will covers that, too. Not more than 5% can be given away, and here's one more proviso. No matrimonial entanglements.
No matrimonial? Oh, but now, wait a minute. He can't do that. Oh, that's right. He didn't know. But I'm getting married Friday.
No, not this Friday, you're not. You'll have to postpone your wedding. You see, if you were married, there'd be two of you to do the spending.
And if I don't postpone the wedding?
Oh, well, in that case, my friend, the money goes to the Pismo Beach Society for Homeless Cats.
Well, it was nice having $8 million, even if it was only for a few minutes.
I say, wait a minute. Why not take a good look at these? $51,000 bills.
$50,000 bill. Are they good?
Any place in the world.
Consular, you've talked me into it. Give me.
Just a minute. First, you must take an oath not to tell anyone under any consideration either why you're spending the money or anything about the remaining $7 million.
Tell no one, huh?
No one. Now, here, this is a Bible. Do you so solemnly swear?
I do. Give me the money.
Well, all right. Congratulations, Mr. Brewster. Now, here's the first $50,000. The rest will be deposited to your account in our bank.
Mr. Jones, if my girl and my two pals think I'm batty, you've got to do one thing for me.
What?
You've got to spend some of this money for a straitjacket with 2 pair of pants.
Hey, where you been? We're looking all over.
Please. Now, wait a minute. If you'll only give me a chance, I'll explain everything. There. Now, that's better. Now.
Well, don't stand there gloating like that. Tell us.
Well, it's really all very simple. My Uncle Jim died and left me $1 million. I'm taking the money and starting a business, a Brewster and Company, and making you two my best pals partner.
You're making Hacky and me partners?
But Natch. Oh, junior partners, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, can't start you out too big.
Oh, no.
Just pay you what you're worth. Say, $5,000 a week for the first month.
5,000? Goodbye, Automat. Hello, Morgenthau.
But, Monty, you don't know what you're doing. Why, this morning you didn't even have a steady job, and now you're in business paying $5,000 a week salaries. Incidentally, just what is this mysterious business?
Oh, the business? Oh, yeah. Well, Nopper. Nopper, you're vice president in charge of. You tell her.
Me? Well, usually business has to do with supply and demand.
Precisely. Supply and demand.
Yeah.
Now, we have a large supply of money, and there's always a big demand for money. Simple, isn't it?
Yeah.
And now, if you two boys will go back to our boarding house and pack up all our things, I've leased the penthouse at the Weldon Towers for us.
Weldon Towers? Why, that's the most expensive apartment house in New York.
Nonsense. I got a great bargain. They let me have the place for $17,000 a month.
17,000 G's? So long, Morgenthau. Hello, Automat.
Oh, honest, Monty, that's ridiculous. I understand how you feel, a first flush of wealth and all that, but you...
Dear boy, I must make a good impression if I'm to be a success. As a matter of fact, that's why I rented the top 2 floors of the Gotham building for our offices.
You rented 2 floors for offices and you haven't even started in business yet?
That's all, brother. I'm going to take 2 aspirins with a bourbon chaser.
Brewster and Company, good afternoon. One moment, please. Brewster and Company, I'll connect you. Brewster and Company, what's that? You want to borrow $30,000? I'll connect you with our small loans department. Brewster and Company. Oh, Mr. Brewster's not in. I'll ring his vice president in charge of private secretary.
Hello, Miss Gray speaking. $23,000 for suitcases? Well, there must be some... Oh, I see. Mr. Brewster ordered them personally. Very well, just send the bill and mark it to my attention.
$23,000 worth of suitcases? Hey, who does he think he is, Eleanor? What's with that guy?
Peggy, I tell you, we've got to do something with Monty.
Well, why do you think I agreed to postpone our wedding for 30 days and took this job as his personal secretary?
Well,
just to try to straighten him out. Oh, hecky, you know I don't give a darn about his money. I just want to bring him to his senses.
Oh, sure, I know that, Peg. But look what the guy done. He bought 50,000 shares of that Lumber and Fuel Preferred. That stock is such a dog, even the fleas picking it.
Yeah, well, he won't have a dime left in 6 months.
Nothing.
What's that? Uh-oh. What'd you say, Nopper?
I said you won't have a dime left in 6 months, Monty.
6 months?
Yeah.
Oh, good Lord. That is bad.
Oh, Monty, darling, will you listen to the three of us while there's still time?
Oh, but there isn't time. Bolivar hasn't that much time. There were only 52 days left.
Yeah, now, wait, Monty, will you listen to us, please? We're your friends.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm glad you mentioned that.
Why?
Well, I ran into an old friend of ours from the boarding house today. You remember him, Mickey Mihailovich, the impresario from the Russian Art Theater.
Oh, no.
Oh, Monty, you mean you loaned him money for that ridiculous musical show he wants to do?
Loaned it to him? Certainly not.
That's better.
Yes, of course it's better. I went into partnership with him. He puts up the talent, and all I put up is $200,000.
You mean to tell me that you give that Russian Mickey Finn 200,000 fish?
Why, it's a great opportunity. Believe me, that's one 200,000 that isn't wasted.
Yeah, you're right, Monty. Hey, but look, that 23,000 you spent for suitcases, that's murder. All right, with the headaches that Mickey is going to give you, you'll have $500,000 worth of bags. Right under your eyes.
Well, I'm going around in a bit of a circle with all these millions being bandied about, and I will admit that it is a very perplexing problem that Monty Brewster has. But now, here's Bob Williams with his view on another very perplexing problem.
And now back to Harold Lloyd and the second act of tonight's Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation, Brewster's Millions, starring Dennis O'Keefe, Helen Walker, and Misha Auer. All right, Mr. Lloyd.
Well, as we get ready for Act Two of tonight's Old Gold Comedy, we find Monty Brewster living proof of the old adage that a fool and his money are some party. He's had his million now for 17 days, in which time he should have spent at least $300,000 to be on schedule. But instead, as we find him with...
Let me see. 78,000, take away 92,000. Oh, you can't do that. You can't do... read that column again, will you, Brooks?
Yes, sir. Net worth, $921,236.41.
921,000. 17 days gone. In other words, we're making money.
Exactly. You certainly have a genius for making money, sir.
Oh, I have I?
Oh, yes, Mr. Brewster.
Well, just for that, Brooks, you're fired.
What, sir? Well, fired?
You're through, done, finished. Pack up and get out. But before you leave, have the cashier draw you a check for, make it for $5,000 as severance pay.
Well, but Mr. Brewster, I can't accept it.
You'll take it and like it.
But I've only worked for you for less than 2 weeks.
Oh, less than 2 weeks. Oh, well, in that case, make it 10,000. We try to make a good impression on strangers.
10,000? Yeah.
Oh, Monty, you know I love you, but so help me, this money has changed you. You're not a bit like you used to be.
Yeah, you're right. Before, I used to just love you. Now I'm so insanely mad about you that I just can't...
Monty, stop. After all, this is a business office.
I know, but darling, I see so little of you.
And whose fault is that?
Well, it's mine, I guess, but trying to run this business cuts into a man's time.
Oh, I'm sure it does. You just had to give that party at 31 last night that cost $11,000, not including the tips and favors for your guests.
It was $13,000. I stepped on a grape as I walked in. Besides, the guests were important people. That's good business.
Monty, you don't know good business from the man on the moon.
No, I don't I?
No, you don't. Why, it's all over town that O'Connor and Ginsberg stuck you with that 50,000 shares of Lumber and Fuel Preferred. It's dropped 7 points since you bought it. Oh, darling, why don't you sell it out now? Take your loss and save something out of the wreck.
Are you serious, Peggy? It's dropped 7 points?
Maybe more since this morning.
Oh, great, fine.
Yes, Mr. Brewster?
Get me O'Connor with O'Connor's and Ginsberg, just as fast as you can.
Yes, Mr. Brewster.
Oh, Monty, now you're being smart.
Oh, you can say that again.
Hello, Brewster.
Oh, it's you, O'Connor.
Who else?
Is it true that Lumber and Fuel has dropped 7 points?
Well, yes, but I'll tell you the truth.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. I want to give you another order.
You want me to sell you your 50,000 shares?
Sell? Sell them? Heck no. I want you to buy me 100,000 more. There you are, Peggy.
Monty Brewster, of all the... Well, that is definitely the last straw.
Oh, Peggy, darling, if you'll only play along with me just a little longer, you'll see. I'll be able to explain everything soon, and... wait a minute. Will you, Peggy, till I answer this phone? Hello, Brewster talking.
Hello, Brewster. This is O'Connor again. Say, you want to hear something?
Oh, don't tell me, O'Connor. Don't tell me. Let me guess. The market went to pieces, and I've lost everything.
Absolutely backwards. No, sir. The minute your 100,000 share order hit the floor of the exchange, it stopped the selling in lumber and fuel, and listening to this, Brewster, the stock's climbing like a P-33. And you know something? You made a $100,000 profit. Why, you're a typhoon. And besides this, you're a financial lizard.
100,000 profit. O'Connor, sell me out, please.
Huh?
I can't afford this.
Monty, the stock went up. You made 100,000?
Yes. Oh, this is terrible.
Terrible? Monty, it's wonderful.
Oh, hello. Now what?
Mr. Mikhailovich is here to see you, Mr. Brewster.
Oh, Mickey Mihailovich. Good old Mickey. Send him right in.
Monty, look, you've already given him 200,000 and then another 70,000. He's coming now for more money.
That's good old Mickey.
Oh, Monty, you've got to turn him down. That show of his doesn't stand a chance. If you give him another nickel, I'll never talk to you again.
Who just made 100,000 not taking your advice in the stock market?
Well, that's all well and good, but that was the stock market, not a musical comedy.
Well, there's no difference between the stock market and a musical show. In the stock market, you have plenty of bulls and bears, and in a show, they bear plenty, and that's no bull.
Monty, Tavarish! It is Mickey Mihailovich, formerly of the Minsk and Pinsk Little Art Theater. Now the genius of Broadway.
You're not kidding when you call it Little Art Theater. Your show has about as little art as anything that's hit the country since Snoods.
Miss Gray, my little blints. I have troubles enough.
Troubles, Mickey? What happened in Philadelphia? Didn't the show go over?
Over their heads, maybe. What do they know about art in Philadelphia? So, unfortunately, we had to close the show.
You closed the show? Well, I like that. Who told you to close it?
Well, we didn't exactly close, Monty. We just ran out of customers. In fact, at the last two performances, it was the seats that walked out.
Out of 270,000, doesn't Mr. Brewster have anything left?
Certainly, the best part of the show is still left.
Well, that's better. What part is that?
Me in person.
Oh, Monty, this is awful. Now you've lost 3 times what you just made in the stock market.
Oh, you've been making more rubles in the stock market. Good, my brilliant friend. Now that I know what is wrong with the little show, we can fix it up and open again.
Mickey, that's a wonderful idea.
Monty, if you dare...
Miss Gray, you are being blinded by jealousy. Don't you realize that Mr. Brewster is just crummy with foresight?
Mickey, how much would it take to revamp the show? New songs, new material, new costumes, and put it on right here in New York?
Well, maybe for you, an old admirer of mine, I could do it for maybe 30,000.
30,000?
We'll make it 20,000.
That's utterly ridiculous.
Well, 15,000.
No, of course not. Do you think that Monty Brewster can afford to have his name attached to a cheap production?
Oh, Monty, can't you see?
Yes, I see. I see everything now. I see a whole new show. Brilliant, gorgeous, colorful. And the cost, well, it costs about, let me see, $300,000.
Did you say 300,000?
Yes. Do you think you can do it on that?
Well, I don't like to pinch pennies. It will be colossal. It will be sensational of the Broadway. Oh, wait a minute, Tavarish. To be on Broadway, you must have a theater. Theaters they have, but empty ones, they ain't got.
Well, that's something to be thankful for.
Oh, you think they can stop me? Once Monty Brewster has made up his mind, poof, it's done. We'll build our own theater. How long would that take?
Well, I guess we could build the Mickey Mihailovich Temple of Art and Entertainment in, maybe 6 months.
6 months? Oh, no. Cancel the theater. Cancel it. We'll do something else. Where else do they give shows?
Well, let me see now. I once gave a show in a barn. But that won't do, Monty. It smells so bad.
I'll say it smells.
Well, and then there was the time I took a showboat down the Volga with Olga.
Showboat? Showboat, that's it. How much would a showboat cost?
Oh, maybe we could get one showboat for $5,000 a month.
Oh, too cheap. No class at all. Now, wait a minute. I've got to get an idea. I've got it. I know what we'll do. We'll rent a steamship, a luxury liner, something for around, say, $20,000 a week. Then we'll cruise down the coast, stopping at every port between here and Trinidad.
Oh, Monty, you're out of your mind. Please, can't we talk about this?
Don't listen to her, boss. You have the greatest idea that hit show business in 600 years.
Yes, I know that. And something else, Mickey.
Yes, Tovarish.
We can't expect the cast to leave their homes just on regular salary. Now, for the tour, all expenses are paid and everybody gets time and a half.
And I get double. And my laundry, too.
Yes, and if it doesn't cost me triple, $17,000 a day, I'm going to be the only ex-millionaire in New York buried in Potter's Field.
And now back to Harold Lloyd and Act 3 of tonight's Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation, Brewster's Millions, starring Dennis O'Keefe, Helen Walker, and Misha Auer. All right, Mr. Lloyd.
Well, with Monty Brewster, Mickey Mikhailovich, and 400 people in the cast, all aboard the steamship Luxuria, Monty is finally finding out that if a young man really puts his head to it, he can spend some of his uncle's hard-earned money. Of course, the fly in the ointment is Peggy. Peggy, like any right-minded girl, has washed her hands of Monty, and the hands she washed no longer wear Monty's engagement ring. Now, in Monty's luxurious stateroom, Mickey is trying his best to console him and not having very much...
But, Monty, if she loves you, she'll wait.
Oh, sure. I've got 11 days left, and I still have $400,000. After the steamer, the crew, and the whole cast is paid right up to the time we dock.
That's bad?
Of course it's bad. Isn't money the root of all evil?
Such a root I'd like to cultivate. Tell me, my chum, why is it you want to throw away all these lovely clumps of greenbacks?
Well, you see, Mickey, I had a crazy uncle, and... Oh, no, I can't tell even you. An oath is an oath. But if I had just taken that million and forgotten about the rest... Mickey, what was that? It feels like we hit something.
Monty, quick, out of this door. The whole boat is leaning to one side.
Captain, what's happened?
We've run onto an uncharted shoal, Mr. Brewster. We've ripped off our propellers and rudder.
Lost our propellers and rudders?
Yeah.
Oh, good heavens. Then we won't be back to New York in time to meet the lawyer. Keep trying. Keep sending.
I got someone, Mr. Brewster. A Portuguese freighter about 10 miles away.
Well, did you ask them if they'd tow us to New York?
I did, Mr. Brewster. But if they tow us according to the laws of salvage, they're entitled to half our cargo value.
Salvage? What's he got to coming in here and making laws up at the top? Say, wait a minute. That's wonderful. Ask them how much they'll take in cash, sight unseen.
Yes, sir. They say $300,000, sir.
Ridiculous. Tell them they've got to accept... Oh, wait a minute. Let me see what I've got left. Got $100,000 in cash, $309,355, and $1,000.24. Tell them that they've got to accept $410,355.24.
Yes, sir.
I guess I drive a hard bargain. Well, Mr. Jones, it's almost noon. Have you checked over the receipts?
Yes, I have, Mr. Brewster, and everything seems to be in order.
Monty, what is all this? Why did you bring me here? Who is Mr. Jones, and why are you grinning when you've lost every penny of your million?
Patience, darling. You shall see. Well, Mr. Jones?
Well, according to the terms of your uncle's will...
Excuse me, Consular. Honey, would you answer the door, please?
Certainly, Monty, but I wish somebody would explain something to me.
Hey, Peggy! Peggy, is Money here?
Yes, sir, he's in the living room.
Oh, boy, what did I tell him? Hey, Money, hey, I got great news for you, kid.
Hacky, I wish you'd wait until Mr. Jones and I...
No, I can't wait. Look what I got. I just sold the costumes and the scenery from that silly show, and I got you back $40,000.
Oh, you did? $40,000? Hacky, I could kill you.
Don't hit me now.
Well, now, in that case, Mr. Brewster, you still have $40,000 left. And I guess I'd better be on my way to the Society for Homeless Cats.
No, wait a minute.
I can't wait a minute. There are only 21 seconds left until noon.
Yes, but they're mine. I still have those seconds left.
You can't spend $40,000 that fast.
Well, I can try, Mr. Jones. I certainly can try. Oh, wait a minute. You are the executive of the estate.
Yes.
And you're entitled to a fee.
Yes.
And no one has paid you yet.
No.
And how much would the fee be?
1.5%.
And how much is 1/2% of $8 million?
$8 million?
Quiet, darling.
1.5% would be $40,000.
There you are, Jonesy. $40,000 in fees, and I'm as clean as a whistle. And there's the whistle. It's high noon.
Monty, will you explain something about something to me?
Oh, I'm going to explain something about everything to you, darling, if it takes the rest of my life. And all of my $7 million.
Well, so ends the story of Mr. Monty Brewster and his several millions. Right now, Dennis, Helen, and Misha, our thanks to you for a most entertaining half hour. Now, next week, we're doing our radio version of that very fine Paramount picture, The Major and the Minor, starring Joan Fontaine and Sonny Tufts.
I'll be listening.
So will I.
Me too.
Good night, folks. Until next Sunday. See you then.
Brewster's Millions was presented through the courtesy of Edward Small Productions and is from the novel by George Barr McCutcheon and the play by Winchell Smith. It may soon be seen at your neighborhood theater. Dennis O'Keefe can soon be seen in the Paramount picture, The Affairs of Susan. Helen Walker is currently working in the Paramount picture, People Are Funny. Misha Auer can soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox 30th anniversary production, A Royal Scandal.
My Friend Irma, created by Cy Howard, transcribed from Hollywood, and starring Marie Wilson as Irma and Kathy Lewis as Jane.
As you know, the average IQ is about 110. Let me introduce you to my roommate, Irma Peterson, a girl who only came close to 110 when she had a fever of 99. What's the use? I give up. Irma, what are you talking about, and where have you been?
I'm talking about my homework assignment for my night school class. I've been up on the roof counting people.
Counting people?
Yeah, they want to know what the population of New York City is.
Honey, this might seem like the hard way to you, but if you'll just look it up in the World Almanac over there... Wait, never mind. I'll do it. Here it is. 8,053,000.
Gee, I was off, I guess.
How many did you count?
62 and a half.
A half?
Yeah, look, right over there.
Irma, he's tying his shoelaces.
People do everything to confuse me. Jane, can I have that almanac?
Why?
Oh, well, I have to learn places of interest in New York.
Be my guest.
Thank you. Now, let me see. Places of public interest in New York. The George Washington Bridge. The George Washington Bridge has one of the longest suspenders in the world.
That's suspensions, honey. And incidentally, did you know that the George Washington Bridge has enough cable to go around the world twice?
Well, if I was going around the world, I'd want to go by boat or plane. I wouldn't want to go by cable.
No, honey, try and follow what I'm telling you. Will you? One end of the bridge is anchored in New York, and the other end is anchored in New Jersey. If you tell me it's to keep the river from getting wider, I'll scream.
Well, Jane, you don't have to learn these things.
Okay.
Now, let's see. The Empire State Building is over 1,000 feet tall.
Yeah, that's right. And on top of it, there was a mooring mast for a dirigible.
Oh, well, if I moved in, I'd want to use the elevator.
Yeah, I'll tell him.
Now, let me read what other places of interest there are in New York. Statue of Liberty, Central Park, Wall Street.
What do you know about Wall Street?
Nothing.
You know how it got the name of Wall Street?
Because a lot of the stock can be used for wallpaper?
There have been times when that's a very good answer. You know that? No, Irma, the name Wall Street actually... Come in.
If you don't mind, it's me, Maestro Bondekin. Hello, girl. Do you mind if I come in and hide?
What's the matter, Maestro?
I'm running for my life. Spring has come to Mrs. O'Reilly.
No fooling.
Yeah, it's no joke. You should see her fluttering those eyelashes at me. They look like two caterpillars caught in the air conditioner. Irma, darling, what are you writing? A letter home?
No, it's my homework. Maestro, why is New York City called the melting pot?
Oh, well, that's because people of all nationalities come to live here.
Oh, that's a cute reason.
No, I mean, we have people living here who are half French and half Swedish, or part German and part Irish. Yeah. There's another example of the melting pot. You see, she's part foghorn and part elephant.
If it wasn't for powder and a store-bought hair.
One thing I will say. Her hair isn't store-bought. She just dips a mop in ketchup and puts it on.
Anybody at home?
Come right in, Miss O'Reilly.
Girls.
Well, Miss O'Reilly, what a lovely new dress.
Oh, it's the latest thing. Flowered prints, you know. How do you like it?
Well, I didn't know century plants bloom this time of year.
Is that so? Well, I'll have you know this happens to be an original Paris creation.
What do you know? You learn things every day. Frankenstein was a Frenchman.
Maestro, I'm warning
Now,
you.
wait a minute. It's too beautiful a day to spend it here refereeing a boxing match. Why don't we all get out of the house? You know, go on a picnic, huh?
Well, I can't, Jane. If I don't bring in my homework, my teacher will be angry.
You can do your homework while we're having the picnic.
Oh, that's a splendid idea, Janie.
Good.
I have some cold turkey and potato salad in my icebox.
No, nothing doing. No, I wouldn't eat that turkey.
Why not?
Because that bird died a horrible death.
What do you mean?
He ate the potato salad.
You didn't complain about it yesterday when you had it for your lunch.
Well, I didn't want to hurt your feelings. As a matter of fact, the only thing good about that meal was the iced tea I found in your icebox.
I'll thank you not to drink my henna rinse.
Now, listen, the two of you. We'll take care of the menu. I have a smoked ham, some pickles, and some coleslaw, and some wonderful mushrooms with good juicy stems.
Can I bring the sponge cake I made?
You made a sponge cake?
Yes, and I had to bake it for hours. Those sponges never melt.
No, Irma, we can do without it. Miss O'Reilly, you bring the coffee, huh? And Maestro, you bring the blankets?
Yeah, all right. I'll bring the lace curtains.
I said a blanket.
Yeah, the lace curtains have less holes in them.
And Irma, let's see, you bring... What's the matter, honey?
Well, what if you're all so busy at the picnic you won't be able to help me with my homework for night school?
Well, what do you want to know, Irma?
Well, I have to learn about interesting places in New York.
Oh, I know them all.
Well, now, wait a minute. Let me write it down.
Well, my favorite place is Central Park. That's where I met my first husband, Clancy. He was riding one of those buggies, and I was...
And you were pulling it.
Be still. And then, Irma, there's the Holland Tunnel.
I've already written something about the Holland Tunnel. The Holland Tunnel goes from New York to New Jersey under the Hudson River. It was built for people who love the water but can't swim.
Do you mind if I get a glass of water from the kitchen?
Help yourself.
Oh, that must be Al. Hello?
Is that your Irma?
Oh, Professor.
From California?
Yes. Oh, Professor, how are you? Every night I say a prayer for you.
You do?
Yes, I say, please take care of the dear old professor and let him be happy in California, but someday bring him back to America.
Oh, Irma, how I miss you.
Did you get the little gift I sent you last week?
No.
Well, I didn't know what to get you, and I read about a place in Hollywood called the Brown Derby.
Yes?
Well, I mailed them a check and told them to send you a hat.
But the Brown Derby is a restaurant.
Oh, Professor, you and your jokes. A friend of yours wants to say hello. Here she is.
Oh, hello, cutie.
I think you have the wrong number.
Now, Professor, tell the truth. Are you homesick?
Yes, every time I think of the home you gave me, I get sick.
Oh, you don't know what you're missing. You should see me. Why, people say I get younger every day.
Well, that I can believe. You do get younger every day, but Oh, the years you put on at night. Tell me, have you lost weight?
Oh, indeed. Why, now I have a figure just like a girl.
You mean the girl we saw at the circus who lifted the elephant?
Oh, you're such a kidder. Really, I'm much slimmer.
Well, tell me, what size dress do you wear now? A 12? 40? 60? 80? 20? We will now move to the tent department. Say, Mr. Riley.
Yes, me dear.
While I got you on the phone, will you please stop bothering my cousin, Maestro Wonderkin?
Bothering him? Why, the man's madly in love with me.
He is?
Yes, whenever he comes near me, he likes to stroke me under the chin.
This is only because he is afraid you're going to sing and he wants to be able to grab your throat. Leave him alone, will you?
Oh, you're jealous.
I'm not jealous, and if you stop bothering him, maybe someday I'll invite you to California.
Oh, do you think I'd like it out there?
Yes, and you know out here your chances of getting a husband are much better.
They are?
Yes. Someday the smog is so thick a person can't see your face. Goodbye.
Oh, he loves me.
Well, what did my cousin Professor Kropotkin have to say?
Oh, the usual thing. He's so crazy about me, can't bear being away from me for so long. But don't let it worry you, Maestro, darling.
Worry?
You're here, and I always say first come, first served.
This is the worst restaurant I've ever been in.
Come in.
Hello, folks. Hiya, chicken.
Oh, hello, Al, honey.
What are you doing?
This is my homework.
That's my chicken. Won't be long. I'll have the smartest girl in the block.
Al, I'm supposed to name places of interest in New York. So far, I have George Washington's Bridge, the Empire State Building, the Holland Tunnel.
How about the Battery?
Well, where's that?
Downtown?
Oh, thanks. Now, let's see. I'll say, the Battery is downtown, and the rest of the city uses AC and DC.
No, chicken, no.
Miss O'Reilly, Maestro, will you get the things for the picnic?
Picnic?
Oh, yes, and we're going to have fun. Wait until the Maestro and I hide in the tall grass.
In the tall grass, huh? I'm going to bring the biggest lawnmower you ever saw. Boy, I can stand a good picnic. Hey, we could all drive there in my car.
Your car?
Yep. Borrowed it from my pal, Joe.
Does it have license plates?
Yeah, Joe made the license plates himself. Jane, is there a state called Pennsyltucky?
Pennsyltucky? Not unless it's between California and Alapippi.
Well, I guess it's a foreign car. It's the one you drove, chicken.
Irma drove?
Yeah, didn't you know? I've been giving her driving lessons on the QT.
So that's it.
Oh, Jane, aren't you excited? Just think of you riding and me driving.
Yeah, that should go well with Mrs. O'Reilly's potato salad.
Oh, don't worry, Jane. I'm a very careful driver. When I'm at the wheel, I have one eye on the car in the back of me, the other eye on the car in front of me, and the other eye on the road.
Well, we're on our way. Irma and Al are in the front seat. Mrs. O'Reilly, Maestro Wanderkin, and myself are in the back seat. The three of us have been sitting back here with our eyes closed. Relaxing? No. Waiting. You see, Irma is driving, and we're praying. Hey, wait a minute. Irma's got her eyes closed, too. Irma!
Yes, Jane?
What's the idea of driving with your eyes closed?
Well, in case I go through a red light, I could tell the cop I didn't see it.
Will you please keep your eyes on the road?
All right. Gee, I've been driving such a short time, and I know everything.
You do, huh? What are those two white lines close together down the middle of the highway?
That's for motorcycles.
No, that means you can't cross over.
Yeah, but in some places the line's broken.
You know what that means?
They ran out of paint?
No, chicken. There you can pass.
Oh, why did I ever get this idea of a picnic?
Oh, Jane, you'll have a nice, relaxing day. You need a rest. Now, hold on tight, everybody. I have to step on the gas and go fast.
Why?
I have to get up on that bridge ahead of me with those other cars.
Bridge? Irma, that's a truck carrying 5 new cars.
I wonder why the bridge kept moving.
Chicken, take it easy. You just went through a stop sign. Please, Irma, we're a little nervous back here. And Mrs. O'Reilly keeps grabbing me because she's afraid we're going to hit another car.
If I'm going to go, I'm going happy.
Al, will you please take the wheel, or shall I take poison? Okay. Chicken, slow down. I'll take over.
All right. Oh, this is beautiful country. And I want to make some notes describing it for my homework.
Can anybody tell me where we're going?
Gene, I told you, it's not far from here. I saw this place yesterday when I was taking my driving lesson. It's out in the country all by itself, and it's so peaceful and quiet.
All right, let's go.
Well, can't we put the top up? My hair's blowing in all directions.
Yeah, but I don't think we should go back and pick it up.
Eastgate Proving Grounds, Lieutenant Erickson speaking. Oh, yes, Colonel. I see. 154th Regiment will report for attack as scheduled. I see, sir. Repeat the order, sir. The regiment is to take Ridge 54. Target area is encircled with white flags. 0 hour is 3 o'clock. Right, Colonel.
Well, it's 10 to 3. When do we get to this beautiful spot where I'm going to find peace and quiet?
Oh, it's right over there to the right. You'll know it when we get there. There's a lot of little white flags stuck in the ground. I think it used to be a miniature golf course, but I guess it didn't do any business.
There it is, Chicken. Right in front of us. I'll pull in here.
Oh, isn't it beautiful?
Well, everybody out. This should be a day we won't forget.
Well, it is certainly peaceful and quiet here. I bet if you took a nap here, you'd never get up.
And look, Maestro, a daisy. I'm going to see if you love me. He loves me not. He loves me not. He loves me!
Oh, that's too bad. You picked a loaded daisy. Well, let's get the food out, huh, Chicken? Give me a hand.
You kids do the work, huh? Oh, I just want to lie here and relax.
Go ahead, Janie. Take it easy. Just let Kathleen O'Reilly take care of everything.
You feel peppy, Mrs. O'Reilly, don't you?
Peppy? If I had any more energy, I'd explode.
I think she did. What was that? What was that?
Maybe it was thunder?
Hey, come on. If that's thunder, I don't like the size of the hailstones. Kids, we're being fired upon. Irma, where did you take us? Fort Sumter? Now, take off your shirt and wave to them.
It's not a shirt. It's just sleeves.
Oh. Come on, will you? Don't stand there. Take cover.
Yeah, everybody getting back at Mrs. O'Reilly.
They're coming towards us, the whole American army. Hey, you can't do this. We paid our income tax. Oh, look at all those men coming toward us. Stop. Men, stop.
Speak for yourself, Janie.
Hey, what are you people doing here?
Oh, believe it or not, we came for the peace and quiet.
Yeah, fine thing. I bring my friends here and you try to kill us all.
You are not in any danger, miss.
I wasn't?
No, we are using dummy ammunition.
I resent that.
Oh, my, you certainly have a lot of fine-looking young soldiers here.
Please, Mrs. O'Reilly, keep away from them. You are what is known as far and beyond the call of duty.
You say you brought all these people here?
That's right.
May I ask you how you knew about this place?
Oh, I have my ways.
Well, I think you all better come along with us. Army intelligence will want to question you.
Oh, no.
All right, that'll be all, Maestro Wunderkind. You may wait in the other room.
Major.
Yes?
I know that when you questioned Mrs. O'Reilly, you found she was completely innocent.
Well, that's right.
Yeah, well, you've been very kind. And to show my appreciation, I'm going to send you a picture of Mrs. O'Reilly.
What did...
You see, someday you'll thank me, really. In case of another war, all you have to do is mail her picture to the enemy, and I guarantee a full retreat.
Will you please wait in the outer office with the rest? Yeah. Now, send in Miss Jane Stacy.
Yes, sir. Janie.
I'm coming.
Miss Stacy?
Yes.
You're an American citizen?
Yes, sir, I am.
And you arrived at the proving grounds quite by accident?
Yes, sir, that's right.
I understand Miss Peterson is your roommate.
Yes.
She seems a little incoherent. Do you think it could be shell shock?
Well, only if the stork that brought her carried a cap pistol. She's been that way ever since I've known her.
Would you please send her in?
Gladly, sir.
We'll have to be on our toes with this one, Lieutenant. The dangerous ones act the screwiest to take you off guard.
Right, Major.
You sent for me?
Yes. Miss Peterson, where were you born?
Minnesota.
What part?
All of me.
No, what city?
No city, it's a farm.
Remember what I told you, Lieutenant. I'm on guard. Now, Miss Peterson, what brought you to the proving grounds?
You want me to tell you the truth?
Of course.
A 1929 Essex.
So, why did you come to that particular place?
Well, you see, I had some homework to do for my night school, and Jane had a smoked ham, and we didn't like Miss O'Reilly's potato salad, so my Al was giving me a driving lesson, and that's why we came here.
You know, I talked to a guy who fell out of his plane without his parachute who made more sense than she does. Miss Peterson, what did you say about homework? May I see it?
Nothing doing. Our teacher doesn't like anybody to copy from us.
Miss Peterson, would you please show us any written literature you may have on your person?
I will not.
We may be forced to search you.
You're not frightening anybody. I happen to work for a lawyer, and I know the law. You can't search anybody unless you have a certificate saying this property has been condemned.
Miss Peterson, may we have the papers?
Well, now that I've made my point, yes. But I tell you, it's just my homework.
Well, you let me judge. Sure, places of interest in New York. George Washington Bridge, Holland Tunnel, the Battery.
She names all the vital strategic areas, doesn't she?
She sure does.
What does she say about them?
The George Washington Bridge built to connect New York with New Jersey so the river can't get wider. Holland Tunnel for people who like water but can't swim. The Battery is downtown. Rest of city uses AC and DC. Doesn't make much sense.
Gosh, Jane, they've had chicken in that room for 3 hours now, questioning her. I hope she's all right.
It's not her I'm worried about. It's our army that's in danger. I've seen strong men go in that room and come out nervous wrecks. Of all the places to shoot.
But, Your Highness, I've told you a dozen times. That's my homework.
Stop calling me Your Highness.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch, Fraulein?
Gesundheit.
Sir, either this woman is amazingly clever or diabolically stupid.
Well, I've sent for this Mr. Clyde, the man she says is her boss. We'll soon find out.
Oh, what about the code? Any luck in breaking it so far?
No, but it's broken several of our best men. Miss Peterson.
Yes, Major.
If you plead guilty, we can be lenient with you. Otherwise, you know the penalty. Hanging.
You couldn't do that if you wanted to.
Why not?
I'm not allowed to be absent from school any more this month.
If this dame is a spy, we ought to hire her. This is the greatest act I've ever seen.
That'll be enough out of you, Colonel.
I'm a lieutenant.
Well, I didn't know you'd been promoted. Now, look, all of you, the potato salad is going to spoil.
Will you please be
don't...
still?
Well...
Lieutenant, have copies of this code been sent to Army Intelligence, the Pentagon building?
Yes, sir.
Any results?
Yes, sir. They're all trying to join the Navy.
Mr. Clyde is here.
Oh, send him in.
Will you please come in here, Mr. Clyde?
Yes, of course. Miss Peterson, now what have you done?
I just went on a picnic.
She always has simple answers for great tragedies.
Now, Mr. Clyde, this woman is in your employ.
Yes, but I don't understand.
Would you mind looking at these papers?
Not at all. See, George Washington Bridge, suspenders, Holland Tunnel, Battery, AC, and DC. Very good, very good.
What do you mean, very good?
Well, I've been her boss for 6 years now. This is the best work I've seen her do.
My Favorite Husband was a huge sitcom hit, running from 1948 to 1951 and starring Lucille Ball and Richard Denning as newlywed couple Liz and George Cugat, which was later changed to Cooper after a lawsuit filed by famous bandleader Xavier Cugat. It was also the forerunner for the TV show I Love Lucy. The tagline was, "Two people who live together and like it." And each week, another zany adventure resulted, usually from something that Liz had done in the normal, everyday suburban housewife life that she led, and all of the fallout that resulted. She can't cook. She doesn't keep house. And they even have a maid, Katie, played by Ruth Perrott. So, which has always made me wonder, what the heck does Liz do all day? But anyway, most episodes usually involve their friends, the Atterburys, with Mr. Atterbury played by Hans Conried and Joseph Kearns, and Mrs. Atterbury played by B. Benaderet. Mr. Atterbury is also George's boss at the bank. This episode, Liz and the General, is about the antics of Liz slowly warming up to an older retired general who lives out his military fantasies and helps to get him and a friend of hers together. Next, after that, we have Life with Luigi, starring J. Carrol Naish as Luigi, an Italian immigrant to America who runs an antique shop, and Alan Reed as his fellow immigrant from Italy, Pasquale, and their adventures as new American citizens in Chicago. It was a hugely popular sitcom. It actually knocked the Bob Hope Pepsinant show right off the air, running from 1948 to 1953, although it did create some controversy amongst the Italian-American community due to the stereotypical accents and speaking parts of Luigi and Pasquale. But anyway, this episode, Luigi finds out he has tonsillitis, tells about Luigi's first experience with the American medical system. And then our final show of our video today is The Nebbs, and the episode World Series Game from October 7th, 1945. It stars Kathleen and Gene Lockhart in the title roles of Rudy and Fanny Nebbs, as well as Dick Ryan, Ruth Perrott, and Francis Trout. So in this episode, it's about how Mr. Nebbs is trying to listen to the World Series on his radio when it shorts out. And then after that, it's his efforts to enlist his son's annoying friend Bob to fix it. It's another series that I really like, and I don't understand why it never was a bigger success than it was. But I'm very grateful that these episodes survive. I think this is a hilarious episode, and it should leave you laughing. Unfortunately, like I said, only a handful of episodes remain. Okay, I want you to enjoy, and I will be back shortly.
We present My Favorite Husband, a new series based on Isabel Scott Rorick's gay, sophisticated Mr. and Mrs. Cougat, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. This is the story of Mr. and Mrs. Cougat, the record of a happy marriage. Well, as we look in on the Cougats this morning, the scene is familiar. Breakfast is being served in its usual manner. Liz and George are seated in their usual places. And the only sounds to be heard are the tick of the automatic toaster and the soft, cozy snap of George's cereal. But wait a minute. Can't you smell something burning? Is it the toast? Or the bacon? Or... Oh, I see. It's Liz doing a slow burn at George. Because, as usual, he has his nose buried in the morning paper.
George, pay some attention to me.
All right, Liz. Your hair is thinning out.
Put down that paper.
Why?
That's not my head you're patting. It's a cantaloupe.
Oh.
You're always so businesslike in the morning. Why don't we ever have the kind of breakfast we had when we were first married? Remember those?
I certainly do.
What do you remember most?
The burned toast and the lumpy cereal.
Now, George, I tried to be a good cook.
Yes, you did. You tried everything. You know, it was very smart of you to butter the toast with unguentine so it wouldn't burn.
All right. Maybe when we were first married, I couldn't cook. But you weren't handy around the house either. You couldn't even fix the lock on the bathroom door.
Oh, Liz, that was 10 years ago. Do you still remember that?
Yes, every time I climbed through the window.
No. I'm ready to call a truce.
And how about the time you rewired the house?
Oh, now don't bring that up.
For 2 weeks, when you pushed the doorbell, the lights went on in the attic.
Now, Liz.
I ran upstairs so many times I felt like a lighthouse keeper.
Yes? I said truce. Now, how about a big early morning kiss?
There's nothing I'd rather do.
Well, come close to me.
Close enough?
No, real close.
How's it?
Swell. Now put your arms around me.
Oh, George.
Now scratch my back.
George Cougat, if you don't kiss me right now, I'll come to breakfast tomorrow morning in curlers and a mud pack. I thought that would do it.
Ah. Liz, don't be silly. I'd kiss you anytime, anywhere, any place. What are you giggling about?
How about 3 o'clock in the YWCA steam room?
It's a date.
George, maybe you shouldn't kiss me in front of the windows. The neighbors might see us.
Who? The Chamberlains aren't home, and old General Timberlake is too nearsighted to see anything this far away.
Not when he uses binoculars.
General Timberlake. What a character.
Oh, George, the General's just eccentric. He's a dear old man.
Yeah, you didn't call him a dear old man the day you were having a garden party and he turned on the sprinklers.
I don't care. I think he's sweet.
I suppose he was sweet the day Katie was airing my raccoon coat and he shot it full of holes because he thought it was a bear.
Well, he explained he didn't have on his glasses.
Well, even without his glasses, how could he think a bear would have a Yale pennant in his pocket?
Oh, now, dear, don't be so hard on him. I've been worried about the General lately. He used to take long walks every day, and he hasn't been out of the house all week. I think I'll go over and visit him.
You're really asking for it. He'll bore you to death with those stories of battles he claims he was in.
Well, how do you know? Some of them may be true. Anyway, I think I'll go see if anything's wrong.
Oh, that sounds like Corey Cartwright's horn. Well, I guess it's time to leave for the bank.
George, every time Corey drives you to the bank in that car, I worry.
Why?
Because that car is built for parking, not driving. It has reclining seats, indirect lighting, hot and cold running chorus girls. That isn't a car, it's a nightclub.
Well, Corey does a lot of his entertaining there.
Oh, he thinks he's such a Casanova.
Oh, Corey's a lot of fun.
Good morning, George and Liz.
Good morning.
Care for a lollipop, anybody?
Where did you get a lollipop?
I had a friend out for a date last night, and she left it in the car.
Corey, it's about time you went out with older girls.
Oh, I do, Liz. I finally met the girl. I'm really in love. Her name is Daphne McCormick. Here's a picture of her.
Not bad.
George, I told you not to read at breakfast.
Isn't she a ravishing creature, though? Look at those lines, that color, the modern design, and all those extras, too.
Terrific, huh?
Terrific. She's the reason Good Sam turned bad.
Hey, it's time we left for the bank. Oh, honey, were you serious about going to see General Timberlake?
Yes, I feel sorry for him.
Well, all right, but I hope you don't regret it. Remember, the last time you went over, you forgot to salute, and he threw you in the guardhouse.
Well, if I'm not back in 2 days, send me a cake with a file in it.
I'm over here by the hydrangea bush.
Oh, hello. How are you today, General?
10-7.
Oh, sorry. I forgot to salute.
Eddie, pull up a knapsack and take a load off your caisson.
Thank you, General. How have you been feeling?
Oh, fine, thank you, Mr. Cougat. Fine, yeah. I ain't felt so good since the Battle of Bull Run. No, there was a fracas. I was the youngest officer there.
General, you were in the Battle of Bull Run. That was 80 years ago, and you were only a baby.
Yes, I was the youngest officer there.
General, are those some new medals you're wearing? I don't believe I've ever seen that big gold one with the red, white, and blue lettering.
Oh, that one. Well, that's a special medal commemorating one of the greatest events in our country's history.
Let me read the inscription.
Well,
Jubilee sale, Sears and Roebuck.
No, there was a fracas.
We've been worried about you, General. You haven't been taking your daily walks. Your leg isn't bothering you again, is it?
Oh, no, Miss Cook. It only bothers me on the anniversary of the day I was wounded.
Oh.
I was surrounded by a howling mob of enemy. They charged me from every side, but I stood them all off single-handed.
What battle was that?
Jubilee sale at Sears and Roebuck.
General. I've really been concerned. I haven't seen you around for a couple of days. Is anything wrong?
Oh, well, now that you mention it, there is, Miss Cougat. I've been sort of keeping company, with Winifred Higgins, the librarian, and... Well, now, we had a quarrel, because, I did a terrible thing. Miss Higgins will never forgive me.
Well, what did you do?
I kept a 14-day book 15 days.
Oh, that's too bad. You used to go to the library every night to study history, didn't you?
Well, frankly, Miss Cougat, I wasn't studying history so much as I was studying Higgins.
I know Miss Higgins. She's that gray-haired librarian, isn't she?
Yeah. Don't let that gray hair fool you, though. She may be an old edition, but she's still got a beautiful table of contents.
Libraries are such romantic places.
Yeah. Well, that's all over for me now.
Oh, now, General, Miss Higgins won't stay mad if you go to her and apologize.
No, I tried that, but didn't work. I'm a lonesome man, Miss Cougat. I ain't got nobody to talk to about my battles. Reckon how I'm just an old soldier's just been left behind.
General, you can talk to me if you like.
Again?
Any time at all.
Well, how about this afternoon?
Oh, well, that's fine.
Well, sound the trumpets. Sound the trumpets. I'll be right over after chow.
All right, see you later, General.
Miss Cougat?
Yes, General?
You may go to your quarters.
Oh, aye, sir. Now, you better practice your salute, Katie. The General's coming over.
Oh, it won't matter if I salute him or not, Mrs. Cougat. He never remembers who I am anyway. Oh, the other day I was sitting in the upstairs window mending Mr. Cougat's striped pajamas, and he hollered, "Well, Barbara Fritchie."
What did you say?
Well, I hollered back, "Shoot if you must this old gray head, but spare Mr. Cougat's pajama bottoms."
Next time I'll buy George's pajamas with 13 stars in the seat.
Oh, the General's kind of cute. He reminds me of my first husband. Clarence was a fighter. He took part in hundreds of battles.
Oh, with Pershing?
No, with me.
Oh. Now, Katie, was he really a military man?
Well, he was wounded in combat. The enemy caught him sneaking through the lines late one night and ambushed him from behind.
What happened?
The enemy hit him with a rolling pin.
I'll get it, Katie. It's probably the General. Oh, hello, General. Come in, won't you? Yes, sir. Salute him, Katie, or he won't come in.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Annie.
I'll be out in the kitchen doing KP.
You care for some tea, General?
Tea? Oh, no, thank you, ma'am. Never drink tea. Always reminds me of the Boston Tea Party. Now, there was a fracas.
General.
The whole bay was filled with tea. British sailors was firing over our heads. The guns was blazing. The air was black with smoke. Well, sir, with my trusty Bowie knife, I slipped over the side of an old four-rigger down to the keel.
General, just a minute. Now, the Boston Tea Party was 175 years ago. Now, don't tell me you were there.
No. But it sure makes a colorful story, don't it?
General, what would you like to do this afternoon?
Well, no. I thought we'd relive some of our American history. We'll recreate some of the big battles of the past. Now, the sofa there can be the fort.
General, couldn't we do something else a little quieter?
Well, all right, Miss Cougat, all right. I guess we could play checkers or something.
Well, that's all right, General. I promise. This is your afternoon. We'll do whatever you want.
Good. Then let's begin by charging San Juan Hill. Mrs. Cougat, get yourself a big stick and glue on the mustache. You're going to be Teddy Roosevelt. Now, Miss Cougat, this chair is General Lee, and I'm General Sherman.
What am I going to be?
You're the outskirts of Atlanta.
This ought to be fun. What do? Get a match and set me on fire?
No, Miss Cougat. You see, I use this umbrella here as my saber, and I charge past you like this. What was that?
You caught your saber in the outskirts, and now there's a big hole in the south side of Atlanta. Oh, General, don't you think we fought enough battles today?
Why, Miss Cougat, we're just beginning to take Bunker Hill.
But my troop is starting to droop.
Well, we can't lag back now. You're in command on the north side, I'm in command on the south side, and the lamp is Bunker Hill. Now I'm going to make a frontal attack. Charge! Oh, well, I'm sorry, Miss Cougar.
What happened, Mrs. Cougar?
Why, just standing there staring at the lamp.
Mrs. Cougar, say something.
So long, Bunker Hill.
You having a lot of fun, Miss Cougar?
Oh, yes. I haven't had so much fun since I got caught in a folding bed.
Well, now, what battle should we do now?
Say, General, I just had a good idea. Why don't we do the ride of Paul Revere?
Ride of Paul Revere?
Yes, now there was a fracas. General, you be Paul Revere.
All right, I will.
And Katie,
Oh, no. I didn't mind when he tied a message around my leg and made me a carrier pigeon. But I'm not going to get down on all fours and be Paul Revere's horse.
No, you're the Old North Church. But before you give the signal, open the front door. Paul's going to take a long ride.
Yes, ma'am, I get it.
Go ahead, North Church. Give the signal.
Paul, the British are coming.
Yeah, the Redcoats are coming. War in the countryside. Start riding, Paul. The British are coming.
Well, here we go. Charge! The Redcoats are coming. Charge!
General, that's the hall closet.
Sorry. Wake up! The British are coming. Charge! The Redcoats are coming.
He's gone.
Oh, it's too bad. You had to do that. Too bad.
I can't help it, Katie. He was wearing me out. If he comes back, tell him Molly Pitcher deserted.
Anybody home? Liz?
Oh, good evening, George.
Honey, what's the matter?
The general was here all afternoon.
Oh.
I've been fighting battles all day, and I'm so tired I can barely move my rear echelon.
Oh, what did he do? Draft you?
I tried to get rid of him once, but all he did was ride around the block and bivouac in the cellar.
Liz, you're exaggerating. Now, where's Katie?
Oh, you mean Pocahontas? She's upstairs, lying down.
Oh. What happened to her?
General Timberlake insisted she smoke a peace pipe with him, and now Pocahontas heap sick Indian.
Well, I warned you about him.
I know. It was a rugged day, but I'm still glad I did it. It cheered him up. He was lonesome because he'd had a fight with his girlfriend, Miss Higgins.
My poor little tired papoose.
George, how about giving the city of Atlanta a kiss?
All right.
Gee, that was more like the whole state of Georgia. Kiss me again. Let's make this Alabama, Tennessee, and Virginia.
Okay.
Wow, the solid South.
Come on, sit on my lap, Scarlett O'Hara.
All right. Hey, how do you happen to kiss so good?
Oh, it's your inspiration. You're enough to make Mason throw away his Dixon.
Hold me tight, George.
How's this?
Tighter, tighter.
Oh, but Liz.
Go ahead, George. Pretend I'm a sack of walnuts and crack my shells.
Look, Nutty, move over a minute. You're crushing my carnation.
George, you know, sometimes when I'm with you, I get the strangest ringing in my ears. There it is again.
No, honey, that's the phone.
Oh. Hello. Oh, yeah, yes, General. Yes. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly. You see, well, General, it's just that, well, if you put it that way, General, all right. Goodbye.
Well, Liz?
That was my commanding officer. We march at dawn.
What do you mean?
We're going to spend tomorrow at the museum, and we're taking somebody along with us.
I pity the poor devil who's going with you.
So do I. It's you.
Oh, no. I'm not going, and that's final.
But, George, he wants you to go so much, and I promised you would.
I'm sorry, Liz. I'm not going.
George, he gave us a choice. If we don't go to the museum, he's coming over to reenact the burning of Rome, and he wants you to be Nero.
I surrender. What time does the museum open?
You are listening to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. This is the story of Mr. and Mrs. Cougat, of Liz and George, and especially Liz, who made a gesture of friendship to their next-door neighbor, the General. A gesture that was a signal for a full-scale invasion. Well, the General is not only anxious to be friends, he seems to want to form a permanent military alliance. Well, Saturday morning, the General, Captain George, and Lieutenant Liz made an inspection tour of the museum. Well, Saturday afternoon, they all had target practice in the backyard. And now the captain and his first lieutenant are back in their own camp discussing strategy.
Where's the General now, Liz?
He went home to get cleaned up, but he's coming back in half an hour, so you better fill the bathtub with ice cubes.
Fill the bathtub with ice cubes? Why?
He's going to demonstrate how Washington crossed the Delaware.
Oh, Liz, I can't stand much more of this Army life.
Neither can I. On the last march around the museum, my feet felt like 2 blisters with shoes.
Well, I've had enough. Oh, he's a nice old guy, but when he asked me to climb inside the barrel of that cannon, that was the last straw.
He just wanted you to see if the powder was dry.
Yeah, well, if it had been, when he lit that fuse, I'd have been real gone.
George, I've got an idea. There's only one way to get rid of the General. We'll patch things up with Winifred Higgins.
How?
Well, they say the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. We'll have them both over for dinner.
Yeah, I think you've got something there. Give them 1 ear of corn between them, and they're bound to get together.
George, this is a terrible flop. The General and Miss Higgins aren't even speaking to each other. What'll we do?
Well, keep trying, honey. Maybe they'll break down.
All right, but help me, will you?
Okay. Oh, that was a delicious dinner, dear.
Thank you, George.
Yes, that was a wonderful dinner, Mrs. Cougat.
Thank you, Miss Higgins.
Yes, sir, that was a real good mess, Sergeant.
Well, this is nice. All of us being here together, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Well, that was fun, wasn't it? Miss Higgins?
Yes?
How's everything at the library?
Yes, Miss Higgins. How is everything at the library?
Oh, fine.
That's nice. People still reading as much as ever, I suppose?
Yes, they are.
That's nice. Help me, George.
All right. Miss Higgins.
Yes, Mr. Cougat?
Read any good books lately?
Say, Miss Cougat, did I ever tell you about the War of 1812?
Yes, you did.
Say, Mr. Cougat, did I ever tell you about the War of 1812?
Yes, you did.
Say...
Yes, you did.
General, there's a moon out tonight, and there's a swing on the porch. Isn't there somebody you'd like to take out there?
Well, no. Yes, there is.
Well, then.
But what'll Mr. Cougat and Miss Higgins do whilst we're gone?
General, I meant Miss Higgins.
Oh, no, Miss Cougat. I'd much rather talk to you.
Oh, please, General.
You remember the fun we had yesterday when I charged and ripped your skirt?
Well, please, General.
And then we knocked over Bunker Hill and spent an hour together in the dark.
Well.
General, the next thing you'll be telling them how we took Fort Sumter and got locked in the closet.
Well.
Now, wait a minute, please. George, say something.
Hi, Liz.
Mrs. Cougat, it's very sweet of you trying to patch things up with a certain party who mutilates books in the public library. But I just don't want to patch things up with a certain party who always has to eat and read at the same time.
Well, I like to eat whilst I'm reading.
Yes, but how does it look when you open a history book and find the pilgrim setting foot on a piece of salami?
Now, Miss Higgins...
And the other day, a little boy wanted to know why the Constitution was written on a fried egg. Imagine leaving food in a book.
Leave it? I put it there. Them was bookmarks. Learn yourself.
George, you'd better say something.
Read any good salami lately?
General, you know perfectly well you want to be friends with Miss Higgins again.
No, I don't. I don't need Miss Higgins now that I found you. You're my new aide-de-camp. You can bring your duffel bag to my headquarters any day.
General, please. You don't understand. My duffel belongs to George.
I don't care, Mr. Corliss. I don't care. You may be assigned to another battalion, but I can get you transferred for active duty.
Mrs. Cougat, if you don't mind, I think I'll go home. Thank you for the dinner. Thanks for everything. Oh, I've had a wonderful time.
Now, General, aren't you ashamed of yourself? You've made her cry.
Well, didn't expect her to do that.
I tried to get you two together, and what do? You ruin it.
Now, Liz, it isn't all the General's fault. Don't forget it was your idea.
Well, I might have known this would happen. Just when the battle's going against me, my own captain looks me in the face and shoots me in the back.
Liz, you can smile now. The General's gone.
Oh, George, when it comes to messing things up, I can outmess anybody in the whole world.
Well, you only get in these messes because you're so generous and try to help people out.
George, now the General wants me for his aide-de-camp.
Oh, honey, the General's unpredictable. He probably won't visit us again for days.
You think so?
I know so.
Attention!
George, salute with both hands. I can't get up.
As you were. Just came over to thank you for your courageous and unselfish service to a comrade in arms.
General, the only comrade in my arms is going to be George Cougat.
It's in our contract.
Well, now, Miss Cougat, don't you worry about me. Miss Higgins and I finally made up. Yeah, we're as close as Kaiser and Fraser.
Miss Higgins isn't mad at you anymore.
No. She was waiting for me by the hydrangea bush. And she said I could take books out just so long I kept mustard off my bookmarks.
Oh, that's wonderful.
The end of a perfect day.
Yeah. Of course, now there's just one thing that kind of worries me.
What's that?
Miss Cougat, I was using my charms on you for selfish reasons, and if it turns your head, I'm sorry. I was just trying to make Miss Higgins jealous.
Why, General.
General, you're kind of a wolf.
Yeah. With my hair, I'm more of a silver fox, don't you think? Guess I better be getting back to the library. But, say, before I go, did I ever tell you about the Spanish-American War? Now, there was a fracas. We was down at the Philippines, see, and was hot as Billy, but...
General.
Huh?
Now, come on, confess. You weren't really in the Spanish-American War, were you?
Well, you know something, Miss Cougat? I really was. Goodbye.
I never want to live through 2 days like this again.
It was kind of hectic, wasn't it?
It reminds me of our honeymoon.
Our honeymoon. Now, there was a fracas.
Asleep, George?
No.
Thinking of something?
Yes.
What?
Sleeping.
George, it's stuffy in here. One of us forgot to open the window.
Yeah. One of us forgot to open the window.
One of us ought to get up and do it.
Yeah. One of us ought to get up and do it.
Well, somebody's got to do it. What are you waiting for?
A burglar.
Oh, George, please.
All right. Now the window's stuck. I can't raise it.
That's funny.
There is a burglar. Oh. He's looking in the window and he's wearing striped pajamas.
George, you're trying to raise the mirror.
I thought he was a pretty good-looking burglar.
Oh, come back over here and kiss me.
Okay. But I kissed you last night and got my ear caught in a curler.
I'm not wearing curlers tonight.
What are you wearing?
Pajamas. They're warmer.
Well, here's your good night kiss.
Oh, George, I'm lucky to be married to you.
Why?
Because if I weren't, I'd get in a lot of trouble sneaking over here every night for a kiss. Good night, George.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The makers of Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum invite you to enjoy life. Life with Luigi, a comedy show created by Cy Howard and starring that celebrated actor, Mr. J. Carroll Nash, with Alan Reed as Pasquale. Friends, as you know, Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum is giving daily enjoyment to millions of people all over America. In offices and factories, on farms and ranches, in mines and oil fields, folks find that chewing Wrigley Spearmint helps them feel better and work better. The makers of Wrigley Spearmint Gum are glad that their product is proving helpful and enjoyable to so many people, and they're glad, too, that they're able to bring you Life with Luigi, because they know it's the kind of a radio program that millions of Americans enjoy. And now let's read Luigi's letter as he writes about his adventures in America to his Mama Basco in Italy.
Dear Mamma mia. American language is very funny sometimes. If you ask a big, strong man how he feels, he'll say, I can't kick. Then if you ask a sick man how he feels, he'll say, I'm so sick, I'm run down. It's hard to figure out the Mamma mia. A healthy man says he can't kick, and a sick man, he says he's feeling like a running. I'm not feeling so good myself lately. But nothing is hurting me, so don't worry. It's just that I'm not feeling right. 8 o'clock in the morning, I'm feel like to sleep. 10 at the night, I'm feel like to get up. 12 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm feel like to lay down. I'm don't know what to do. Go to the doctor or get a new clock. So far, Mamma mia, this winter I had one cold after the other, and my medicine chest is doing a business with me 24 hours a day. Mamma mia, for my medicine chest, I had a lunch counter, after would be a drugstore. But tonight, when I'm going to go to my night school class, I'm going to ask my friends what they think I should do.
Don't worry about the bed. Everything is going to be...
And now, class, let's turn to the grammar portion of the lesson you're assigned. Mr. Horowitz, you may tell us what is an active verb.
An active verb?
Yes. Give us an example of a sentence with an active verb.
Let me see.
Oh, that's very good.
Huh? I said something right?
Mr. Schultz, now you may give us a sentence with an active verb.
I see Betty.
Uh-huh. And is see active?
That depends on what Betty is doing.
Mr. Schultz, if you don't know the answer, just say so. Mr. Basco?
Uh-huh.
Give us another example of an active verb.
Tell the truth, Miss Spaulding, I'm not feeling so active myself.
Mr. Basco, where is the active verb in that sentence?
No, maybe it's in a medicine chest.
Mr. Basco, I believe you actually don't feel very well.
He don't, Miss Spaulding. I was talking with Luigi before school. He just don't feel right. And my advice to him was he should close up his antique shop and lay in bed for a week.
Yeah, but how am I going to run a business if I'm in a bed? Who's going to stand by the cash register?
Luigi, with the business you got, you could take the cash register to bed with you and nobody would know the difference.
I
don't think that is very good practical advice. Sure, that's practical. You want he should kill himself with work if he don't feel well? I agree with Schultz. Sometimes exercise is better than bed rest. No, we are talking about his antique shop. Luigi, stop worrying about business. You know what they say? A dead millionaire ain't worth 5 cents. Of course, now with inflation, he ain't worth 10 cents. Ach, smile, Luigi. You ain't dead yet. You only look bad.
Luigi, I have an old family remedy that might help you. You just boil up about a quart of water, add a half of a bottle of real lemon juice, 6 tablespoons of sugar, and then a glass of whiskey.
Ach, you know, we got the same remedy in our house. Only we leave out the water, the juice, and the sugar.
Mr. Vasco, maybe you should see a doctor. When's the last time you visited your doctor?
13 years ago. Himmel, if the doctors depended on Luigi for business, they would have to test cigarettes 24 hours a day to make a living.
Well, certainly you should get an up-to-date physical checkup. In fact, I don't like your being out of doors too much.
Oh, you don't?
No, I think you should go home now and somebody should go along with you.
Miss Spaulding, it would break my heart to leave the class 2 hours earlier, but I am willing to make the sacrifice.
No, thank you. I think Mr. Olson would lose least of the lesson if he went. Would you please, Mr. Olson?
Oh, I would be very happy to.
Oh, but I'd be happy to accompany Olson sometime.
I shall take good care of you.
I want to thank you, Olson, and goodbye, class. I'm sure I'm going to feel better tomorrow. Goodbye, Miss Spaulding.
Goodbye, Mr. Vasco. I'm sure you will.
Goodbye, Luigi. Take care. Himmel, what kind of farewell is this? He's only playing a little hooky with the teacher's permission. Now, you'll feel better, Luigi, so smile, huh? Be like me, always happy, always laughing. My rheumatism is killing me.
Luigi, I never like to impose my judgment on anyone, but in my opinion, you are not getting enough exercise.
Exercise?
I suggest that you go to a gymnasium and work out. Here, just feel of my biceps.
All right. Where do you keep them?
My arms. Go ahead, feel.
It's hard like a rock.
Oh.
Let me see how I'm a feeling. Oh, just like a spongy cake.
That is just it. You should go to my gym and start weightlifting.
Weightlifting? That's going to make me feel good?
Oh, nothing better. Yeah, for just a few dollars, you can be built up to lift weights as high as 250 pounds.
Well, but why am I going to do this, Olson? I'm going to go home and lift the rows. That's costing me nothing.
Luigi, you are joking. And you shouldn't where your health is concerned. No. Before you do anything tomorrow, go down to this place and you say to the man...
Mister!
Oh, sorry, friend. Just punching the bag a little. What can I do for you?
Well, I'm Luigi Basco, and my friend Olson, he's set me down a bit.
Oh, yeah, I remember Olson when he first came in here. He was a puny, skinny runt. Just like you.
Oh, thank you. Olson, he's a good friend of mine.
In no time at all, I put 2 inches on his chest, 2 inches on his arms, 1 inch on his calf, and took 5 inches off his stomach.
Oh, was it the same, Olson? Only you divide them up a different,
Yeah, well, and I'll have you in tip-top shape in no time, too. I can tell by looking at you what's wrong immediately. Sluggish circulation. Did you know that?
I know it. I can't even say it.
You know what's causing it? Your blood, man. It's crying out for oxygen.
You can hear it, huh?
I don't have to. I can see it. All right, come on. Let's step into the locker room.
All right. Hey, you sure it's going to be all right?
Don't worry. Just want you to try a few things. I see guys like you all the time. Here, get into these shorts.
All right. Mamma mia, the shorts, all right.
You know what's the cause of your weakness?
No, what?
Civilization.
Huh? That's a bad disease?
It's a poison. The average guy today always complains he's tired.
That's my complaint.
And yet all he does is sit.
You can tell, huh?
Sure, I can tell. Everybody's the same way. The minute he gets up, he begins sitting. Sitting at the breakfast table, sitting in the auto, the subway, the trolley car.
Yeah, don't forget the bus. I'm always using the bus.
Yeah, rather than the bus. Sitting in the office, sitting in the movies, sitting at lunch, sitting at dinner. You know what you get from sitting?
Shiny pants.
Lassitude.
That's another disease?
Flabby muscles, weak.
That's me.
All right, up. Now to make a new man out of you.
Please, not too much. Just to change the older man a little bit.
All right, grab this 90-pound dumbbell.
And please, no call names. I'm not like that.
Relax, will you please? This hunk of iron is called a dumbbell.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now, lift it up.
I lift it up?
That's right, lift it up.
With the what?
With your hands.
Please, maybe you got a little 5-pounder stupid.
That's a dumbbell, stupid.
Please, no names.
Okay. Now, you gotta lift that dumbbell. It's all in the mind.
Yeah.
Keep saying this. We're as strong as we think.
We're as strong as
We're as strong as we think.
We're as strong as we think. We're as strong as we
Good.
think.
Now,
We're as strong.
lift it up. Up. Down. Up. Down. Up.
No, wait, please. As long as we're strong together, maybe you lift and I'm going to say, up or down.
No, look free. Try it again. Now, lift that 90 pounds and think. What's the matter?
All I'm going to think is 5 pounds. Please, I'm about to stop. I'm getting awake.
Nonsense. Now, do as I say.
All right.
All right, now. Bend down. Straighten up. Bend down. Straighten up. Hands out. Wrists up. Come on. Now I'll count.
All right.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3.
Please, mister, I'm getting tired. I want to sit down.
Look, no sitting down. Everybody move. All right. In place. Double time. Come on. Double time. Shoulders back. Breathe deep. Take a big deep breath. Move those legs. Right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. I believe you're on a 10-mile horse march. Up, down. Come on. All right, don't give up. Be a soldier. Be a soldier. Move. Now, come on. Come. Well, what are you thinking now?
I'm thinking of Mamma Mia. I'm in the army.
Before we return to Life with Luigi, here's a suggestion that'll make your daily work more pleasant and enjoyable. Keep a package of delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum in your purse or pocket, and from time to time, chew a stick. You see, chewing on a smooth, good piece of gum gives you a feeling of comfort and satisfaction. It helps relieve pent-up tension, and as a result, you just naturally feel better and work better. Then, too, Wrigley's Spearmint Gum has a lively, refreshing flavor that cools your mouth and freshens your taste. So chew Wrigley's Spearmint while you work. You'll really enjoy it. And now let's turn to page 2 of Luigi Basco's letter to his mother in Italy.
And so, Mamma Mia, instead of going to the doctor, I'm going to listen to Olsen. And I went to the gymnasium. All the night I was walking like in the army. And when I went to the bed, and I got up in the morning, I felt like the army was walking into me. But at least there was one little help. I didn't think so much about my sore throat and my colds. My bones was hurt so much I could only think about them. But anyway, like the gymnasium manager told me, I'm try to think that I'm strong. I'm taught all day. And then before I went to bed at the night, I'm thought I'm better see a doctor. So I'm looking at the telephone book, and when the door is open up, it's just then, and in there comes my friend, Pasquale.
Hello, Luigi, my friend. Hello, Luigi. Hello.
Hello, Pasquale.
Hello, little banana nose. What are you looking at the telephone book for?
I'm looking for a doctor.
Doctor, what's wrong with you, little cabbage push?
Well, Pasquale, isn't nothing exactly. I'm just feel weak all over. I'm got no strength and I'm sleepy all the time.
Luigi, you don't need no doctors and no doubts about it. You got all the signs of a jungle fever.
The jungle? That's no possible, Pasquale. I've never been in a jungle.
You ever been in the zoo?
Well, sure.
There you are. Tsetse flies is a hangout there all the time. Hey, let me see your tongue. Come on, stick it out.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with there, Luigi. Your tongue looks as long as always. Luigi, I think there's a hope for you.
You do?
Yes, and I'm going to give you a prescription that's going to guarantee you live as long as a married men do, 72 years.
Yeah, but Pasquale, I'm not married.
That's the prescription of my daughter Rosa. What do you say, my son?
Get another patient, Papa.
Look, Luigi, I'm only trying to help you. You think I like to see you walking around like this, weak, broken down, a mimic? The way you feel right now, if you was to catch any little sickness, it would be a catastrophe.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm like to see a good doctor.
Good doctor. Where you going to get the money to afford one? You think I'm going to...
Luigi, my fellow boob. Oh, hello, Pasquale.
Hello, Schultz.
Hello, Schultz.
Well, Luigi, tell me, how did you make it out with the doctor?
Schultz, I didn't go to the doctor. Olsen has sent me to the gymnasium where he's go.
Huh?
Then the gymnasium manager told me to go on a diet. Raw carrots, turnip juice, soya beans with olive oil.
That's the diet?
Is it no good, huh?
Oh, no, that's wonderful. You could live for 100 years on that diet. If you happen to be a rabbit. Luigi, you little dummkopf. Always you're listening to everybody. Now, will you take Miss Spaulding's advice and go see a doctor immediately, if not sooner?
Yeah, but that's what I was doing, Schultz, when Pasquale was coming.
Yes, and I was stopping him. What? Luigi, ain't you tired of your friends' stupid advice? Doctors at gymnasiums, exercise of broken backs. You listen to everybody but me and what's happening. You're getting sicker. Why are you always running around like a crazy little plumber looking for a leak in the faucet when all the time you could have come straight to the drip?
Maybe you're right, Pasquale. Nobody's a bigger dripper than you.
That's a funny thing. When I'm saying it's come out different.
Pasquale, will you stop bothering Luigi and let him go to the doctor?
He don't need no doctor. He needs my daughter Rosa.
Yeah, but that ain't a doctor. That's the whole hospital.
All right. I'm sick of these wisecrackers. Go, Luigi, go to the doctor. Only when he sues you for no paying his bills, it don't come to me.
Hey, sure, sir. Pasquale, he's said that the doctors will charge a lot of money.
That's no problem. You go to the clinic.
The clinic?
Sure, over there everything is free. Nurses, doctors, medicine. That America gives you. Come on, I'm going to show you where it is.
All right. Pasquale, this I'm no kind of refuse it. Come on, Schultz.
All right, Luigi, go. But if you find out you're sick, don't blame me. You could have stayed with me and never known you were sick until you died.
Excuse me, Mr. Nurse. I was just examining with my feet. And somebody else is giving me a yellow card, which I'm exchanging for this red card. Where am I going now?
Well, let's see. You've had your orthopedic examination, respiratory, pulmonary. Take it over to Ward 4 for general physical.
General physical? Ward 4? Oh, thank you very much. Mamma mia, there's so many people. It's enough to make somebody scared.
Yes?
Oh, excuse me, you Ward 4?
Well, yes.
I'm looking for a man in an army uniform.
Man in army uniform? Who are you looking for?
General physical.
General physical is the final examination. Let me have your card and chart. Thank you. Mr. Luigi Basco. How do you do, Mr. Basco? I'm Dr. Adler.
How do you do, Doctor?
Fine. And how are you?
Not so good. That's why I'm here.
Good enough. Sit down, Mr. Basco. What's wrong with you?
Well, I'm just a feel weak, Doctor. I'm tired all the time. Sore throat.
Mm-hmm. Do you smoke, drink, or keep late hours?
Oh, no, and I don't play cards neither.
Oh. Would you remove your shirt, please?
Why, you don't like this shirt?
I just want to listen to your heart.
Oh, well, all right. I'm going to take them off.
Fine. Now, hold still. Take a deep breath while I apply the stethoscope.
All right. Hey, it's a tickler.
Now, come. Take a deep breath. Mm-hmm. I'll make a note of that.
What do you write it down, Doctor?
Now the blood pressure, Mr. Basco. Your arm, please.
Right here.
Aha.
Doctor, please. What's this? Is it good or bad?
I'll make a note of that. Now for the teeth. When's the last time you checked your teeth, Mr. Basco?
What am I going to look at the check? I know it's a 32 all the time.
Open the mouth, please. Wider. Wider. Ho-ho.
Ho-ho, what's this?
I'll just make a note of that. Now the throat. A little wider. A little wider.
You want to make sure I have a wider throat?
No. Just open your mouth way open. That's it. Mr. Basco, do you have trouble breathing at night?
You joking?
Mr. Basco, do you have trouble breathing at night?
I don't know. I'm sleeping.
Well, let's have a look at the nostrils. Head back, please.
Right.
The left nostril first. Mm-hmm. Now the right one. Ho-ho.
Doctor.
Yes?
Please, I can't stand this. So which is the better? The ho.
Let me take care of the worrying, Mr. Basco. Now you just put on your shirt, pick up your charts, and follow me into that office. I want to talk with you.
All right, sure, Doctor. I'm coming right away.
Oh, Dr. Adler, I'd like to talk with you for just a second. It's about that 94-year-old Mr. White. Dr. Jones says his heartbeat is considerably slower.
Let me see his record.
Here I am, Doctor.
Oh, yes, just a minute. Let me see. This chart shows a definite sign of a breakdown, Miss Lacey. Hemoglobin count extremely bad. Respiration rate, very bad.
What?
I wish there was something we could do for him, but I think this is the end.
Come on, Mama.
Miss Lacey, have him removed to the lower floor and tell the interns to make his last few hours as easy as possible.
Oh, no. I'm not going to let you.
Mr. Basco.
No, goodbye. I'm not going to let you put me downstairs in the lower floor. I'm going to get the good years yet. Pasquale.
Luigi, look, honey, what's happened? Face all flushed to the perspire, hair hanging down, a shirt half out, a tie twisted around your neck. You're looking bad enough to collect a new life insurance policy right now.
Pasquale, how you guess?
Guess what?
That I'm only got a few hours to live.
What? Who told you that?
Well, I was a doctor in a clinic.
So you went to the clinic, and that's what they told you, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I warn you. Let me see those charts.
All right, here, Pasquale.
Blood negative.
Negative. What's that a minute, Pasquale?
Negative means nothing.
Mamma mia, I'm got no blood.
Ulcer negative, pressure negative, liver, blood, abdomen negative.
Pasquale, there was my trouble all the time. I was empty inside.
Serves you right for doing what I told you not to. Go to the doctor. Luigi's lucky for you I don't believe in him, so I'm going to get you out of all this, but we got to act fast.
Well, what the hell?
As a bachelor, you ain't got longer to live. But a married man, will live much longer. That's like I told you, statistics. Now, if you just say the word that's making you my son-in-law, I send you to the best sanitariums in the West to cure you. And if you still die, no burial is going to be too expensive for you. Come on, talk quick. What do you say?
What can I say? All right, Papa. I'm going to get married.
What's the happiest day of my life? I'm going to call in the blushing bride from the kitchen. Rosa! Rosa! Rosa!
You called me Papa!
delicate little baby. Rosa, say hello to Luigi.
Hello, Rosa.
Rosa, guess what? I just asked Luigi the question, and he told me he's willing to get her married.
But, Papa, I want to marry him.
Oh, shut up, you flash. Now, for you two, just to look out.
Mr. Basco, I'm so glad I found you.
Come on, let me ask the doctor.
Keep your hands off of this corpse, you grave digger.
Mr. Basco, why did you run out of the clinic like that?
Well, because you told me I'm not to get along to live. You was going to push me down the other floor.
Just as I thought. We weren't discussing your case. I was giving the nurse some orders pertaining to an old gentleman in Ward G.
You mean I'm going to live?
Yeah.
You're too late, Doctor. I already saved his life.
The only thing I did find wrong with you, Mr. Basco, and what may very well be the cause of all your symptoms, are your tonsils.
My tonsils?
That's right. I'd have them removed immediately if I were you.
And
I'll be very glad to recommend our finest surgeon for you.
Well, thank you, Doctor. Maybe now I'm going to feel fine.
Good. You come in tomorrow and we'll arrange for the operation. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Doctor. And thank you, Doctor.
Luigi, take my advice. If you get all that talk, you're going to get the same trouble all over again.
No, Pasquale, I'm going to have my tonsils taken out. No wonder I was always having sore throat.
That's a fine way to talk to me, man who's a save your life.
Oh, no, Doctor is a saving my life.
I don't care who saved it. When are you going to marry Rosa?
That's never, Pasquale.
Wait for my son.
This time I'm saving my own life. Goodbye, Pop. And so, Mamma Mia, I'm finally found out what's wrong with me. And the next week I'm going to have operation. I'm sure everything is going to come out fine, especially my tonsils. But please don't worry yourself too much, Mamma Mia. I'm going to write to you next week, straight from the hospital, tell you all about the operation. And you know, Mamma Mia, if Pasquale was only have a daughter as nice as the nurses they got to hear, this letter would be signed, Your loving children, Mr. and Mr. Luigi Basco. Instead of your loving son, Luigi Basco, little immigrant.
Friends, the makers of Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you've enjoyed tonight's episode of Life with Luigi, and they'd like to remind you that Wrigley Spearmint Gum is an ideal taste treat to enjoy between your meals. It isn't rich or heavy, yet it's refreshing and satisfying. As you know, too, chewing helps keep your teeth clean and bright and also aids digestion. So next time you go shopping, get a few packages of healthful, delicious Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. Enjoy it often between your meals and pass it around to other members of your family. They'll enjoy it, too. The makers of Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum invite you to listen next week at this time when Luigi Basco writes another letter telling about his tonsil operation to his Mama Basco in Italy. Life with Luigi is a Cy Howard production and is directed by Mr. Howard. Mac Benoff writes the script with Lou Derman. J. Carol Nash is starred as Luigi Basco with Alan Reed as Pasquale, Jody Gilbert as Rosa, Hans Condrey as Schultz, Mary Shipp as Miss Spaulding, Joe Forte as Horowitz, and Ken Peters as Olson. Music is under the direction of Lud Gluskin. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Systex presents Gene Lockhart and Kathleen Lockhart as Rudy and Fanny Nebbs.
Ah, Fanny, that was a wonderful Sunday lunch today. How in the world did you make such delicious chicken salad?
Oh, I made it with a can of tuna.
Well, all I want to do now is listen to the World Series game.
Oh, Rudy, why do you want to listen to an old ball game?
Well, if I don't listen, how will I know what the score is?
While, Rudy, did you ever know?
There you are, folks, the Nebbs, straight from America's famous comic strip, with Junior, Obie Slider, and all the others you've laughed, worried, and adventured with for 22 years. On this peaceful Sunday afternoon, we find the Nebbs at home, and Rudy is listening to the World Series. Here they are.
Rudy, what are they yelling and swooning for?
Why, they got 3 men on base and Greenberg's at bat. Now, shh.
Oh, I thought they discovered Frank Sinatra in the crowd.
Now, just be quiet, Fanny, and listen.
Now the bases are loaded with 2 men out. Big Hank Greenberg is waiting for the next pitch. The count is 3 balls and 2 strikes, and here it comes. Greenberg connects with it, and the ball flies.
Fanny!
Oh, what's happened?
Why, the radio's quit. Oh, what am I going to do? Maybe if I shake it.
Oh, Rudy, what are you doing? Trying to make it into kindling?
Quick, Fanny, get in my tool chest there while I locate the trouble.
All right.
I'll have to take some of these parts out. Let me see now. I'll put the tubes over here, and this gadget here, and these little screws. I've got to keep them separate. I'll just hold them in my mouth.
Here are the tools, Rudy.
Thanks. I'll have it fixed in no time.
Oh, you won't if you keep swallowing those nuts and bolts.
Well, now, Fanny, I've got to put them somewhere. There's no more room on the floor. Oh, I guess there is room on the floor at that.
Well, now, you just get busy and pick all those up.
Oh.
You know our friends always drop in on Sunday afternoon.
Yes.
Anyway, I don't think you should be working at a radio on Sunday.
Well, maybe I'll be forgiven if I get it fixed in time to listen to tonight's sermon. Now, let me see. Where does this piece go?
It doesn't go there. That's a piece off Junior's roller skate.
Well, it fits better on the radio. Oh, shucks, what an awful time for the radio to go haywire, right at the most exciting part of the game, when the score was 1-1 in the third. Now, I'll never know what happened.
You'll hear about it from Obie or Herb or Amby Potts or somebody.
Amby Potts. Amby doesn't know a baseball from a grape. I like to get my baseball firsthand. Fanny, you wait till the new radios come out. I'll buy the best double reversible combination radio made. Absolutely non-static with FM every AM and PM.
Oh, you'll probably have to wait. My new washing machine and the electric mixer come first.
Why, the idea, Fanny. You can't hear radio programs on an electric mixer. And who ever heard of getting the Cubs and the Tigers together in a washing machine? Now, who do you suppose is calling, who we might or might not be home to?
Oh, Rudy, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Come in.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Nebb. Hello, Mr. Nebb.
Oh, hello, Buck.
Howdy, Buck.
Jeepers, Mr. Nebb, what are you making? An atomic bomb?
An atomic bomb. No, I'm not.
Oh, is Junior home?
No, he isn't, Buck. He went over to see Donna for a while.
Hey, what's the matter with Junior lately, Mrs. Nebb? All he thinks about is girls.
Well, Buck, there comes a time in the life of every man when, as the poet says, what was it the poet said, Fanny?
I'm sure I don't know. But when that time comes and a boy starts thinking about girls, it's like the taxes, it's here to stay.
Jeepers, you mean they never snap out of it?
Rarely, Buck, rarely. And if they do, they usually snap back in again.
Gee whiz, I'd rather play baseball.
Ah, now you're talking, Buck. Oh, say, how's the World Series going?
I don't know. I came over here to listen because Mom won't let me tune in the ball game. She thinks it's too brutal the way they keep knocking out the pitchers.
I see. And Junior went over to Donna's to listen to hers.
Well, what's the matter with your radio?
What's the matter with it? Don't you see these parts all over the floor?
Golly, did it explode?
Oh, no. Mr. Nebbs scattered it without any help.
There was a loose connection, Buck, and one thing led to another until the whole thing got loose.
It seems that there was just a general giving away of all the tissue.
But don't worry, son. I'll have that game coming in again before Charlie Grimm can chase another umpire. Stand back, Fanny.
Maybe I ought to mention that I've built 2 radios myself, including condensers, antennae, loudspeakers.
You don't say.
Sure. I get standard, shortwave, medium wave.
Everything but a permanent, eh, Buck?
Well, I almost got a permanent once, too. By mistake, I grabbed hold of a high-tension wire.
Well, my boy, it's fine if you're born a live wire, but don't ever try to pick it up.
No, sir. But I'll be glad to help you fix your radio, Mr. Nebb.
Oh, no. I can fix it.
Are you sure, Rudy?
Why, of course, my love. It's quite simple. This tube here, it goes into, it goes into...
doesn't it go into there, Mr. Nebb?
Yes, that's just what I was going to say. There. Now, this part fits into, let me see.
It fits right into here, Mr. Nebb.
Yes, that's what I thought. Now, hand me those pliers, Buck.
Sure. Here.
Thanks. Now, I'll just snip this wire off a little here.
Oh, hey, Mr. Nebb, you shouldn't have done that.
Huh? What?
You cut the cord that plugs into the wall socket.
Oh.
It probably got in his way, Buck.
Let me show you how that goes, Mr. Nebb. You better let me have the pliers.
Okay, my boy. I'll take over again when you get tired.
You're a very talented boy, Buck. You play the piano too, don't you?
A little.
Say, I didn't know that. You play by ear or by note, Buck?
By note, Mr. Nebb.
Uh-huh. Now, how many notes are there on your piano?
15 on ours. We pay 1 every month.
If you're a wife or a mother, take a good look at your menfolk. Do you notice signs of nervousness, circles under the eyes, worry and overwork? Do they complain of sleep being interrupted, nervousness, or rheumatic pains? These symptoms may be caused by excess acid. When there's nothing organically or systemically wrong, the medicine called Cystex. CYSTEX usually goes to work right now, helping nature clear away excess acids and poisons. You must discover Cystex to be a quick and easy way to help remove excess acids through the blood, or your money back is guaranteed on return of the empty package. Get Cystex, CYSTEX, and take it as directed with a glass of water after each meal. See how much better you feel tomorrow.
And now, back to the Nebbs.
Oh, Buck, how are we doing with the radio?
Well, right now I gotta check your terminals. And you had the tuning condenser where the dynamic speaker ought to be.
Is that so? Well, I guess I'm getting nearsighted.
We'll have that ball game tuned in a few minutes, Mr. Nebb.
Buck, that was a darling hat your mother was wearing last week. Do you happen to know where she got it?
No, Mrs. Nebb. But Dad said wherever she got it, she should give it back to them.
Now, Fanny, don't interrupt.
I'll have to change the tubes around a bit differently from the way you had them, Mr. Nebb.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised, Buck, if you became a great inventor, like Mr. Edison.
Fanny, will you please be quiet?
Well, Mr. Edison was pretty good, all right. Hold this, will you, Mr. Nebb?
Didn't Edison invent the first talking machine?
No, Fanny, not the first one, but he did invent one that could be shut off. Fanny, answer the phone, will you? And find out what the score is.
Hello? Yes, dear. Oh, just a moment. It's Junior, Buck. He wants to talk to you.
Oh, gee, thanks. Excuse me a minute.
Tell him to make it snappy, Buck.
Hello? Junior?
Hey, Buck, how'd you like to come over to Donna's house for a while?
Well, jeepers, Junior. You've got Donna. What do you need me for?
Well, I don't exactly need you, but Donna's got a girlfriend.
Ah, but Junior, I wanted to listen to the ball game.
Well, I just found out there's something more fun than baseball.
It couldn't be. Besides, right now I'm fixing your dad's radio.
Tell him to hang up, Buck.
Your father says to hang up, Junior.
Oh, come on over, Buck. Donna's serving ice cream.
Okay, you talked me into it. Goodbye, Junior.
Come on, Buck. We're losing time. That series game won't wait.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Nebb, but I gotta go over to Donna's house and do Junior a favor.
Why, you can't go off and leave my radio in this condition. We'll have it working in just a few minutes.
But, Mr. Nebb, you said you'd take over when I got tired. And I think I'm tired right now.
You're tired.
Yeah, I think I need some refreshments. I'll see you later, Mr. Nebb. Goodbye.
Well, how do you like that? Here I sit in the middle of the floor, in the middle of a country that has the finest communications in the world. We got telephones, television, teletype, and I can't tell what's happening between the Tigers and the Cubs.
Oh, well, stop fuming and get busy, or you'll never get that radio fixed.
Yeah, they call this a free country, with free speech. Everybody's supposed to know what's going on. I pay my taxes, don't I? But do I know the score?
Seems like we mentioned that before.
I'm talking about the ball game, Fanny, and I'm thinking about... Oh.
Come in.
Fanny, why do you always tell everybody to come in when you don't know who's at the door? If it wasn't Sunday, I might be working here in my undershirt.
Well, come in, Obie. Rudy, it's Obie Slider.
Oh. Hello, Fanny. What's Owl Eyes doing?
Come in and sit down, Shortchange. Do you know anything about a radio?
Well, I know enough about one to let it alone. What's the trouble?
Rudy found a loose connection.
Well, I knew he had one. Never thought he'd find it. No wonder those correspondence courses Rudy took years ago didn't do him any good.
Fanny, don't pay any attention to that waddling old gander.
Correspondence courses? Obie, has Rudy been holding out something on me?
No, but he thought the correspondence schools were holding out on him. Oh, I'll never forget the letter he wrote when he graduated.
Obie, will you please be quiet?
He wrote, Dear Sir, I've taken all your courses. Now where's the brains you promised me?
Well, you antiquated angleworm, if you're so brainy, why don't you get down here and help me before the ball game's over? It's probably about the last half of the seventh inning by now.
The last half of the seventh?
Yeah.
Well, time to stretch. I don't know why I'm always so tired on Sunday, unless it's from wading through them big Sunday papers.
You're tired. How about me? This afternoon I've lost 10 pounds, 3 screwdrivers, and most of my interest in the ball game.
Where's Junior? Was he smart enough to go someplace else to listen to the game?
Junior heard the call of the wild. He went over to Donna's.
Oh. Well, look, Nothing Ball. If you're so anxious to hear the World Series, why don't we go over to my house?
Huh?
We can hear the finish from there.
Why, Obie, why didn't you think of that before? Yeah, Fanny, would you like to come along?
No, thank you, Rudy. I'd rather take a nap.
Well, let's go, Rudy. There's nobody at my house but my good wife, Hepsy.
In anybody's house, Obie, your good wife, Hepsy, would be quite enough.
Well, we can listen to the game nice and quiet here, Rudy. Oh, sounds like Hepsy's already got the radio warmed up.
Sounds like he might be on fire.
I guess Hepsy's out in the kitchen. That must be why it's turned on so loud. Just sit down, Rudy. I'll switch to the ball game.
We have a wonderful recipe sent in by Mrs. Fred Howard of Baltimore, Maryland, for Veronica Lake pea soup. In case you're wondering why we call it Veronica Lake pea soup, it's because we use one-eyed peas.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Obie, hurry up and get the game.
Well, I thought at first that I had it, and the umpire was in the soup.
Believe me, ladies and gentlemen, that was one of the most terrific drives ever smacked off a bat in this man's ballpark. With the bases loaded...
Obadiah!
Oh, hello, Hepsy.
What's the big idea?
Were you speaking to me?
I was not. I was yelling at you.
Good afternoon, Hepsy.
Oh, howdy, Rudy. Obadiah, what did you turn the opera off for?
Well, Rudy and I wanted to listen to the World Series baseball.
Did you get it?
Yep, we got it when you...
Well, what did you have when you got it?
Well, honey bun, we had the bases loaded and...
What were they loaded with?
We never found out. We don't know if they were the Cubs or the Tigers.
Cubs or Tigers? And take, Obadiah, when did they start broadcasting circuses?
Hepsy, you don't understand. Greenberg picked on a cripple, he knocked it out of the park, and he drove 3 Tigers home ahead of him.
What is he, an animal trainer?
Oh, Hepsy, that isn't the idea. We're talking about a ball game that's being played right this minute in Chicago.
Then why don't they play ball and leave those poor animals alone?
Let's go, Rudy, before she writes to the Humane Society.
Oh, no. You two can just sit there and listen to something good. I'll get that opera again. I'm going back to the kitchen. I'm baking a pie.
Take your time, Hepsy, I hope.
I'll be back to visit later, Rudy.
Don't hurry, Hepsy.
Hey, look, Rudy, can you sing?
Well, sometimes I do a little harmonizing in Herb's barbershop.
Well, then I'll switch the radio back to the ball game and get the score while you sing like this here opera, heaven forbid.
Well, I guess that's better than missing the game entirely.
Well, it looks like there's an argument down there on the field. Yes, the infield has come into the plate to talk it over with the umpire, so we'll take the time to recapitulate the score inning by inning.
Start singing, Rudy.
Hold that tiger, hold that tiger, hold that tiger.
Obadiah, what intonation are you doing with that radio?
Static, Hepsy. Awful lot of static.
Looks like a thunderstorm's coming up.
And not far off, either. Obadiah, get away from that radio.
Now, Hepsy, all we want to do was find out the score. Rudy went and broke his radio.
Well, if you two don't get out of here, I'm going to break this one.
Now, Hepsy, before you do anything rash, I want you to get one thing straight.
And what's that, Obadiah?
Rudy and I, we're leaving.
Are you one of the thousands of people who don't drink enough water? If so, here's a health tip. Drink a glass of cool, pure water after every meal. At the same time, take 2 tasteless, sugar-coated little tablets of Cystex. The Cystex, you see, goes right along with the water and helps nature clear away excess acids, which, if too concentrated and allowed to accumulate, may cause rheumatic pains, loss of energy, make you nervous, and, what is of prime importance, may interrupt your sleep. So if you feel tired, run down, and old before your time, why don't you try taking Cystex? Cystex with a full glass of water after each meal. When there's no organic or systemic cause, Cystex usually goes to work right now, helping nature eliminate excess acids and poisons through the bloodstream. And this aid to nature in filtering and cleansing the blood may bring more restful sleep, a quick increase in vitality, help to make rheumatic pain subside, actually make you look and feel years younger. This much is certain. Cystex must satisfy you in every way, do far more for you than you expect. Or you simply return the empty package and your money back is guaranteed. So get money back, guaranteed Cystex. Cystex from your druggist today. Take it with a glass of water after each meal. See how quickly it puts you on the road to feeling like new again.
And now back to our story with Gene Lockhart and Kathleen Lockhart as Rudy and Fanny Nebbs.
Well, Rudy, you and Obie came back in a hurry. Is the ball game over?
How in the world would I know?
Hello, Fanny. Looks like I'm going to have to help Rudy fix his radio.
My goodness, what happened?
Well, Hepsy wanted to listen to the opera.
Just when Greenberg was about to hit a homer.
Well, I don't blame her. Opera is much better than listening to somebody hitting poor Homer.
Oh. You're all alike. Come on, Obie. If we work fast, there's still time to reassemble this radio and pick up the last part of the game.
Well, right now, I must say the game is sure spread all over the floor.
Oh, there goes that bell again. Maybe it's somebody who knows the score.
Honey.
Well, it's Herb.
Howdy, folks, howdy.
How come you're not at the barber shop, Herbie?
Can't see why I should be at the barber shop. Can't see why. It's Sunday. Or what day is it?
Well, that's right. I forgot.
Herb, what's the score?
Score? What score? Oh, the score, yes. What's that?
The score of the baseball game.
Oh, the baseball game. Never listened to baseball games. Always got my ear to the ground, though.
Sounds like you got it in the mud. Herb, don't you know the Chicago Cubs and the Detroit Tigers are deciding who's to be the world's champion?
Can't say as I do. No, can't say. Thought Joe Louis was world's champion.
Herb, I think you keep up with sports just about like I do.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Up with one last night. Sure you do. Rather go to bed, though.
Oh, you don't have to. You're asleep right now.
We're trying to fix the radio so we can find out how the game's going.
Oh, yeah. Wish it said so. Yeah, wish you had. Might have had it all fixed while you were, no, don't think it would.
Gosh, Herb. Do you know how to fix a radio?
Yeah. Oh, yes, so. Well, let me see, Rudy. How's that doojiga working you got right there?
It doesn't. That gadget Obie's putting on there's too tight for the thingamabob.
Besides, Herb, that she-bang under the doodiddle squeak.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, better twist it round.
Yeah, how's that?
Yeah, fine, just fine. Don't think it did any good.
Hey, we'll have this radio working in no time.
What'll I do now, Herbie?
Oh, let me see. Had it right on the tip of the tongue. Right on the tip. It fell off, though.
No. That's a screwdriver you got in your mouth.
Oh, yes. Just what I wanted. Yeah. Oh, there. Hold the screwdriver.
Yeah, got it.
Rudy, you get the chisel and hammer.
Yeah, sure thing, Herb.
Yeah, just so. Now you knock off that little doolittle. No good anyway.
This gadget here?
Yeah.
Okay, here goes.
Hey, we got the darn thing together.
Now we'll find out what the score is.
Now, what to play, ladies and gentlemen, what to play?
It works. By golly, it works.
One out into deep left.
Well, maybe if I turn this thing half.
No, Herb. No, let it alone. It's working fine. Herb!
Well, you busted. What's that sticking out of your mouth, Rudy? Tube or the loudspeaker?
Mr. Nebb, what did you do to her?
Did you give him a hot foot?
No, Junior, I didn't, but I'd like to after what he did to our radio. But have you, by any chance, heard anything about the ball game? Who's pitching now?
Well, Donna and I have been pitching a little woo, if that's what you...
No, the ball game. How's it going?
I don't know, Dad. How is it going?
Go on, Rudy. Tell him.
How's it going? If I knew, I wouldn't be asking. You can look at my radio and tell I don't know anything.
Never a truer word spoken.
Oh, Mr. Nebb, that's awful. Oh, Buck, come and look at Mr. Nebb's radio.
Jeepers, Mr. Nebb, haven't you made any progress with that radio at all?
Oh, Buck, come on and help us put this thing together. If ever there was a time you were needed, it's now.
And that's what Buck's afraid of, Pop.
Yes, Mr. Nebb. Why, we left my ice cream party because Buck's conscience was hurting him for leaving you alone with the radio.
Oh, it wasn't my conscience. It was my stomach.
Buck, I'll make you a proposition. You fix this radio so I can hear whatever's left of the game and name your price. Money's no object.
Will you make it enough so it will be an object?
I'll give you $1.
Cheapskate.
Obie, you be quiet.
Oh, but Rudy, give Buck a chance to figure whether he wants to contract for the whole job or do it piecework.
Well, it'll cost you more than $1 if I charge by the piece.
Well, I'm in a hurry. I'll give you $3.
3.5.
$4.
We'll make it 5.
5 it is.
I'll be very happy to fix it for $5, Mr. Nebb.
All right. Hey, how did the price get up so fast?
I was bidding against you, Owl Eyes.
Obie, how I ever picked you for a business partner, I'll never know.
Well, don't pat yourself on the back for that. It was my idea.
Now, Buck, get busy. Obie and I'll help. We'll all help.
Oh, you don't have to, Mr. Nebb. $5 is all the help I'll need.
But, Pop, Buck and I want to play catch, don't we, Buck?
Well, Junior, you see...
Well, Junior, please don't talk to Buck. Never bother a man when he's busy. Get busy, Buck.
I'm busy, Mr. Nebb.
Gee, Pop, Buck and I have to play catch today on account of tomorrow is school, and I can't take my new glove to school on account of Mickey Dooley won't let me play with him.
He won't let you play with your own baseball glove?
No, he takes it away from me, or else there's a fight.
Junior Neb, you stand up for your rights.
Oh, he does, Donna, until Mickey knocks him down.
Junior, what's Mickey got that you haven't got?
A left hook.
Why, Junior, when I was your age, I could lick any fella twice my size. Yes, sir. In my neighborhood, I was kingpin.
From kingpin to pinhead in one easy lesson. Well, come on, Rudy. Let's get out of here and let Buck and Junior fix the radio.
To think that right now Hank Greenberg may be blasting that old horsehide all over Chicago.
Rudy, why all this sudden interest in baseball?
What do you mean, sudden interest? Baseball's the great American pastime, isn't it? Why, I was weaned on baseball. I cut my teeth on horsehide.
You sure it was horsehide?
What do you mean, was it horsehide?
Oh, nothing. Only you braze so much.
How's that radio coming, Buck?
Okay.
Rudy, I'll bet you couldn't hit a baseball with a canoe paddle if the ball was the canoe and you were sitting in it.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Junior, give me your glove and ball.
All right, Pop. Catch.
Uh-oh.
See, Rudy, what'd I tell you?
Well, I didn't have my glasses on. Come on, Obie. While Buck's fixing the radio, you step outside with me and I'll show you some big league stuff.
Okay, Greenberg.
Oh, Pop, can't I come out and play, too?
Now, Junior, you either help Buck, entertain Donna, or study your homework for school tomorrow.
That's right, Junior. Rudy wants you to be smart so he'll make a good impression on that pretty teacher you got.
You mean Miss Whittaker?
That's the one. Ow!
Obie, hush up.
Oh, that Miss Whittaker is the only woman I've ever seen who can make a pair of false eyelashes look honest.
Obie, let's go outside and play ball.
Coming, Father. But that Miss Whittaker.
Oh, jeepers, I'm glad they've gone. Now maybe we can get this radio fixed.
I don't think Mr. Slider makes a very interesting wolf. Do you?
No, his howl has a crack in it.
You shouldn't say that, Junior. Unless you're jealous, of course.
Me? Jealous? Now, Donna, don't get the wrong impression. Anyway, Miss Whittaker is practically an old maid. Why, she must be 22.
Why, some girls can be very attractive at 22. With the right makeup and false eyelashes like Miss Whittaker's.
Well, gosh, maybe she can't help it. Maybe she's got bald eyelids.
Listen, kids, how about helping me concentrate on fixing this radio?
Sure. Anyway, Donna, I'm practically not at all interested in Miss Whittaker simply because she happens to be my teacher. Am I, Buck?
Junior Neb, how long do you intend to remain in the 10th grade?
I think that depends on how long Miss Whittaker intends teaching it.
Buck, you just be good enough to concentrate on that radio. You're getting $5 for fixing it.
So everybody's happy. I'll have $5 and you'll have a date with Donna.
Not if he stays in the 10th grade.
Oh, I'm tired. Rudy, why don't you get Junior out here to pitch to you?
Junior's pitching inside. Come on, Obie. We haven't done anything since we came out here but sit in the shade.
Well, I'm the reminiscing type. Got nothing left but memories. I'm getting too old to remember them.
Come on out here.
Okay.
Ah, boy, feels good to put on a baseball glove again. Hey, hubba, hubba, hubba.
You ought to wear a baseball glove all the time, Rudy. You got nothing but thumbs.
Now listen, Half-Pint. You just wind up and shoot the ball to me.
Okay. Here she comes.
That one slipped through.
Hey, why don't you throw the glove away and get a bucket?
Come on and play ball. Come on, throw me another one.
All right, you asked for it. Here's the curve, high and on the outside. Ow!
You threw a beanball.
Make a note to get a suit of armor.
Where did that ball go?
Well, you can't find it while you're counting stars.
All right, Obie Slider. I'd just like to see you do that again.
It'll be a pleasure.
Oh, Mr. Neb! Oh, Mr.
Hey,
Neb!
Pop, can I catch a few now?
Stand back, Junior. I haven't got the kinks out yet.
Hey, Mr. Neb, you wanted to get the...
Now, kids, you've got all week to play ball. It looks like Obie and I could take over for just one afternoon.
Well, I've had enough, Rudy. Let them play.
Let them play, he says. Why, Obie, you remember the fellows who perfected that famous triple play, Tinker to Evers to Chance?
I don't know anything about Stinky or if he ever took a chance.
Well, Mr. Neb, you said you wanted to...
Well, they never would have been famous if they hadn't practiced, would they? Play ball.
But, Pop...
Quiet, Junior. You just sit down there and warm the bench.
Mr. Neb, you've got to listen.
What's the matter, Buck? Can't you fix that darn radio?
Well, that's what Buck's been trying to tell you, Mr. Neb. The radio's fixed, and you can get the World Series.
Well, why didn't you say so?
Move over, Neb. You're blocking the traffic.
I waited all day for this moment. Here now. I'll turn it on.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, winds up our World Series broadcast for today. Good afternoon.
will be back in just a moment.
Faith and hope are two important characteristics necessary to health, happiness, and success. Without hope, we lack the courage to try. Without faith, we give up too soon. So if you feel tired, nervous, run down, worn out, older than your years, if you suffer from rheumatic pains, or if your sleep is frequently disturbed without organic or systemic cause, I firmly believe that you have a great deal to gain by pinning your faith and hope on Cystex. Cystex. You see, Cystex is a doctor's formula designed to aid nature in clearing away excess acids and accumulated body poisons, which may be the unsuspected cause of a wide variety of pains, aches, physical discomfort, and lack of energy. Thousands of men and women in the United States and throughout the world who were tired and discouraged are now finding new joy in living simply because they had hope and tried Cystex. This much is certain. Cystex must help you quickly and surely, must prove worth far more than the small cost, or you simply return the empty package and your money back is guaranteed. So get money back, guaranteed Cystex from your druggist today. Take it exactly as directed with a glass of water after each meal. See how quickly it puts you on the road to feeling like new again.
And now, here are the Nebbs.
Rudy, are you still fooling with that radio? I thought Buck fixed it.
He did, Fanny, and it cost me $5.
Oh, well, stop brooding over it.
Well, it isn't the $5. It's just that I've lost confidence in this radio.
What a strange thing to say.
Oh, I always thought a man's radio was like his dog, a companion to him, always right there, the snap of a switch, wagging its hair, you know.
I see what you mean, Rudy, but please stop brooding.
When a man hasn't a friend in the world, when nobody ever speaks to him, his radio will talk, even sing to him.
Oh, you're wasting an awful lot of sentiment on that radio.
Not anymore, Fanny. I'm disillusioned. This thing let me down today at an important time, like the World Series.
All right, Rudy. You can have your new radio, and I'll wait for my washing machine.
Why, thanks, Fanny. Well, after all, a washing machine is nothing but a tub and a washboard with a motor on it.
But, Rudy, I'm tired of being the motor.
Join us next Sunday, same time, when Cystex again presents Gene Lockhart and Kathleen Lockhart as the Nebbs. If you'd like to attend one of these broadcasts and meet Gene and Kathleen Lockhart in person, write to radio station KHJ Los Angeles 38 for tickets. Nebbs are created by Saul Hess and are supervised for radio by the Bears. This is Tom Dixon saying goodbye for Cystex.
Read the Nebbs every day in the Los Angeles Examiner.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
That was a hilarious last episode. I think it's a great way to end the stream. The Nebbs, you can't go wrong with a show that makes you laugh, takes you back in time to a simpler time, and does it in such a well-acted and well-produced way. Again, a shame that show didn't take off. I still don't understand why it didn't. Anyway, I want to thank you all very much for tuning in to the show today. And if you haven't already, if you could please hit the like button, maybe leave a comment down below. And if you're not subscribed to the channel, maybe consider subscribing. Liking, subscribing, and commenting does bring our videos to a larger audience, and maybe people that haven't heard of us might find out about us and join in on more of the fun, especially like our live streams where we like to get involved with everybody and have everybody participate in our chats. So thanks again for watching. I'm Greg Fordyce from An Evening of Old Time Radio, and I will see you next time.